in the hallway chatting it up. These two. Yeah, in open session. And I told Uber. He's got a new name. But I'm trying to figure out how to cut him off at fast. Maybe I should slip him a note saying, I got dirt on you. I told him they were in the hall.
You're right. Okay. That's what we were talking about. Trying to get council announcements and enforce and go back. See if she's okay. Progress.
Well, we're old school.
So, if I believe. All right.
He's taking.
Oroville City Council, July 18th, 2023, regular meeting to order. Open session again at 4 p.m. Microphone, Mr. Oh, sorry. Thank you.
I'll do that again. Thank you. The July 18th, 2023 regular meeting or the Oroville City Council open session beginning at 4 p.m. Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Johnstone?
Here.
Councilmember Riggs?
Here.
Councilmember Thompson?
Here.
Councilmember Goodson?
Here.
Councilmember Weber?
Here.
Vice Mayor Smith?
Here.
Mayor Pittman?
Here. Thank you. Councilman Johnstone, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please rise. Salute. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Do we have some agenda items? Mr. Ring?
Yes, we do. Thank
Okay.
you. There's a few changes to the agenda for this evening. We're going to pull item number 4, the community member appointment item. Hopefully, we'll just use this opportunity to spread the word about these committee assignments and the opportunities that are available to those who wish to volunteer. We'll accept applications for 2 more weeks, and then we'll bring those applications before the executive committee, and then reconvene and bring this item back on August 15th. And then also on item number 14, which is a contract having to do with Mission Esperanza, we're going to go ahead and pull that as well for now. We're firming up some of the financial details associated with that project. And then on item number 17, there is this has to do with city investments. We had 1 resolution included in that packet. We needed to split it up into 2. So nothing substantively changed within it, but there's going to be 2 resolutions that you consider for adoption tonight instead of 1. So those are the pull 2 items, make 1 amendment.
And these resolutions are the one that were just passed out to us?
Correct.
Thank you. All right. Do we have our presenter here? No?
She'll be here momentarily. Why don't we go ahead and jump forward to the council announcements and reports, and we'll jump back up to the Butte County Library.
Thank you. We've changed the agenda up a little bit, so we want to have some department head reports and council announcements at the beginning of the meeting instead of at the end of the meeting. So I'll open the floor to any council announcements or reports from members. Seeing none, I'll move to, I'm sorry. Hey, we got the screen up. Vice Mayor Smith, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to point out that we had a wonderful 4th of July. Thank you, City Council, for funding the big chunk of the firework display out at the airport. If you missed it, you missed it. I also want to congratulate Pee Wee on a July 1st fly-in out at the airport. It was really well attended. I also want to thank, on the 4th of July, we also had a public safety display. I want to thank OPD and Oroville Fire, and for those that came out and just made it a great day. One thing that super impressed me was they had the tanker there from Chico Airport. The pilots were allowing the kiddos to climb up in the cockpit, which those that showed up at that public safety were really had just an amazing treat to be able to do that, to sit up in the cockpit of those planes that dropped the retardant on the wildfires. I thought that was pretty cool stuff. Thank you.
Councilman Weber.
Yeah, I have some comments, but I would like to reserve my comments for after the staff presentations, please.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
I'll just make one brief comment. We had the funeral for Gur Vang. He was a very strong leader in our local Hmong community. I represented the council there at that session. I was asked to be a speaker, and it was a very nice affair, very well attended by the Hmong community. And if you didn't know Gur, he was the interpreter and advisor for General Vang Pao, which was a huge person that brought that community to the United States. And that was on last Sunday. Let's move to administration reports. Looks like police department can be up first. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council and community members. I'd like to just give you an update about what's going on at the police department, things that we're doing, new projects that we're beginning with, and just cover some things that have occurred there. One thing I do is like to have a handout for each of you.
Oh, good. Thank you.
What this is a new program that we're initiating as part of the, some of the, I don't want to say issues, but some of the concerns that were expressed by the community during the election and things that the community was requesting was that they wanted more foot patrols in the areas. They wanted people on foot, people walking around and things like that. So we've been working toward getting our staffing to a point where we could actually facilitate that and accommodate that in a safe and reasonable manner, which we've kind of come to that point now where I believe that we can start doing that. The first thing I want to start with on our update is I just want to, that's our building, and I just want to say thank you. Thank you for providing us such a wonderful facility and the remodel. I mean, it's something that we can be proud of. It's something that we are proud of. With our municipal law enforcement, what we're going to be doing is what was requested of us in our goals and priorities was to provide that foot patrol in the community. Now, we're not talking about just doing downtown, or what I mean by that is the downtown business core. We're talking about doing the downtown business core, the downtown, the historic district, the homes. We're talking about the Feather River corridor, retail locations such as Walmart, places like that, because it's important to get out there where the issues are occurring and immerse our people into those areas and try to prevent some of the crimes that are going there. Of course, we will be doing the trail patrols, the park patrols, and also the retail locations. I do want to update you on the park patrols and the trail patrols. We did receive our Polaris today. It came in. It is a rather robust side-by-side essentially with light bars. It's really impressive. I mean, it's a nice piece of equipment. So we did receive that. We'll be having that out for everybody to inspect at our national night out. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be walking the areas providing a physical presence. We're going to be working with community groups to establish and maintain relationships so that we can get others involved in the process and have them assist us as we're doing these things. We're going to be providing viable resources to those that we contact. Enforcement is not our first and foremost priority. Enforcement usually is the last thing we want to do. If we can achieve the goal by getting voluntary compliance, then that's what we want to try to do by providing those resources, directing the people to the places where they can best be served. We will take enforcement action when necessary, and that will help improve the quality of our life. The municipal law enforcement officers will be conducting the foot patrols in the areas that I told you. We will be assisted by our code enforcement officers. We will be teaming them up because we're not only looking just for an individual that might be disrupting the community, but we're also looking for those problem properties, those problem issues that exist in neighborhoods. One of the most important things that they'll be doing is making contact with people in the neighborhoods. If somebody's out, we're going to want them to talk to them. Just greet them, say hello, ask them about their neighborhood, just get them to know us and us to know them. The one thing that we're going to be introducing that is new to the walking patrols, and since the walking patrols are new, is something that we've came up with. It's called a community navigator. What the purpose of a community navigator is it's going to be a volunteer from the community, somebody who has knowledge of resources that are available through the community. The community navigator will be walking with a municipal law enforcement officer and a code enforcement officer or two, and they'll be wearing vests like this. It says Oroville Police on the back and community navigator. They're not there to take enforcement action or do anything like that. The idea is that if we come across an individual that is causing some sort of disruption in a neighborhood, that we are going to connect them with the community navigator and first try to get them directed to the services that are necessary to stop that problem. We'll have an ability to go all the way from connecting you to services to the maximum enforcement of taking you to jail if that's what the situation requires. So it gives us a holistic approach for what we're trying to do. They're also going to be out there noting conditions in the neighborhood. If there is a vehicle that has weeds that are higher than the vehicle, then it'll be noted so we can come back later and tag that vehicle for 72-hour removal. So these teams, as I just said, it's a holistic approach. It's not going to be just a one-sided enforcement, go out there and, drag them kicking and screaming. I mean, if that's the way they have to do it after trying to provide all of the services, then I guess that we can go down that road as well. So this community navigator is a result of the work that I've been doing with the community development, the Oroville Community Development Coalition. This is a coalition that Councilman Weber has developed. It came out of a neighborhood watch, and it is a group of people that are interested in changing the community at the lowest, I shouldn't say the lowest possible level, but at the basic level. I mean, where the community guides itself, it self-corrects, it addresses the issues that belong in the community, and then we partner with them to do that. This community navigator idea actually came from a conversation that we were having one afternoon regarding, what can we do to address these issues more effectively? I mean, because the process of finding an individual, taking them to jail because they're intoxicated, when they have a cart full of their belongings and things like that, it's not that simple anymore. We're now responsible for that cart. We're responsible for those belongings. We have to get them back to them. So what is the answer to that? I mean, is it taking them to jail? Maybe. I mean, if there's no other resolution, or is it smarter to hook them up with somebody who understands the system, who might understand where they're at, meet them where they are, and then take them to where they want to be? We understand it's not going to be a one-step process, that we're not going to wave a wand and fix this, but these navigators are going to be there to help support the person and guide them through the services that are necessary for them. Those services could be anything from getting them to the welfare office to apply for financial aid, or getting them, to hooked up with a housing navigator so they can start that process, or get them to behavioral health and work with the behavioral health search team so that these services can all be brought together. So essentially what we're doing is we would like to be the frontline people that essentially come across the individuals and then try to hook them up. These will always be consensual contacts, and these will never be anything where a navigator takes any sort of enforcement action. If enforcement is necessary, the police will become involved. The navigators are something that we're going to be doing. I'd like to introduce our first navigator to you. He's here tonight. He has come down. If you come up here, please. This is Kyle Somerville. He has come down. He has made application to us. We reviewed his application. He'll be walking with our MLEs and also with our code enforcement, and he will be doing the outreach to the individuals that are there. He'll always be wearing one of these when he does it. I mean, he understands that this is not an enforcement position or anything like that. This is about talking. This is about meeting people where they are and taking them to where we'd like them to be. So with that, Kyle, I'm going to give you this. Tell you thank you. I appreciate you volunteering to do this, and we're going to get started here shortly. And Mr. Mayor, this is going to start this Thursday. You will see the individuals out this Thursday, and what we're going to do is we're going to start in the downtown business district. We're going to work there, and then we're going to move to the Feather River corridor, or between essentially Oak Street here all the way over to Feather River. We're going to walk those neighborhoods, and then we're going to move to South Oroville, and we're going to walk those neighborhoods. I mean, so what we're looking for is a group of people that would like to volunteer, that knows their community and is familiar with the services that are available. There's not a whole lot of specialized expertise or training or anything like that. We just want people that want to be involved, that care about their community, and want to try to do the outreach necessary to help the individuals that are out there. And this is something we're going to be doing in the entire community. We're not limiting it to the business district. But we will be there quite a bit. One thing, Mr. Mayor, I know that came up recently was the retail theft issues that we've been having in our community. The retail theft issue that we've been having is a very significant issue, and you've seen it nationally, statewide. Heck, you even see it in Chico where people just run in, grab stuff, and run out. Unfortunately, we're subject to the same thing. We're not having people run in and run out, but the shoplifting epidemic is it's incredibly bad at this point. So what we've been doing to respond to that is we recognize that that's a problem for our retailers, for all of our merchants. I mean, and it's a problem for each and every one of us because the cost of items have went up because we're paying for the ones that were stolen. So that is something that we've had to address. So what we've been doing over the last month is we've been sending police officers into stores in just wearing regular clothes. And they're just there to watch. And what they do is they watch until a crime has occurred. Crime's complete when the person has left the store. Once the person has left the store, they're contacted outside of the store and they're arrested for the shoplifting. We've been doing that. We have unfortunately had pretty good success. Of the 2 times we've done it, it's resulted in 6 people being arrested. So if it was a if you think about it, if we went to the number of places we did and we had 6 people arrested, there must be a whole lot going on. I mean, so it's something that is going on. We're not going to stop this. We're going to actually expand it. We're going to be doing other things. So I think my message, I guess, is to those thieves, and that's what they are, is you don't know who's in there. You might not know who's shopping, and when you get tapped when you go out the door, might just be your bad day because we're not writing you a ticket. We're not doing anything like that. You're going to go for the ride. You're going out to the jail. You'll go through the booking process. If they choose to release you because of their staff or their capacity issues that they have, which are real, then I understand that. Then you get released, but you're going to go out there. You're going to go through the process, and we're going to keep doing it. We're going to do our job. Our job is enforcement.
He's going to speak
4
on it.
o'clock.
No, thank you, so.
I would like to submit this. I would like to have 3 minutes to speak at the end of this meeting. Thank you.
We're going to keep doing that, Mr. Mayor, to keep addressing those issues with the retail theft issue that we have in town. Not just Oroville, but everywhere. I just want to update you on some significant investigations that's been going on. There have been multiple crimes that involve firearms, and particularly it seemed like that they were in the South Oroville area over the last month. 2 of those crimes there's people in custody for. One was a shooting on Meyer Street that was a drive-by. That individual is in custody for that crime. He was identified. A Ramey warrant was issued and he was taken into custody. He's in Butte County now being held accountable for that. The other was a homicide that occurred of a young man. That individual was taken into custody the same day. The 3rd case that we're working on that involved a homicide is a case that is being aggressively investigated. It's still active, and we hope to have resolution to that soon. So those are cases that are significant, they're important. I just want to update you on that as best I can. The legal process is what it's going to be. The two that are in custody, that's out of our hands at this point now. Our district attorney has picked up those cases and charged those cases, and they will be processing those individuals through their process. The last thing I just want to update you on, just two things real quickly, is one is the National Night Out. It's next, the first Tuesday in August, which it's a national thing, and unfortunately it always seems to align, well, we always meet on the first Tuesday in August, so of course it's going to line right up. So we're having a national night out. It'll be at the Martin Luther King Park. It will be from 4:30 to 8. We're inviting the entire community. It's a chance to meet and greet your police department and others. If the council makes the decision to move, excuse me, sir, can you
make copies of that letter?
No.
We'll get them to the council.
1, 2, 3,
We'll get them to them all,
4,
sir.
5, 10 copies?
We'll get them to them all.
Thank you.
Is that the barber?
Excuse me,
Yes, sir. Yes.
excuse me,
Yeah, that's okay.
thank you.
All right, no problem. No problem interrupting the meeting.
Your
Yeah.
name is LeBron?
Yeah. You're the barber, right?
My name is Rodney.
Yeah. No, I recognize you, Rodney the barber.
Yeah,
They call me Rotten Rodney.
okay.
Rodney, I gotta get back to this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead with your speech.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. I thought I recognized Rodney. Anyway, Mr. Mayor, it'll be that from 4:30 to 8, and we're inviting the entire community. We'd like you to be there. The idea, too, is to introduce the council to the community. There's a lot of people that don't know who you are. I mean, you're important in the community. You make decisions for the community. It'd be nice if they could put a name with the face. So if you make that decision, you're more than welcome to be there. We'd like you to be there. The more people that meet you, the more tickets there will be for the kids so that they can potentially win a bicycle. We're going to be giving that away in that at that time. The last thing I want to cover with you is the brochure that is on the front of the application that I gave you. The brochure is something that's been created. It's something that's going to be handed out from the patrol cars, but it's also going to be handed out by the community navigators. It comes from the Oroville Community Development Corporation and our coalition. And this is something that we're going to be distributing for resources so that individuals have places to go, because what we're trying to do is, push them in the right direction and utilize those services that already exist. So with that, if you have any questions about any of the things that we're doing, please keep in mind that the policies that we're giving to you, it's a living document. It's going to go. We're going to keep adjusting this thing as we go and make sure that it best fits our community and serves us best. So I'm really excited about getting people out there on foot, trying to deliver what the community asked for during the election, which was more patrols, and we're going to be starting that soon, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry it took us so long, but we're finally there and we're going to be delivering.
Councilman Riggs.
Thank you, Chief DeGrone. I have a few questions regarding the navigators.
Okay.
What is the frequency in which they will work shifts?
We're going to be doing this every week. I mean, we're going to be doing it 2 to 3 times per week that we're going to be on foot walking in the downtown area. Of course, right now we have a navigator. So what you may see in the beginning is a couple MLEs and maybe a code enforcement officer, but we hope to have a bigger group than that. But the goal is that we're going to be doing it at least 3 times per week.
And then, let's say somebody were to volunteer for it, how often should they expect to serve?
It's up to them. I mean, they can sign up for the times that they're available, because I understand people have to work, they have different commitments in their life, and if we're going to be here, we'll put out the schedule of what we're going to be doing, and then where they can fit in and works for them, we're more than happy to have them with us.
And then what's the process if somebody was interested in joining?
There's an application on the back page of that. It's a very simple process. What you do is just put your name on there, the
I'm
information.
assuming I didn't already have that application and I was a member of the public.
Okay, it's real simple. Just, all they do, if they want to come pick up one, they come to the police department, pick up the policy manual, and they pick up the application at the same time. It's just your name, address, where you work, how we get a hold of you, why are you interested in this? And then what we do is we go through a real quick vetting process. We want to make sure that you're not wanted. We want to make sure that you're, somebody that we want out there introducing to people. We're not trying to connect criminals. We're trying to connect, people that are struggling with people that can help them.
Thank you, Mr. LeBron.
Certainly.
Councilman Johnstone.
Thank you. What a great program. This is amazing. So can you tell me,
On the volunteers, is there going to be any kind of just generalized training for them if they, let's say they have a heart to do it and they may, they may be given the information here? Or is there going to be any kind of training that they can look forward to having specifically about safety and those kinds of things?
Absolutely. We're going to be doing something, once we gather probably a pool of 10, we'll put on a training. And what we'll do is we'll do that at convenient times so that probably in the evening so people that work can be there and things like that. And we'll give them some basic safety. I mean, the basic core safety thing with being a community navigator is if there's a problem, escape the problem. I mean, we will get the proper people there to deal with the problem.
Thank you. And then second, the city is widespread, so I would like to make sure that once we get more volunteers activated, that they can spread out to maybe, down Thermalito area or off of Nelson Avenue.
That would be the goal. I like to get people into every neighborhood. I really think it makes things so much easier for law enforcement when people know who we are.
And third, thank you so much. Will you be just doing city limits, or is this something that could potentially go into county areas as well?
We'll restrict ourselves to the city jurisdiction.
Okay, thank you.
Looks like Councilman Goodson is up on the queue next.
Yes, I just had a few questions, but they are mainly focused on, so we understand the purpose and the intent, but who gathers that information, the data and milestones that we're looking for? And when will the city get an update? Are we looking at a 6-month and then let's go in and evaluate and what?
I'm not following.
So, for example, if you're going into downtown area, how many of the unhoused have been spoken to? How many have been linked to behavioral health services, or they needed medical attention, that kind of thing? And so when you bring that back to the council, I mean, how do you gauge the, what's the word that I'm...
The work effort.
Yes, absolutely. Because you certainly want to see a reward.
Sure.
And we want to hear about that too.
The reward is changing one person's life. I mean, if you can. I mean, which is altruistic, but that's really what it is. I mean, if you would like, we can gather data. I mean, that's, people contacted and things like that. We can run those types of reports and issues like that. I'm not really sure, because what we're there to do is we're trying to push people along, those that would disrupt a neighborhood. We're trying to move them, but we're trying to do that in a manner so that if they need a service, we direct them to that service.
Right.
I mean, but that's not, we're not going to actually provide a service. We're just directing them to a service.
Right, and so.
But we can gather that.
That's
I mean,
the
people
information
contacted,
that I would be looking for.
Okay.
Wearing a behavioral health.
We could probably,
hat.
if you like, I could probably include it in the monthly report. Just, how many
Would
people
be
we
great.
contacted, things like that. And then we can,
Absolutely.
tally it, for you.
Okay,
No,
thanks.
thank you. That's good. I mean, that's the feedback I'm looking for. Okay, what are we, what do you desire out of this?
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Smith is next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Great job, Bill. I love this. I mean, I think this is just the beginning of some great working relationships with our community. And one of the things that caught my eye immediately with this brochure, there's 6 panels here, and only one is dealing with homelessness. And right away, our minds gravitate towards that part of our community because it's most visible, and oftentimes, there's a lot of concerns that go along with that community. But this is kind of wraparound of our community, from youth, obviously, to the unhoused, employment issues. There's just so many challenges that are facing our community today. And we have service agencies, obviously, that, do their best to address some of these issues. So I would also just want to encourage anyone that's involved in a service community, agency to, fill out this application and get involved. Because I think this is just a great groundworking opportunity to make a difference. So often we see issues going on in the community and we think, if only I can make a difference. This is an amazing opportunity, I think, to do just that, to make a difference on so many levels in our community. I also want to just really give a lot of kudos towards Councilman Weber as well, because, he just hit the ground running. There's some, you talked about born out of during the campaign, there were concerns about impacts, homeless impacts, other crime impacts in the downtown. We were discussing potentially using, renting police officers, for lack of a better way of saying it, using private security, for an example. And so just out of a lot of that questioning and back and forth, this kind of evolved out of that conversation and others. So I just want to say thank you. I think this is just an amazing opportunity on all levels, and most of all, those that are impacted, those that are out there walking our streets, or young people, or seniors, and they don't know where to go, where to turn. And so these are just opportunities to make those kinds of connections and to make a difference in our world. We know the world is suffering immensely, but you know what? It doesn't have to be that way in Oroville. We can't change the world, but we can change our town one person at a time, and then we can have those amazing stories brought back to us and making a difference. So I just want to commend you. Thank you. Thank you. And community, this is an opportunity. And obviously, it's going to evolve, and it's, as you said, a living document. So I'm sure there's going to be adjustments along the way to improve it. Maybe some things will go away, and other things will emerge out of it. But I'm super excited about this and where it's going to go. And we need these. And everyone in Oroville that lives here, you need to have one of these in your car. A few of these, because this just, it's oftentimes you see something and, what's the resource that would address that? It's right here. So thank you.
Councilman Thompson.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity for the community to get involved with partnership with law enforcement to be part of the solution. And Christy and I have our applications right here submitted, and we encourage and would challenge all of the council to volunteer for this navigation, and anybody who wants to be part of the solution to submit your application and be part. I think more hands, I say many hands make light work. So let's do this. Let's do this as a community, not just a small little group.
Councilman Weber.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chief Lagone, for the kind words and your assistance with this, because you have been instrumental in all this. Like all these conversations that we've had have birthed the concept behind these. But I need to give credit where credit's due, because the Oroville Community Development Coalition was developed after I ran for and won, because I heard my constituents loud and clear what they were telling me from their front porches and their concerns. So it's a grassroots movement of some citizen-led stakeholders and leaders in the community that are really looking for what is the goal of Oroville, and how do we change the stigma or the old can anything good come out of Oroville type attitude. And so we've been systematically working really hard toward developing what our mission is, what our identity is. And so when this idea was birthed, actually with a meeting with Brian Wong and myself and Cindy Daniluk and Terry Tata was actually there. And we had this idea or this concept that we would build this trifold brochure. And I got to give credit where credit's due, because Linda Upthegrove, who attends our coalition, did most of the heavy lifting on this, putting all this together. And then Cindy Daniluk and Lynn Ann and Maria from the Oroville Rescue Mission, they helped finalize a lot of it. Note that this is not the final one. We had a wrong phone number on here, so the final one will be done on Thursday, right?
Yes.
Okay. And we added one more service on here as well. So this is Oroville centric. This is specific to here. So this is something that we figured we could produce. This is a producible. This is a tangible. So we did that, and it came out excellent. If it wasn't for the coalition and the group effort and the backing of Chief Lagone on this, then this wouldn't exist. So this is really what it looks like, is exactly what you guys are saying. This is community in action, just from a small, a thought. A seed was planted, and then it's growing. So I'm really, really proud of this, and I can't wait to see what we could do with it. And I'm proud of this Community Navigator program that was developed from conversations that were birthed, with the coalition, and then you and I privately, and then we started just developing this. And this is yet another example of something that's like, what are the people wanting? How do we meet their needs? So the community navigator is not only going to meet the unhoused, which, by the way, I understand that it's only got, but it's meant to not only be for the unhoused, but it's meant to be for the at-risk population, youth, seniors, veterans, behavioral health stuff. And so it's supposed to be easy to use for the giver too, right? Because it's just something that's simple. Boom, here you go. And so this has been several months in the building, and here it is. But the Community Navigator program, I'm super excited about that program too, because not only will we touch the lives of the unhoused and at risk, but as we walk down these different neighborhoods, we're also going to be able to engage the citizens as well at their front porch and ask, hey, what's your concerns? What do you want to see? Is there any needs you need addressed? And I hate to tell you this, council member Riggs and Thompson, but I've already volunteered, okay? So,
Whatever.
Thank you.
But I was kind of hoping you would all volunteer.
How about 4? Do we have 4? 5? Come on. 5.
Go once.
Okay.
All right, it's 4.
Okay.
5.
Anyway, thank you very much.
I'm
Chief
out
Grum.
there.
Thank you.
every day, so, yeah.
I'll take a question.
Singing to the choir.
And may I be the first to thank Mr. Somerville for your volunteer effort to do this. Thank you very much.
Oh, yes.
The council certainly thank you for that. One question I have is there's
I want a rebuttal.
Sir.
Do I have time?
Yes, just relax. The requirements that the officers have for public connected report, this won't fall on the navigators, will it?
No.
Okay.
Any sort of, the initial contact and any sort of contact, Mr. Mayor, will first be initiated by the MLE or the code, and then this will be, when the determination is made that direction to service is necessary, that person will be connected with.
I just didn't want that to be on the navigator's role, because I hate to see that bureaucrat thing that was given to us.
Yeah.
And it holds our officers back and really burns their time up. So
Yeah, no, sir.
appreciate that. Thank Councilman Thompson, real quick.
Is it possible to make the application a half page?
Probably.
Could I get like a couple hundred of them so I can challenge our whole church?
Sure.
Cool.
We can absolutely print some.
Yeah.
Good idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Slow it down.
So that's a good idea.
Yeah.
John Stone.
Good idea.
Nice.
Okay. Any other council questions on the police department activity report?
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you, Bill.
Great job.
Thank
you.
Good
Good
job.
Yeah.
The next item under administrative reports is the fire department is listed here, and we have that in our packet. Folks, I'd also remind you, this is a very large packet. We have 980 pages, so your councilmen up here have been doing their homework lately. Administrative reports? There you go.
You got anything?
You got it.
I'm good. Just really quickly, I want to maybe we'll go to public comment right after this, and we could.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. But really quickly, just very excited about a couple items that are on the agenda tonight. There's a lot of good business on here tonight. We have a couple of contracts for new department heads. We have an item that potentially adding another position in public works. So again, really excited about how the team is shaping up here in the city. And then also want to send my appreciation to the council tonight for the conflict that I have. So thank you all very much.
All right. Amy?
You'll hear from me plenty tonight.
Okay. All right. Ruth, anything?
I have one thing to share, and that is, as of like 10 minutes ago, we finally went live with our new software.
Oh, cool.
Cool.
A lot of work, but yeah, that's very exciting. I wanted to share.
All right. So we got that done.
Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Oh, yes.
If I could take just a moment for a personal privilege. I've got someone shadowing me. I've got my nephew, Scott, who's a college student, shadowing me, wants to be an attorney, is very interested in public agency law. And I thought, well, then let's get a baptism by fire and have him come in and spend some time with me. He's been doing some work with me. He's done some research related to the grand jury report for the city of Oroville. And again, I figure let's get his feet wet right away. And at the end of the week, if he doesn't want to, if he still wants to be a lawyer, then there's nothing else I can do.
Thank you. Appreciate that, and welcome for being
Yes,
here tonight. Thank you.
welcome.
Appreciate your efforts, too. Thank you. All right. Shall we do public comments? For this time, we have let's address the council on any item not listed on the agenda. If you wish to address the council on an item listed on the agenda, please pass it to the clerk. And do we have items for the agenda?
Mr. Mayor, we do have several items. We're going to call up Rodney.
Mr. Rodney, come on up.
Can you help me?
Yeah. To the podium, sir.
Take my cane. I address the city council. Tracy Johnstone, I don't know. City councilman, Mayor Pittman, Janet, council member, Eric, vice principal. Excuse me, I'm 80 years old. Eric, vice president, mayor.
Yeah.
You are Sean Weber. Are you a minister?
Yes.
I addressing you. I don't know you. I know some of you. I know Janet, the council member. I went to a council meeting and she went like this because I went overtime on my 3 minutes. This man blindsided me and wanted me to shut up. I only had 3 minutes to talk. I have a letter. The police chief is a friend of mine. Give that letter to the policeman. You make copies. Give each one of them members a copy. It's signed by Steve Christensen. He's your friend. You went to dinner. I didn't know anybody in Oroville when I came. I have built a new house. I had volunteers. I bought $125,000 worth of material. That house now is on Wildwood Court. It's none of your business what it's worth, but I'm going to tell you, my insurance agent has it insured for $700,000. I paid $125,000 in material. My wife and I have a 32-foot ceiling. It's a beautiful home. I bought all the lumber from Payless Building Supply.
Rodney, your clock is time is
How much
running.
time do I have left?
55 seconds.
55 seconds. I want you to repeal the utility tax. My house utility tax was $900, $800, $700, $310, $268. I paid utility tax on my water, garbage. My utility bill last winter was $900. I'm not rich, but I make a good living. I'm a barber in Oroville for 50 years. You know me? I knew your father. He was a senator. I had breakfast at Elthos every morning.
Yep.
I had coffee, breakfast with your father. I've never had breakfast with you.
Okay.
I know some facts
Right.
about you
Right.
that I don't want to disclose.
Rodney, your time.
Janet Goodman.
Rodney, your time has expired.
Will you heal me?
Well, it's hard to do it because we'd have to do it to everyone. Okay. Sir, we have your letter, and your letter speaks well, and we'll definitely be distributing that to everyone. So your message will be carried by your letter.
Is this for the repeal? You want them to repeal?
Yes.
That's what you want.
Yeah, we got your message, Rodney. Thank you.
I want you to repeal it.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your message.
Agree with them, just so you know.
Okay. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Do we have others?
We do. Next up is
204 Toyota Civic.
Michael Lewis, Arthur Meyer.
Mr. Meyer, is it? Oh, there you are. There you go.
Yes, sir.
Hear me?
Yes, speaker's on.
All right, my name is Michael Lewis Arthur Meyer. I am minister for Walking for the Forgotten Ministry. Our ministry has been operating over 13 years from North Carolina to Arizona border. We're running child search and rescue operations on our properties in Pima County, Arizona, the largest county on the southern Arizona border. It's actually the largest county on the border. Day and night, our teams are receiving children abandoned by the cartel, raped by the cartel, abused by the cartel, and they are being recycled by Border Patrol. I'm not only a minister, I'm also founder of Veterans on Patrol. I am a civilian veteran advocate. We operate a veteran suicide prevention program, and our team has been in your city for over a week now running operations within the homeless. Myself, many others are now homeless. In the very encampments where you see most of your problems, we're going in there to do solutions. We have one of the largest cleaning projects we've ever did, and we've removed 15 tons of trash from Pima County, Arizona, all documented. We don't take money. We don't want your money. We don't want your grants. We'll look at any services that we feel the individuals who are on the streets would be receptive to, but we're not going to have anyone forced into any situation. And I can assure people, if you think you're going to go through your county and bulldoze camps and my teams are in there, I would advise you not to. Our goal is to get in, get the ones out that we can. Now, your VFW post, I believe it was 1714 or 1417, I would ask anyone listening to go and donate to their community relief fund, because we are going to be sending them veterans that are on the streets, and we are going to be battle buddying them up. In most cases, the vets aren't going to realize that, but there'll be a veteran there waiting for them. I need veterans to come out to assist the veterans. Some of the veterans I'm bringing on your streets are in a veteran suicide prevention program. So we would ask people to just allow our teams and our veterans to do what they do, because some of them are healing themselves. And we found that putting them with the homeless veterans on the streets, whether you use the word houseless, unhoused, homeless, my Lord and Savior is homeless, you're never going to get me in a home. You'll never get them in a home. We're providing a solution. Don't cost you no money, but we also don't want obstruction. I would ask anyone that's willing to, the only thing I would require is a dumpster dropped off at coordinates that my team provides. You will see my team and the other homeless individuals begin cleaning up the abandoned encampments. I have over 38 in the area I'm operating at right now. I have abandoned women, and we happen to end up, not by coincidence, next to a cartel compound. The Sinaloa cartel is here. I have multiple phones that I've extracted from the coyotes on the borders. I have children that's been trafficked up to this area in Northern California. My teams are also going to be outside. We've been outside of a cartel compound by Feather Rivers Casino. It's been shut down for 5 days. Police came, FBI Sacramento came, but I am a credentialed journalist, and I will be outside any property that's involved with abusing, trafficking women or children, and anyone who targets the homeless. Every single thing I've discussed.
Thank you, sir, Mr. Meyer. You appreciate your work. Any others?
Next up, we have Bill Spear, then the cameraman.
Mr. Spear.
Diet Pepsi. I'll be back.
Mayor, City Council, it's a verse and a prayer. The verse tonight is Galatians 6:9. Do not grow weary in doing good. You'll receive a harvest if you do not give up. Figured that was an appropriate verse since we have such a long agenda tonight. 180 something pages, but I know a lot of you have been serving in the city for a lot of years, and so I want to thank you and encourage you. So, Father, we come in the name of Jesus this evening, and we thank you for all the people who have been serving. Thank you for the guy who spoke earlier, and we're out doing something, and we just lift up the city leaders to you, and let it start tonight. Let us not grow weary in doing good, that there's a harvest coming up, that lives are being changed. We thank you for the new Navigator program and for the MLE program. And Father, I'm just so excited about all the things that you are doing in our city, and for new program that started, Councilman Weber. It's everywhere you look, stuff's going on. At the rescue mission and the Hope Center, there's been significant movement and significant growth, and we thank you for that. And we just pray that none of us would grow weary, that we continue to do what you've called us to do, continue to address the issues on the front line, that other cities would see what's going on in Oroville and come and see what we're doing for the answers and for the solutions. And we thank you that you are always there. Continue to bless our police, continue to bless the firefighters, continue to bless all of the service groups, all the veterans group, all of the clubs. Continue to bring people to Oroville. Continue to activate the churches, to wake the churches up. As the National Night Out, we pray for. Start there. Let everybody see the opportunity to come and to serve and to be part of the solution. It's easy to get stuck on looking at the problems. But Lord, we just pray that you would help us to see the solutions, help us to see the way forward. In your word it says, if anyone lacks wisdom, let him ask God, who gives generously, and it will be given. And so we are asking, continue to give us that supernatural wisdom, supernatural provision, supernatural guidance. Continue to pour out your grace and your mercy upon our city. Continue to bring glory and honor and praise to your name. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The cameraman.
Good evening, Oroville City Council. First off tonight, I just wanted to say for previous investigative journalists, we put in some hard work. We may do our different sort of things, but, those are the true journalists out there. For those who've been following the Sanzone saga, he went to court last Friday in Glenn County. Used to be sergeant here at OPD. Now he's just a regular citizen like you and me. I asked him if he had any comment, and he had no comment. He just looked at me and walked off. But really, what can you say? Now, to a more recent incident involving Oroville Police Department employees. This is a little bit hard to talk about. I don't enjoy talking about this, especially because I thought we were improving from, our previous reputation, but as the saying goes, old habits die hard. Approximately 2 weeks ago, over at the Union Restaurant, and I must make clear, the Union is not the subject of the investigation I'm about to talk about, just happened to be the place where it happened. Two off-duty Oroville police officers were having some drinks. Nothing wrong with having a drink with your dinner. But subsequently, those events elevated to some point. One of those off-duty officers got behind the wheel of her vehicle and for whatever reason decided to do donuts, burnouts, made a whole big scene, and allegedly was flashing her badge out the window the whole time that she was doing it, bragging that she was a cop. Oroville police arrived on scene, and from what the person told me that was there, which is to remain anonymous, from multiple people I've heard this from, because I did go to the restaurant and ask. Nobody wants to be on camera because of career suicide, if you're familiar with that term. But whatever events did happen, it was confirmed that there was an off-duty cop that worked at Oroville Police that was drinking there. Whether or not what I'm about to talk about next actually did happen, only the public records request and the body cam footage can tell. But allegedly, she was given no field sobriety tests, no breathalyzer, and was allowed to leave the scene by having somebody that she knew come and pick her up. Whether or not that's accurate, like I said, only the body cam could tell. Because I wasn't there. This is secondhand information from a person that, was just happened to be at, enjoying dinner at the restaurant. So whether or not this is true, it's very disturbing. And I feel obligated as a journalist not only to tell it because it's my job and duty, but if these events are true, there's no excuse to say that this body was not informed and that they didn't know to some degree. And it's I'm almost out of time, but I will end on this. I know our chief said at our open house that that badge does not give you special powers. And
Thank you. Any others?
There are no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Shall we try the presentation from the
Please, yes.
county librarian? All right. Thank you. Come on up. Now.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Thank you very much for having me here today.
A little closer, little closer to it. It was on. It was on. There you go.
It's me.
Yeah.
Not staying away. My name is Narinda Sufi. I'm a library director for the Butte County Library. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to come here and share some information on Butte County Library services available to our communities. I have a few slides today prepared for this information. At the end, I will be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you. So, in Butte County Library, we serve residents from 6 branches. We have branches here, one in Oroville, one in Chico, Gridley, and we have branches in Biggs, Durham, and Paradise. These are our 6 branches. We have a literacy department which serves the whole county, which takes care of all the literacy and reading needs of our residents here. We have a new mobile library coming in, which will be going to other places as well, where we are not able to reach right now because the library branches are away from where people live. So the mobile library will be going to those places. That's a new thing which is just coming up, and I have invitations for all of you to come in when we do the ribbon cutting this coming August. We also have a 24/7 online service for people, like if they're not able to visit the library branch, how they can access still services online. And that could be books, that could be magazines, that could be newspapers, anything they would like to read, that is available online as well. So what is the mission of the Butte County Library? Butte County Library consulted our community members as part of the new strategic plan, which happened in 2019. And at that time, we had a campfire, and we were just coming out of that. So very many community members were consulted. Those were library members as well as non-library members. So based on that, the library reviewed what we really need to do as the community needs are changing, as the libraries are changing, what the mission should be moving forward for our county. So based on that, then the mission was revised at that time, and it was looked at for the library to serve the learning, cultural, and community needs. Community was the word which was very important because that is what we heard. The feedback was provided by community members, like it's about the community when the library serves. It's not just about the books. So based on that, sort of that mission, the library came up with. There were also some goals looked at, which were broad goals, what we were going through at the time, and what the communities were saying we really need from libraries. So that was more about facilitating the community engagement and connections throughout the Butte County. People like to connect with each other. There are places where they can go, but they really saw libraries as those places where they connect to others. And that became library's goal, to facilitate those connections through the library, activate the communities. Our communities at that time were going through a lot, and we still are going through a lot. So how can the libraries can help communities to avail those opportunities which are available in our communities here, and we connect them to those opportunities, rejuvenate. And that really came from, at the time, what was happening. So how can we in the community, we can help the individual lives or the communities through reconnecting them. Like at the time, there were no resources. Paradise was suffering a lot. We saw those members coming to these communities, and after that, we have seen more fires, and we have seen kind of people displaced more. So how do you, kind of the library saw that their role kind of to connect, reconnect, and to grow the capacity. Because people were also telling us, we are done with this kind of, people feeling pity on us. We really want to get connected and move on with our lives. So that's the other thing which was seen as library's goal. So what does library offer? So the libraries kind of not just here in this county are seen as the kind of, we refer them to as third place. So what is the third place? So that is a place where you go by choice. It's not like you're forced to visit that. That is somewhere you go after your home, your workplace, or your school. So that is the place you visit when you're needing resources, when you're needing access, and when you have questions where you are not able to find those answers. So that is what the libraries are in communities. They kind of promote the social interactions, they promote education, they promote access to resources. And in the Butte County, the libraries through all those 6 branches and the literacy unit and the outreach we do, we kind of, play a crucial role in fostering the social cohesion and the sense of belonging within the community. We see people walking into the libraries from all walks of life. So that's the role libraries play here. So what kind of programs are we offering? Sorry, I didn't even open that slide. So the first one is kind of, there are many, many programs. And if I start talking about each and every program, I'll be here forever. I know you have a long agenda. So what I have tried to do, I just grouped them together as to what are the main themes of those programs, what we are providing. And I will go through those ones with you. So fostering early childhood development, so that is kind of helping children and families. Butte County has one of the highest rates of ACEs among adults in California. In Butte County, we have about 76% of the adult population reporting to have experienced some sort of childhood adversity. With the 40% of the Butte children are living, at or below twice the poverty level. We have only 15% of the working families able to find some sort of licensed daycare in this county. So the library plays an important role for all these groups. We provide them with a safe and supporting environment when they come to the library. We provide them access to the resources. We have a supportive staff who will help them with their needs. We have literacy and education. We have social connections and the community engagement part going all the time through our programs and various activities which we do. So the library provides programs like Babies Love Books, story time, singing and sensory activities for families. Library Playtime, which has been a new addition, is very, very popular here in Oroville. We are seeing like 60 to 70 families coming in every week and participating in that one. And they also get sort of access to the basic necessities here in families, kind of, like a formula for their kids, diapers for their kids, so that kind of a stuff. So it's kind of, how the libraries are kind of, helping families to foster their child, like the early childhood development. The next one is helping children succeed. Again, I'm just going to share some stats. In Butte County, we have over 50% of our third grade students, they are not performing on a grade level. And that is kind of, something which is, when libraries look at that, is worrisome for us in our community. Over 60%, they perform below the grade level 3 in math. And 67% of our children here live in food insecure households. So these are really kind of challenging stats for our community. So library plays an important role by providing homework help, free access to books and resources which help children succeed in school. After school programs, they give children a safe space. We have teen advisory groups which help all the teens and the children to develop their leadership and social, emotional skills. We have summer reading program going on right now, and that is, again, provide children with the opportunity to read, and it motivates them to participate in a kind of, they have their own reading goals and they try and meet those ones. It also provides them with the opportunity to participate sort of, in programs which are developing their literacy, their STEM, kind of like a science, math, technology, and social skills. Another program which we do, and this happens during summer, which is called Lunch at the Library program. The kids, they are able to get food in the library while they're learning, so they will be provided with the food as well, so which is important for their social and emotional well-being. The next one we have is adult learning. So the library literacy services help adult learners develop basic reading and writing skills. So again, 20% of the adult population in our county, they are at the risk of not being able to comprehend what they read. And have a trouble with simple tasks related to reading and writing. So this valuable program, what it offers, you can get help on one-on-one basis. We work with volunteers. Those volunteers are, all trained tutors. They come and they help individuals who are interested in improving their reading and writing skills on one-on-one basis. They meet in the libraries for once or twice a week for an hour or 2 hours. So it's helping people. The other one is the community resilience, where we talk about health and well-being. I just heard, we were already talking about sort of, so much stuff going on in here. Libraries are also doing the same thing. They reduce the loneliness and isolation. So many people visit libraries. We have all kind of cultural events going on in the library. We have discussion groups going on in the library. And there's so much social activity happens, it help build the community resilience, and also to combat the illness like a depression, dementia, so all that. During the disasters, as I already mentioned, when we were doing the strategic plan, we have seen many more people coming to the library. And it's for simple tasks, they just want to charge their cell phone. They just want to connect to the Wi-Fi. They just want to have access to water and food. So the public internet terminals, which we have in all our branches, they are very well used. People want to connect to their families who are living in other parts of the country, and that's what they use at that time. Staff will help them with the insurance papers. They will print those papers for them. So all that help goes on. Now we know how hot it is outside, sort of, when we have these events happening so very often. So our libraries are safe places for people. They just want to come in, sit there, just away from heat. So that's how libraries support sort of, the people in disasters and, when we have these weather emergencies as well. For job seekers, again, people come to the library. We help them on one-on-one basis where they don't have a resume. We help them write a resume. We help them with the application. We help them with their interview skills. Not only that, if they don't have skills, we offer them, they can volunteer in the library and they can develop those skills so that they can move on and then they can get the job they would like to get. They have access to technology. We train them on that too. Then it comes to the older adults in our county. So 24% of the Butte County is age 60 and above. And out of those 24%, 27% of them, they live alone. And 4% are considered as low income as well. So we provide programs for seniors, from technology classes to book discussions and exercise classes. So where people can come in, they can participate, they can meet other people, as well as, they can benefit from these programs. Technology and digital equity, again, 10% of the Butte County households still don't have the broadband internet access, and 11% of our county, members have access only through their phone. They don't have the actual access at home. So we, as I said, we provide high-speed broadband, computer labs, technology, they can lend now, which I'm very proud to share. People can check out a Wi-Fi hotspot from the library. They can check out a laptop from the library as they used to check out books the same way. They can check out a Kindle from the library, iPad from the library, and they can just keep it the same way they were keeping the books and access it. So I think that is a very special program where, our county members are struggling with that access, and we know how important the access is nowadays. So library is not only, you can learn, read, write, and you can have access, and you also have those devices. So these are some of the programs which we are doing. And I have few highlights for you here, like talking about few programs. So this is the program I was talking about, which is a Sure Start for early years, is Play and Stay program, which we started. And most of the programs I'm going to share here with you, they are all grant-funded program. We are really good at that, going out, bringing in money and providing programs. So this is the one where parents come, and it happens in Oroville Library, and we see many parents coming and participating in this one. And it's again, the children engage in activities through play and active participation, and the parents, they are able to connect with the child development experts here to seek, whatever issues they are facing. And again, people also have, access to basic resources, like, as I said, diapers and formula. So the next one I'm going to share with you is Teens Learn and Create. So this program was to provide scholarships to teenagers where they come to the library, and they have a social emotional curriculum they go through. It's an after-school program, and then they work with the digital labs we have in the library, and they create things. So they create programs which the younger children can then participate in. So the whole idea of this is preparing our younger adults to go through, prepare for employment opportunities in the future, as well as how to create social emotional skills when you are in a working environment. And for many of them, this is their first opportunity. So this is, again, a very popular program. So the next one I'm sharing with you is access to technology. So this is the program which we are working with the Department of Employment and Social Services through California Department of Aging. So this program actually provides access to seniors as well as anybody with disabilities, one-on-one help with the technology. You bring in your phone, you don't know how to use it, staff will help you on one-on-one basis how you can use it. You have a laptop at home, you don't know what to do with it, we will help you with that. You have subscriptions, you don't know how to, come out of those subscriptions, we will help you. So there are, anything what you are struggling with when it comes to technology, we are here to help you, and you will get that help on one-on-one basis. What we have seen, we have been providing technology classes for so long. However, needs are very different. So this program is trying to address that because people are different, their needs are different, they are at a different stage when it comes to access to technology. So this program will help with that. So the next one is adult learning. Again, we have English conversation classes. We have one-on-one help for people. So any kind of learning you are struggling with, we are here to help you. And this one is Lunch at the Library, which I just mentioned, and it's a very popular program again in Oroville. And these are some of the stats which I have, and I just wanted to share with you kind of the facts, like how the library did last year. kind of, how many people participated and how many events were provided and how many people actually participated in the programs as well. And that is the end of my slides.
Narendra, thank you very much. I learned a lot. I've been a lifelong library card member, and I just sat here in amazement. I had no idea. In fact, it sounds like you might want to add their contact on your brochure here.
That would be a good idea.
And I was saying that we will be happy to have them there.
Wow.
Yeah, this is a living document for sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we work very closely with them. We are always calling them. They are lovely colleagues.
We do have some councilman questions. Councilman Goodson, please.
Yes, thank you so much. Really appreciate what you do in our communities and Butte County at large. So my question is, I work for Youth for Change, and we have a lot of kiddos, all over California. And so I was able to circulate that flyer with the free summer meals and activities, but it specifies that is it only for our Oroville and not our Paradise, our Chico kiddos, Biggs?
Yeah, so we started that at Oroville. We get funding for that one from the state. We have tried to find partners in Chico and Paradise. The way this program works, our part in this is to provide learning activities. And the lunches, we work with the school districts to provide that lunch. So what we are trying to work out with the Chico and in Paradise and in Gridley, we have this in Gridley as well, they are not able to bring in those lunches to the library. So what we do instead, we go to those places where they are providing lunches, and what we do just kind of, kits, learning kits and all that, we provide those ones to the kids at that time. So our aim is the learning should continue, and if you don't have food, the learning is not going to happen. So we work with the school districts to provide that. Our aim is by next year to bring it into the library, and we are working on it. But this year, it has been going to the school sites and doing the learning there.
All right, great. Thank you for clarification.
Thank you.
Councilman Riggs.
Thank you. I served on the ad hoc committee to discuss the library, and during the ad hoc committee, learned so much about what our library was offering. So I just wanted to thank you for helping shed light on that for this council and for our community. And I really do appreciate the work that you do within our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm so pleased to be sharing that with you guys and everybody who is here. Yeah. But we are a resource. We are here. We are here for you all. Please come visit us and let us know. We just always listening, because library has to change. It has to change as our communities are changing. It can't stay the way it was. That's not the purpose. So the purpose is to serve the needs of our community.
Councilman Weber.
Yeah, thank you. Do you mind if I stop by and have a chat with you?
Please do.
Okay.
Please do. I'll be delighted. Thank
All right,
you.
great. I'll stop by sometime.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Smith.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment how important the library is to our community. When I was a young person, I'll never forget our librarian, Mrs. Bennett, who was also our local historian, and just making that contribution. And so, I'm 60 years old, and I remember it like it was yesterday. And then also the reading program at the library. I was a recipient. I struggled with reading. Back then, when I was a young person, they hadn't invented dyslexia yet, but apparently I have that. And the library program really caused me to fall in love with reading, and I was just vivaciously read book after book and involved in a summer program. So I thank my public library and Mrs. Bennett for my love of reading, and it changed my life.
Thank
you.
That's so great to hear. Thank you for sharing that.
Councilman Johnstone.
Thank you so much. What a great presentation. I really appreciate it. My question to you is, I had no idea about all of these resources, so I'm assuming most of our community does not have that. So how can we support you in getting the word out to maybe the schools or the coalitions and just advertising all of these different resources that are free? All of it's free,
correct? It is free, yeah. It's all free. Yeah. I think today this is a good opportunity, and thank you, Brian, and thank you to all of you for giving me the opportunity. I'll be more than happy. My staff is more than happy. If anywhere you want us to come and talk about these programs, we will find time, because we really want community members to take advantage of this. This is for them, and it's important they know. Unfortunately, we don't have a huge marketing budget so that we can advertise. We use all the resources we have to advertise, but we are always willing to do more. So I have some brochures with me, which I will leave here. If any of you want to take that, where you go, you want to share, please do that. That will be very helpful. But just if you want me to come wherever you think will be useful for the community members to know, I'll be happy to come and present there too.
Thank you. I would encourage you to contact all of the local school districts and see about getting all of your brochures and such out as well.
Definitely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Norinda, I happened to be at Ophir School not too long ago, and one of the things we were asking them, visiting different classrooms, and I said, what's your favorite place to go? And I had about 15 kids say the library.
Yes.
So that's a compliment to your service.
Yes, no, I'm very pleased to hear that.
And I would encourage everyone in the audience to grab this website and check it out and share this video from this council meeting. I think that'll be a great way, and you serve your library very well by being here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time again. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. Next item is on the consent calendar. Any councilmen have any items they'd like to bring off of consent?
I will need to recuse myself from
Item number
agenda
5.
item 5.
Yeah. Any other comments from council?
Couple items that
Just a
we'll-
reminder that the city administrator has moved item number 4 to off this particular agenda. And no other comments, I'll be entertaining a suggestion for motioning to approve or motioning to vote on the consent agenda.
A motion to approve the consent calendar without items 4 or 5.
Well, no, 5's included, we just had to recuse.
Oh, right.
Councilman.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I thought that she would come back and then move on it.
Don't we have
Including item
a,
5. We're just
No,
leaving her out of
Yeah,
everything.
she can't vote on that one, so.
number 14, was there some sort of a change?
That's
Not on-
on
that's
the
not on
consent.
consent.
This
Oh,
is
I'm
just,
sorry.
yeah, that's okay.
All right, so I motion to approve the consent calendar without item number 4.
All right. Second. The motion and second to approve the consent calendar with item number 4 pulled. Call the roll, please, or please vote. Sorry, we have our electronic working today.
Motion carries with 6 yeses and 1 recusal.
Thank you. Would someone give Councilman Goodson? Thank you. Item number, are we up to 11? Item number 11?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Pittman and council members. We have representatives from the Oroville Downtown Business Improvement District here to present their budget. Answer any questions you may have.
This thing's so big, I got lost. I said, it's so big, I got lost.
Welcome.
Hello, good afternoon, good early evening.
Yeah.
We're here to present the really large annual budget for the Downtown Business Association. I think you guys all have it in your packet, so if you have any questions, I can go over it briefly. We're really happy. Our membership is in pretty good standing. We're basing it off of last year of $24,900 in membership income. This year, our beautification and budget is going to go into maintenance. So we don't have any big projects lined up for this year because we've noticed throughout the pandemic and then afterwards, of course, just normal wear and tear, there's quite a bit of stuff that we've got to get up to maintenance, just specifically the lights, some banners, items that we've purchased that we want to get brought up to current, decent. And then we have $14,000 in marketing. So additional funds needed. So our campaign for this year is we need to, we're looking at about an additional $30,000, which we do through fundraising and also contributions for sponsors. So in order to budget or gap our budget, it'll be about 30,000. Otherwise, we'll have to slim down our, we have both budgets running side by side, so we'll slim it down to the 24,900 that we annually we're projecting for this year's income.
Thank you. Any questions from council?
And Mr. Mayor, could I jump in and just sort of clarify one item? So I do want to correct one item on the agenda where it says recommendation is review and approve the FY 23-24 Business Improvement District budget. Technically, you're approving the report. While the report does include budgetary items, you're actually not approving their budget. They approve their own budget. They're just explaining to you what they're looking forward to spending some dollars on, potential projects, that sort of thing. The report does include a lot of budgetary information, but you're not approving their budget. You're approving the report that they're giving you. So
thank you.
It's one of those hairs that that needs to be split.
Right. Councilman Riggs.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. I was going to ask it, so I appreciate you doing that in advance. I just wanted to, as a representative from this body to the Downtown Business Association, just praise and acknowledge all of you for the amazing amount of hard work and dedication. As you saw, it is a very limited budget, which means most of the work that happens within downtown falls on the shoulders of these fine individuals and our other business owners. So thank you all for the work you've done to help revitalize our downtown and move our downtown into a really a true business district that is supporting our entire city. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Smith.
Yeah, thank you for that. I wanted to add on your budget regarding the beautification, the projects, flags, banners, lighting. I don't believe at this time, and we have an electrician with the city. But what I would ask you to do in thinking forward, I know there are various areas where there's potential common area where outlets could be installed by the city, perhaps provide some of the lighting and just think outside the box to engage the city and make those requests because you obviously deal with a pretty limited budget. But I think that would be a good relationship there as the city could come alongside and support more of these kinds of items to where your focus is more on marketing and your dollars could be more spent on that side of the equation. So just a suggestion.
I want to thank you because Sean brought that up too. So now I got two people bringing it. He brought it up at the fireworks booth. So
we did not talk about that. So we're just thinking alike.
Yeah, and everybody else.
Well, it's interesting you say that because Sierra Gym that's on the corner. So the lights that you see at night, Sierra Gym literally they power 2 blocks of lights because they had an outdoor plug that would work, and they were willing to. And they have done that for the last year or so. So there is some businesses in downtown that had power outlets. So when you said that, I went, oh man, that would be nice.
Yeah. And at 30 cents a kilowatt hour. It's not cheap. But the lighting adds just so much richment. Anyone that traverses, downtown at night, it just really makes it pop. And so if we can continue that, I think that would be great.
I agree.
Yeah.
Councilman Weber.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. So kind of following up on the heels of that and on our conversation at the fireworks booth, I'm also interested in who maintains the lighting in the alley?
We had that installed through an SBF grant.
Sure.
Yeah, so that's anytime we actually, during this last board meeting, we appointed a maintenance committee that's going to identify issues so that Brian doesn't know he's been asked to be on that. So he was absent at the last meeting.
It was in the minutes.
Dean and we were going to ask Brian as well because there's not a point person, right? So usually it's either like Bud Tracy had some issues with the lights because of the garbage cans. So they were just coming to me and then we'd authorize the expenditure through the budget. So it's just kind of been on an as needed basis.
Sure. Okay. And then my follow-up question to that is if when you have to do a replacement of those fixtures, if they're vandalized or hit by a truck or whatever, how much are they?
The last 3 that the check went out, it was like $1,300 for 3 of them, and that was at cost with Williams Electric.
Okay.
Yeah, so it can get expensive.
I would like to make a forgive me, lacking words. I would like to make a suggestion that we consider, this dais consider helping out with some of that as needed. Because I look at your budget. Your budget's down very much. And then the lighting, in my estimation, helps the city as well. So you guys took it on, got a grant to beautify the alley. So Miners Alley does have, it looks far better, and it's clearly safer, having lived here as long as I have, to walk down that. So your budget doesn't reflect, in my estimation, the ability to maintain that. So I'd be willing to entertain the idea of us coming alongside when we do have an electrician to kind of help out with that. I'm not saying that we would take on all the scope of all the lighting downtown.
Shared
But
services.
but on that particular section right there, I'd be willing to do that if somebody else is willing to do that as well. So that's my comment.
Thank you.
I'd agree to that.
Yeah.
One of the things, well, is there more people that didn't want to interrupt anybody?
Right.
One of the things I was kind of looking around the room, and you see $24,000, but I see Larry Tracy bought that building when it was condemned and brought it to its ability to be occupied, and now, so this investment is nowhere near what the building owners have done, not necessarily just business owners, but building owners, because historic buildings, bringing them up to code is excruciatingly expensive. I've only done 2 in my lifetime, and I think that's probably all I can afford. So I just want to really appreciate what the city council's done. I watched the Oroville going from being condemned to being torn down to what it is today because of this body seeing the need to save us and preserve those buildings. So we're appreciative. We'll come back to you. Some really big accomplishments came over this last year. We were able to get our nonprofit completely done. During the pandemic, everything at the IRS was frozen. So the merger of the Business Improvement District, out of that was the Oroville Downtown Business Association and the Riverfront District to merge together to create the BID. And that's pretty impressive. And so we're doing our best to keep it going and momentum forward. So, and you know where we're at.
Yeah.
So if you have any questions.
Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor Smith, are you on the queue?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to re-echo from Councilwoman Riggs and Councilman Weber on this lighting. So perhaps, I know we're not on future agenda items, but with staff, if we can get that on. So common areas that are identified where the city can come alongside and elevate that, I'd like to see that happen. And we may need to address that, but we need to. Yeah.
Certainly a future item, for sure. I'd like to also compliment, I've gotten the chance to attend a couple of your meetings, and you have a good group of people, and you have great volunteerism going on, so your compliments to your entire group. They're doing very well for downtown. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Do we need to motion this, or do we?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion
Is-
for
right?
acceptance of the budget presented.
I motion that we approve the 2023-24 Business Improvement District report.
I second.
It's in motion seconded. Call the roll, please. Thank you all.
Motion carries.
Thank you all. All right. Next item is number 12, presentation to update the council on the Mission Esperanza Pallet Shelter Project. Who do we have?
Good evening, Mayor Pittman, Vice Mayor, and City Councils. We have Susie Cockums here with Still Consulting, who's going to provide the brief presentation.
Just a report. Just a report. Go ahead. Thank you. Excuse me. No.
Not for the presentation.
Okay.
Okay. Yes.
Welcome, Susie.
Hi, nice to see you. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Susie Cockums. I'm a consultant working with both the city and the Oroville Rescue Mission on coming up with some solutions for our unsheltered and vulnerable populations that we have here in the city. Before I get started with my presentation, I want to compliment and thank Chief Legrone for his Community Navigators program. And I have hopes that the Oroville Rescue Mission's outreach and engagement teams can partner with those navigators to come to a coordinated effort to solve problems in the city so that we are working together and potentially funneling those individuals that we do serve through the mission. We can record all of their data. I know that was a question we had
Yes.
through the Homeless Management Information System. And we can run reports as needed based on, services provided. So, good opportunity to coordinate efforts. I'll go ahead and get started, I think.
Point it over there. No?
Am I pressing the right?
Is it turned on?
Well, that might be.
It's on the side. Other side.
It is.
It's not just me.
Yeah. Maybe we can manually set it up.
Yeah, just say next slide.
There we go. Oh, something happened.
Maybe. There we go. All right, so this evening or afternoon, I would like to give you the update on the encampment resolution funding that the city has, and we're coordinating efforts, obviously, between the city and the Oroville Rescue Mission. I'm not going to go through all of these slides verbatim, but the information is there to come back to at a later date. So in December of 2021, the city, the mission, and myself partnered to apply for encampment resolution funding in the first round of funding out of a 3-cycle funding cycle. We found out in October of 2022 that we were funded, came together as a coordinated effort, and through October, through I would say the spring of last year, really found out that what we needed was more than we actually applied for in the first round of funding, primarily as a result of the pandemic and the rising costs of construction materials and the lack of, let's say, skilled labor to do all of that construction that we needed to do at the mission to revamp their current environment at a parcel next to their current mission, to really capture what we needed in a non-congregate and congregate bed setting for the encampment participants that we wanted to serve. In that notification, we decided that we would apply in a future round of encampment resolution funding to kind of fill in that gap of funding that we needed to build out the program. We applied in the first round of the second round. That sounds funny, but there was 3 opportunities in the second round to apply for funding. We hit the first cycle in that second round. Unfortunately, that application didn't meet threshold criteria because we talked about the number of individuals that we were going to exit from temporary sheltering environments, whether that be at the encampment or in an emergency shelter bed at the mission. They, meaning the state, wanted a much larger number of people to be served in a very brief amount of time than what we articulated. And we articulated that number based on the really the lack of affordable housing that we have. We know that there are many units coming online, so we resubmitted that application just at the end of June, and we should know by the end of August if we were funded. And that funding, if awarded, will definitely close that construction gap. We'll cover it later, the amount of funding that's needed, but primarily our first round of funding is enough to get us started in the construction process and obtain the 15 non-congregate pallet shelter beds that we are needing, but it doesn't address the revamping or rehabilitating of the Oroville Rescue Mission warehouse that we want to turn into an additional 40 congregate beds, again complementing the already existing mission environment next door. Summary of key actions to date. This kind of just recaptures what I just mentioned. We applied in December of 21, found out in October of 22 that we were funded, did some further analysis, decided that we would apply again in this early round of funding, submitted that application in February. It was denied, and then resubmitted that application, obviously beefed up and re-enhanced, had some different opportunities in that round as well, and resubmitted that application in June. I know I've been here before, but I just want to re-articulate what this project entails. The Mission Esperanza project really builds the capacity of the Oroville Rescue Mission staff to serve individuals that are unsheltered and living on our streets. The encampment resolution funding really focuses on those that are unsheltered in an area that we identified as an encampment area. It's not just one particular campsite, if you will, but a pretty broad area, and that it really covers a lot of what Chief LeGrand was talking about earlier as well. The project entails 60 non-congregate beds. And the non-congregate beds are in what we call pallet shelters, which you guys are familiar with. Mm-hmm. Those are going to be 30 units, 2 beds in each unit. We have added in the last round of funding a request for an additional 5 non-congregate ADA units, meaning those same size units, but we're only going to put 1 bed in them. And those would be for those that are mobility challenged. And those are going to be closer to the main facility, closer to the restrooms, different walking paths, more light, etc. We didn't have that before, so we saw it as an opportunity. The project also entails 40 congregate beds, meaning in that dormitory style setting. There are going to be 20 additional female beds, 20 additional male beds. The project entails grading, leveling, developing a drainage area, and runoff for the pallet shelter area, which is obviously all outside on the back side of the property. It also provides opportunity for safe parking and a handful of tents for those folks that want to move from an encampment but aren't quite ready to get indoors per se. Project also entails establishing portable restrooms and showers for individuals that obviously have to use those facilities. Beats going outside, improves our environment. And then the development of a navigation center, which is low barrier, high service environment for persons experiencing unsheltered homelessness. And this is where that coordination of effort with the community navigators can really come in handy. Anybody that comes through our project stores are going to receive all of these services. And again, these services are client-centered or self-directed. So any funding that you apply from the state or federal government for this type of service provision, it comes with those caveats that individuals have to be able to articulate what they will or won't do. We cannot force them to participate in any service provision. So these services will be available if they are so willing to accept them. Obviously, behavioral health, Ampla Health is going to provide a mobile medical care unit, social and employment services, so the welfare programs and employment programs will be available. We'll have offices on site for these folks to sit in the main navigation center building and be hands-on to provide services 5 days a week. Housing navigation and landlord engagement. It's hard to get this population into housing. They need affordable housing because most of them, if they have an income, is less than $1,000 a month. They can't afford mainstream rental prices. Transportation to appointments, including counseling and therapy appointments. Comprehensive case management. That's the only thing that we're going to offer that's going to help these folks get out of the cycle that they're in, is providing that comprehensive case management. We're going to provide that care with trauma-informed care. All individuals will have access to meals, showers, toilets, laundry, and storage. Storage is really key. Locking storage that they can access when they have a need. And then barrier removal. Whatever that barrier may be to getting someone sustainably housed for a long period of time, we'll do that. Maybe that's getting an identification card, getting an application into Social Security Disability, any number of things. There's a list too long to list, but we will be there to provide that level of care and service. Timeline update. So this particular slide does not look updated, but at the top there where it says anticipated big contract award, that will actually be August 1st. It'll be on your next agenda. We pulled it from tonight. So we will address that then. I have some things we need to rework out. But what is different, and I'm not going to run through all of these, from the last time that I spoke with you, we've had the opportunity to solicit RFP and had those bids come in. With those bids, we got a realistic idea of how much this whole project is going to cost, and it was far higher than what we had anticipated when we first started, and unfortunately, the pandemic had a lot to do with that. So with that, the contract will come back to you at the next meeting. Once we get that contract in place and we have funding to support that fully engaged contract, we will get rolling with all of the activities that are around construction, pre-development and construction. But at that same time, we have program staff that are working on program guidelines, job descriptions, all of the internal programmatic pieces that need to be beefed up to work with the encampment project, the encampment funding, and the parameters around those funds. So it's a pretty lengthy list. You guys can look here. This particular milestone and timeline is provided to the state with our application. It's a moving target, so we can modify these if and when we're awarded the second round of funding, and we have our same kind of concept and milestone timeline with our first round of funding, and we've mirrored the two of those together. We have to be fully expended with these funds in 2026. We have to hit a benchmark in May of 2024 of at least 50% of the first awarded funding at least expended and 100% obligated in less than a year from now. I don't think we will have 1 ounce of problem doing that. Really front-loading all of the costs of the pallet shelters and all of the construction, we will have great success expending that 50% mark by that time. Okay, really tiny and hard to see, but I will tell you that this breaks down all of our funding sources that we have dedicated to the project, and even some that aren't dedicated yet but are anticipatory. So I will tell you that we have the ERF 2 look-back funds that we've already been awarded, $2.73 million. You guys probably have already heard, it was on the news, Butte County, through their ARPA funding, awarded the project $500,000. They did the same for Chico. We have applied for 1.7 million and some change in the third round of the second round of funding. That's so hard to say. And that will also, almost all of that funding will support the construction side of the project. The Oroville Rescue Mission obviously has been working on funding this project as well, and they're funding a lot of the staffing and are continuing to fund and apply for grants to support the project. Any funds that they bring into their organization are going to be leveraged with all of this funding to support all the activities and services provided by the organization for the target population. And then there's a request on this budget for $750,000 from the ARPA funding that the city has. That funding is seriously needed to support the construction side and the gap that we have in all of the development and pre-development concepts that we're pulling together to pull this entire project off. If we don't receive the second round of the encampment resolution funding, and for some reason don't receive the city's ARPA funds, all that we will come out of this project with is 15 non-congregate pallet shelters and a portable shower and toilet facility. Will it be beneficial? Yes, because it's more than what we have now. But when we envisioned this entire project, we envisioned 30 units with 2 beds, non-congregate. The 5 additional ADA compliant beds are new. That was a gap we identified later. And 40 congregate beds indoors. If you've worked with the unsheltered population as long as I have, it's not a one-size-fits-all population. There are many different needs and many different challenges to this high-barriered population. We need beds and solutions, if you will, that meet all of those needs. We're going to have some folks that are going to want to stay in tents, but we'll get them to the property to stay in tents until we can work with them and convince them, really, to trust us that we are helping them change some outcomes in their lives. We're going to have some folks that want to stay in their own personal vehicles. That's okay. Park it on our site, and we'll work with you to solve some of those barriers and change your outcomes. We're going to have some folks that have PTSD that cannot stay in a dormitory setting. They're going to need to stay in their own individual unit. We can accommodate that. And then we're going to have other ones that are little social butterflies and really prefer to stay in a congregate setting, and we can tackle that too. But really what it boils down to is the fact that we do not have enough funding to do everything that we want to do. So we are reaching out, not just with this presentation, but with other items that we'll have on the agenda today as well as in August. But we need to come up with a solution that's coordinated, that offers all of those potential opportunities to the population that doesn't all fit in the same peg, has different needs. All right, what's happening now? The contract with the general contractor will be at the next council meeting, which we already discussed. Once that contract is approved, the contractor will get started with all the pre-development work. It's a design build contract, so they've got all the design work to do first. They've articulated that will take about 60 days, and then construction will start approximately October timeframe. We've articulated 130 days in the contract with the general contractor to move from that construction start to completion phase. We hope weather holds out for us and we can actually hit that mark and potentially open our doors, a soft opening in January sometime. Is that ideal? No. I really wished it would be more like before Thanksgiving, before it really got cold. But that's not an expectation that we can live up to right now. Our bid project took longer than we anticipated, and that kind of bumped everything back. Not getting that second round of funding when we first applied bumped us back. So we've got some hiccups, but we've got a great game plan and hope that we can open our doors softly in January and a full opening in February. And we anticipate being set at capacity by April, if all things play out appropriately. And then, in that time frame between now and our soft opening in January, not only will construction be going on, but we've got to buy bunk beds and mattresses and all kinds of other things to just meet their daily needs. So those activities are all being planned out and carried out at the same time. And I will entertain any questions, which I'm sure there will be some.
Thank you, Susie. It's an excellent presentation. And I remember some of the early meetings on this topic with you and others. And, I come from the fire service, and I said, everything's got to have a name. I mean, when we have a fire incident, we put a name to it, with a street or whatever. And Annie back there stood up and she called it Mission Esperanza.
Means hope.
Yep. Thank you, Eddie. Very good. Vice Mayor Smith, please.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. So total dollars to get our 105 capacity, when all said and done, what's the total?
It's about $7 million.
Okay, that's what I thought on that very small print on
I
the
know,
far
and I can't even
column.
see it from here, to be honest with you.
I was looking for it. So just to do a little bit of math, can we divide 7 million by 105 real quick? Or I can do it. Because when I'm comparing us, and I know we're not LA, but LA, according to KTLA News down there, Channel 5, LA spending $837,000 per
person.
Per person.
Per unit, yeah.
So if we, just to do the math here, divided by 105. So that's a 66. Well, that's a weird number. 66,666.
Let's round up to 67,000.
Yeah. So anyway, I just for context, I think when we think about other cities and their plight in addressing this very serious issue, we're spending a whole lot less at the end of the day. Additionally, this is a sustainable model. In other words, it's hard assets. So it's just not all these dollars are going just towards staff. It's going towards a facility that can cycle through and hopefully rapid rehousing these people, as you've already explained, I think, in other presentations, or moving them along and reintroducing them to society and connecting them with services. Additionally, the reason this is so important from where I sit, and I think really for a whole community, we all know the impacts of the homeless, not only on our lives, but also on theirs. You know, they obviously are one of the most impacted parts of our community when it comes to crime.
Yeah.
It's huge. And again, we've discussed that as well. One of my hopes in watching large cities like LA, San Diego, as they struggle with this issue, obviously very hot topic, is to be able to begin to enact ordinances where we limit where homeless people can take up shelter. Right now, we all know the court, we all know struggles and the, what's happened in Chico. We certainly want to avoid some of those faux pas as we move forward. However, we also identify the impact that we have as a community where people can just kind of set up a camp wherever. Mm-hmm. Obviously, that's not a good solution either for a whole host of reasons. So this is so important because it's a part of our overall comprehensive plan to be able to, again, to shrink down and limit where homeless can take up those residencies, and then we can say, no, we have a plan, we have a program, we have a place that has multifaceted, so it meets the different types of needs, as you pointed out. You know, everyone's different. So again, we're spending $67,000 per shelter location. That can be, so it's just not just per but, you know,
right.
repeat, right? So I think, again, we're in the middle of this. It would be a shame if we allowed it to, you know, get hung up and not fully fund it, which goes into some other conversations for the next item on the agenda. But I just, providing that context, I think is really important. Understanding what we're spending, what some other cities are spending, and why it's important to get this across the finish line. It's a tool for law enforcement. It's an opportunity for those that are impacted by, you know, they're in that plight, right, to get reconnected with society. So on so many different levels, we just got to get this done. So I just wanted to make those comments. I don't know if you have any other
sure. I appreciate that. Yeah, and you know, I've been doing this a very long time, and me individually, I'm thankful we had the pandemic, because the pandemic really put the unsheltered population on the forefront of being a solvable problem. Until the pandemic, there weren't funds available. I mean, it was always something we, meaning public sector, knew about and needed to address, but it wasn't a front burner issue until we needed to separate the population so they didn't spread the virus. So I'm thankful for that. And I will tell you that what we don't have in Northern California and in rural communities and cities is what Los Angeles, San Francisco, San Diego has, which is philanthropic organizations throwing millions at it, general fund throwing millions at the problem.
1.2 billion in LA alone.
Well,
yeah.
And they have the
General
world's
fund.
largest homeless population. That makes sense. I'm not going to lie to you. This is a huge investment that the city is making and our partners are making. Without that investment, we will not solve the problem. And I don't think we will, people in this room and people in this city, solve the problem fully until we address some of the overarching political views and parameters like Boise v. Martin. I'm sure you guys have heard about Boise v. Martin, and why we can't do more to help the population while protecting our public rights of way, if you will. And I don't want to get into that because that's a sticky wicket. But I think there are things that we can do together to improve the outcomes for that population, but also all of our residents, not just those vulnerable residents.
And I just wanted to make one other observation, comment, and that is, as these large cities address, because they're growing weary, the folks are growing weary too with the issue. I mean, we all see it on the news. You watch YouTube videos, and I would assume most of us are up on that at different levels, but we're aware there's an issue. As they make these changes and are throwing a lot of money at this, and then now San Diego, and I haven't looked in the last couple of weeks, but they were getting ready to enact an ordinance where they basically, if you're unhoused, you can't be on our streets. You're in a shelter, but you're not on our streets. And so they're beginning to tighten the screws down, and I want to, I've had some conversations about doing that here, because if we wait too long, and we don't have these tools in place. My concern is that people will begin to migrate out of those large city environments, and then we'll not be in a position where we can then deal with those impacts, and we'll be overwhelmed and overrun. And so we just absolutely got to get this done and get these tools in place.
And I will tell you that there have been rumblings and conversations for the last 3 to 5 years at a state level about the state holding jurisdictions accountable for decreasing their homeless point in time count numbers. I don't know how they're going to do that and make it equitable in every jurisdiction, but I would hate to see it come to the fact that we have to ask anybody that we serve that's unsheltered, tell me what city you're from, give me your identification card so I can see where you're from, and then we're going to ship you back there because that city has to help you or that county has to help you. That would be detrimental. So I hope it doesn't come to that. But nonetheless, I think we need to address our local needs, and the way we do that is through a project like this.
Thank you.
Councilman Goodson.
Yes, real quick, I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. One is in regards to the 40 congregate beds, 20 male, 20 female. And would that be on the pre-existing property as a renovation?
So where the current mission is now, just
Yes.
north of that is a parcel that they have a warehouse on that they were
Right.
using for storage. We're going to turn that storage unit into the new 40 congregate beds. They're still going to have the original mission. This is just going to be in addition to that next door.
So now that I have that information, would the other building be used for like your behavioral health comprehensive services, laboratories, things of that nature?
No, they're going to continue to serve the same population that they're currently serving. Our priority at the new Mission Esperanza is the individuals that are from the encampment area. Some of those folks already at the mission may be from that area, but we're going to prioritize for the new Esperanza facility those that are coming from the encampment area. That's a requirement of the funding.
Oh, thank you. Excellent. And just one other, in reference to the behavioral health, the comprehensive services, will there be let's see, it's called a medication management, where there's some that are able to be productive, viable citizens in the community. They just need assistance with medication regimen and management. Is that going to be
medical care?
available?
Yes, it will be.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Appreciate that, Susie.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great job.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Councilman Johnston.
These darn microphones, can you hear me?
Yes.
I just want to say thank you to everybody involved in this project. Chief LaGrone had talked about a holistic plan of action to be able to service the needs of the vulnerable in our community, as well as meet the needs of the taxpayers in this community. And so I can't think of a more detailed plan of action than what is going on with this program right now. And so I'm very interested to see where it goes. And hopefully it'll be a model for other smaller communities throughout the entire United States.
And I'm glad you said that, because I think, again, been doing this a long time all across the state, and large jurisdictions, medium jurisdictions, and small. And in small jurisdictions, we have a leg up. There are fewer providers, which could be detrimental, but it's so much easier to rally the troops around a handful of providers. And the Oroville Rescue Mission in the city is not going to be the sole saviors, I guess, of the unsheltered population.
Right.
It's going to take every provider, public and private, nonprofits, working together in a concerted effort to solve this problem.
Absolutely.
And I would love it to be that pilot project that we can share with the rest of the state and be modeled elsewhere. That would be wonderful.
That is my hope as well. And you're right, it's not a one-stop shop. I mean, it's going to take, county behavioral health. It's going to take all of the different entities that are coming together and bringing all of us together as a community to meet the needs of all of the people, whether it be the vulnerable or the taxpayers or whoever. And I'm so excited about it being a pilot program, and I'm just really hoping that this works out the way we want it to work out. So I'm excited.
Well, and the good thing is that we can tweak it along the way. So we'll be putting quality assurance measures in place to go back and see, okay, well, that didn't work so well. What can we do differently? And what part of it didn't work well? And why didn't it work well? So we can tweak it and really master it.
So the data collection is going to be a top priority.
It's a have to.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's good. So it can be monitored. Yeah, that's great. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Councilman Weber.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say that the Oroville Rescue Mission was instrumental in developing this, and they're on the front inside panel right here. And that Pastor Alan Dykes was also just appointed by the core group of our leaders in that coalition as our homeless outreach representative, which makes sense.
Yeah.
Because I mean, it's so. And I can't speak with absolute assurance on what you were talking about with the Navigator program because it's Chief Legrone that has the final call. But having developed it with him and heard his heart in it, I'm absolutely certain that he would be wanting to partner with any and all that want to come along and do this. So it's an excellent opportunity and great job in the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll offer my services up for free if I can provide any sort of training to those navigators that are going to be out in the community. Share what I know, 27, almost 28 years working with this population. I'm happy to help.
I did talk to Chief Legrone earlier, and he is very willing and happy to accept that training from you.
Cool.
Okay.
And then I would like to extend an invite for you to come to the coalition meeting too, if you would like to.
Please.
Yeah, sure.
Love the invite.
Yeah, I'll get you information through Pastor Allen.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't see any others in the queue. I'd like to offer a couple comments. I think the vision of the rescue missions being around for 50 plus years certainly is, there's no sense reinventing the wheel when they've been doing this job for so long. Mm-hmm. And their vision of owning the property adjoining this was even a greater vision. So I think we have to thank the rescue mission for their past experience to bring us forward to where we are today. And certainly, as Vice Mayor Smith says, the numbers are a lot better when we look at that. But let's move forward with this project. And it's compliments to everyone in the room that is participating with it. So thank you to all, and thank you for a wonderful presentation. Any other questions?
Ready for the motion?
Thank you, and thank you for the support.
Do we just receive the presentation? We don't need a motion.
That's right.
Thank you, Susie.
Yeah. Presentation. Great job. Great passion.
Next item is number 13, as request from local fiscal recovery funding to subsidize the Mission Esperanza project. I think we have a couple, our councilman that might need to recuse himself.
Yes, I do. But my question is this: do I need to go for 13, 14, and 15 then?
14 is actually pulled till August.
Oh, it is. Okay, so I need to go through 13 and
15.
And 15.
So if you need to recuse yourself for 13 and 15, go ahead and announce the purpose for the recusal, and then we'll come get you after 15.
So I'm going to recuse myself from items number 13 and 14 due to the fact that my bride, Maria Weber, works at the Oroville Rescue Mission.
13,
15. We pulled,
I'm sorry.
15.
Pulled item 14.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, that's right.
That's it.
So it was 13 and 15?
Yes. We have a long agenda tonight.
Yeah. Okay. Is that good?
Yep.
Sufficient? All right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Amy, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Pittman, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. I get to be the lucky one to ask for the allocation of $750,000 of the local fiscal recovery funding, as we call it, ARPA funding, for our Mission Esperanza pilot project. I could very well go through all the reasonings that Susie just did, but I'm sure that you guys absorbed everything that she said. But if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Well, my first comment is it kind of follows along with Butte County's contribution to this of $500,000, and I want to thank Susie and Brian Rain for taking the heads up to go out and grab that from the county. I know Supervisor Kimishu was very impressed with our presentation to make that offer to this particular project. So certainly, it's a great idea. Councilman Riggs.
Thank you. My question was, in the previous presentation, I'm not going to know which one it was, but there is an announcement about a next round of funding that was also applied for, and in that, I thought I understood, but I may be wrong, likely am, that if that funding was approved from the state, then this funding wouldn't be necessary?
Not entirely true.
Okay.
We are asking for up to 750,000. So based on whatever that award would be, there is still a gap. But the gap that we're looking at, we're not sure that it's going to be as wide it is because we are not going to be able to. We budgeted for 36 months for staffing, and we are not going to be able to house people till January, December. So we're going to have a cost savings there. We hope that we'll have a cost savings in the construction too, based on the cost of goods and services. So speaking with Susie, she's very confident that with the 750,000 and with the award of our funding, that we should be able to cover all construction.
Right, so it's an up to amount, and would it be based on reimbursement or a grant payout?
It would be, we would reimburse the contractor. And then if they didn't utilize all the funds, it would stay within the pot that's there.
And Ms. Duncan, could you share how much funds we have remaining in that ARPA funding?
We have approximately $3 million left. Some of the things that we spent it on were ongoing software, cybersecurity subscriptions, so not all of it has been spent yet, so approximately $3 million.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Do we need to open this up for public comment?
Yes.
Anyone from the public wish to comment on item number 13?
Mr. Mayor, I have two public speakers. I have Alan Dykes and Bill Spear.
Mr. Dykes, come on up.
Mr. Mayor, Council, thank you very much. Really, there's not really too much to say. I just wanted to be on be able to speak if you had questions and stuff. But we are very optimistic about this program, and we're excited to get it started. We're actually chomping at the bit to get things moving forward. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Spear.
I'd like to thank you for all the help that you've already done for the rescue mission. You know, I've probably 30 years ago would go there to eat, and they've been helping people 50 years now, and the city hasn't been able to help them because they were out of city limits. And so thank you for annexing that part and making it able to help the rescue mission do the valuable services that they've been providing for our city for years and years and years. It's a big problem. The solution to the problem, as you said, Mayor, is not reinventing the wheel. You find the people that are addressing it, and you give them some help and some encouragement, as you've been doing. I would recommend that continue to put some wind in their sails and watch what they do. There's a difference between throwing money at something and coming alongside and helping people that are already doing it because they have a heart for it. They did it for years and years and years without any resources, with very little help. I know I've been there and I've seen the facility, but they didn't complain, and they continued to help the people that nobody else want to help. When there's an issue or a problem, you're going to tell them, go to the rescue mission, go to the rescue mission. Even us, when we have problems with people that we're helping, you know, the last resort, well, you have to go to the rescue mission. And so besides thanking you for the change from the city being able to help and for the help that you've already done, I would encourage you to help out to the most you can going forward to let them finish this project. And I think we are doing something here that other cities are going to look at instead of trying to copy what they're doing. Give some wind to the people that their hearts are in it, and you see the cooperation of, all the different things that are going on, and say, hey, we can do this, hey, be part of that. And again, I'm real excited, the Hope Center, there's so many different aspects of this if we just all get together. So again, thank you for all that you've already done, and I would encourage you to see what else we can do to get this project moving along faster, because winter is coming, and the slow wheels of bureaucracy, I think that we can continue to help the rescue mission, help the least of these. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Any other cards?
We do not have any more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
I would also add, too, one of the uniquenesses here is you'll see the city will be moving the contract and whatnot, but we're passing the money through and the work to the rescue mission. The city's only as a pass through of this particular thing, and we're not going to own the thing or anything like that. So that's the unique thing going on here. And as Mr. Spear eloquently said, it's exactly what's happening here. I just want the public to understand that. Councilman Goodson.
Yes, I thank you for mentioning that, because, correct me if I'm wrong, it's we're the conduit for the monies. So I appreciate you mentioning that. We don't want anybody to misconstrue the city's role in this. I'm excited.
Yeah.
Can I make the motion?
Without any other public comment, I'll entertain a motion from council.
Yes, authorize the allocation of $750,000 of local fiscal recovery funding to subsidize the Mission Esperanza project.
Do I hear a second?
I will second.
All right. Motion.
I think we all second that.
Third, fourth, and fifth.
There you go. All right, let's call the roll, please.
Thank you.
Motion carries.
Thank you all. Item number 14 was pulled. We'll bring it back in August. Item number 15.
Mayor Pittman, I need to recuse myself as I sit on the board of the Axiom, one of the applicants.
Okay. Amy
And
again.
it's snack time.
Good evening, Mayor Pittman, Vice Mayor Smith, and council members. Before you tonight are 5 local nonprofits who have requested the 2023 Community Development Block Grant funding. As previously discussed during our June 6, 2023 City Council meeting, we are only going to be able to fund one nonprofit this grant year. On June 7th, 2023, staff posted a request for application on the city's website, the Facebook page, and we also mailed a copy to all the local nonprofits service providers. By June 29th, 2023, staff received 5 applications. If you look at the yellow matrix that I provided in your packet, you'll see the breakdown of funding requests, and staff is requesting direction as to which public service program you choose to fund this grant year. A representative from each entity should be here to provide additional information. The first request we received was from Feather River Gymnastics, and they're requesting $100,000 for gymnastics training. This is a new program. Feather River Gymnastics assisted 30 youth last year, and they are stated that they plan on assisting 250 youth this year. The application did not contain enough information for me to consider it to be state funded. It was not clear how the service would be tracked, low income beneficiaries, and as well as the budget, I was not able to make it balance. The Axiom is requesting $232,500 to continue their current program with some expansion. The Axiom is currently being funded with the 2020 CDBG application, which will expire in April of 2024. As of yesterday, they have $54,503 remaining of the original $179,955 awarded. The Axiom plans on assisting 55 youth per year. If not funded, the Axiom could not expand the program opportunities, add staffing, and they may need to reduce their number of beneficiaries annually. Catalyst Domestic Violence is requesting $232,500 to continue their current program and to expand services to include sexual violence services. Catalyst is currently being funded with the 2020 CDBG that will expire in February of 2024. Additionally, Catalyst has been funded under the 2009, 2012, and 2014 CDBG applications. As of yesterday, they have $112,568 remaining of the original $360,143 awarded. Catalyst plans on assisting 115 person per year with additional services per person. Catalyst is the only domestic violence service provider in Butte County, and if not funded, the Oroville Drop-In Center would close. Fourth, the Oroville Rescue Mission is requesting $232,500 for comprehensive case management and rapid rehousing. This is a new program. The Oroville Rescue Mission plans on exiting 12 persons per year from the shelter to permanent housing. This funding would supplement a major component needed for the success of the ERF grant for the Mission Esperanza Pallet Project. Lastly, the YMCA of Superior, California is requesting $232,500 to continue their current program with some expansion. The YMCA is currently funded with 2020 CDBG that will expire in April of 2024. Additionally, YMCA has been funded under the 2004, 2009, 2012, 2014, and 2017 CDBG applications. As of 4/2/2024, the YMCA has $266,910 remaining of their original $465,000 grant. YMCA plans on assisting 300 youth per program year. If not funded, the program beneficiaries would be reduced and some programs would be discontinued, namely the Y Camp. That is all I have for you today. I would be happy to answer any questions that you have. And again, we have representatives here from each applicant.
Well, first off, any council questions?
Are we going to hear presentations from any of the
There
applicants?
are representatives here.
Yeah.
So are they going to present them?
Yeah, I think they've submitted blue cards.
Okay.
One question I have before you leave, Amy. One of the things that the CDBG program identifies Oroville as a non-entitlement jurisdiction. What would make us an entitlement jurisdiction?
Our population size.
So, and what's the benchmark for that? Do you recall?
I think it's 100,000. I don't recall.
Chico is an entitlement though.
Mhm.
So it's,
Yeah.
I just make that mention because folks, as you talk about the idea of increasing the population of the community, when you do that, increase the population, then the CDBG money becomes much more pliable and we don't have to go through this competitive process.
Correct. The non-entitlement jurisdictions like us, we do compete for all of the grant funding that we get through CDBG. Entitlement companies are given an allocation. Oftentimes it's not very much. When we compete, we usually can ask for a larger dollar amount than the entitlements, but at least with the entitlements, they know annually what they're going to be getting and they can plan for it. We're based on whatever the notice of funding availability is released annually, whatever they are deciding is their priority projects and how they're going to fund. A lot of changes happened this year. Things that were on competitive applications are now over-the-counter applications. And again, as I mentioned in June, we will be lucky if we even are funded for the first-time homebuyer program. Right. But I'm hopeful next year that it'll be opened up for more applications and maybe we'll be able to fund more.
Well, I appreciate that because sometimes people don't realize the problem of having the population we have. We don't get enough because of our population numbers. The other thing, Mr. Rodney, please, sir. Shh. Thank you. The issue of the state telling us how many applications we can fund is just their, what was their reasoning for that?
So for this year and the years previously, they are funding 2019 applicants for over-the-counter infrastructure projects. So they received so many requests for funding that they were not able to address in 2019 that the subsequent years they've decided to fund a large portion of those until they were no longer done. So this is the last year that they're doing that. So next year there will be more funding available. I think there was 48 million that went to OTCs on a waited list from before. So again, I'm hopeful that next year will look different. But again,
because in the past we've been able to fund 3, if I recall right.
So it's been different. In 2020, we were able to do 3 individual applications. We've been able to fund youth services, which we were able to do 2 under that youth services umbrella. We've been able to do 4 at one time. So it just really, it seems like the trend is to lower the amount of applications because they have to administer the applications just like we do. And there's a lot to, it's not just, oh, we're awarding the funding. All of the service providers that are currently funded know it's on a quarterly basis. They're giving me demographics, they're giving me statistics, they're giving me information. I have to check each beneficiary is income eligible by family size, that they live in the city limits. So there's a lot of administration that goes along with it. And the state also has to fund, and then they get monitored, and so do we. So I think they're trying to reduce the amount of applications as well. And then again, this year, I think mostly it is because they're wanting to get those infrastructure projects out of the way.
Thank you. I appreciate that explanation. And I hope the public understands it because it's taken a while for me to even absorb it. So thank you.
Thank you, Amy.
Any other questions of Amy?
That was really my only question as well.
Who's up?
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
On your report, on the summary, the last page of the report regarding the service applications, is that a typo for the Oroville Rescue Mission that says plans to assist 12?
No, so they originally put 1647, not understanding that was all their programs that they offer with the mission, not just the information they were doing for rapid rehousing. So Annie did call me and say I didn't understand that that's what you were asking for. So I want to let you know that it's 12 exits per year. The population, the unhoused population, exiting somebody from a shelter environment takes a lot of resources and a lot of work. And months of one-on. So it's not, you don't see the numbers that you do in some of these other public services because the resources are greater.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Gotcha. Thank you. Let's have the first card.
First speaker is Dominic Davenport.
Mr. Mayor and Council, thank you for having me. My name is Dominic Davenport. I came to Oroville when I was 17, and the first organization that I was welcomed into was the Axiom. They taught me a lot to begin with. I had no experience, no work experience, or any social skills whatsoever. This is a place to where these kids can escape from having hard times and just enter into that being of having social skills and chatting with friends that they never had before. From my first volunteer experience, the Salmon Festival, from my first volunteering experience at the Salmon Festival all the way to benefit dinners and plenty of other opportunities that were given to me, they have taught me that any opportunity that's free, that you take it with every single chance that you get. And with that being said, newly to Butte County, I just moved out of my first place. So once again, taking that free opportunity and turning it into something is a really good reflectant for myself to show how far I can go, and to even look back 3 years ago to see where I was, where I had nothing compared to what I have currently right now, and what I've worked forward very hardly because of the Axiom, because of the mentors, and including myself becoming a mentor. 3 years later, I ended up volunteering as well for the Axiom, and just being a big brother to everyone can really show the same footsteps that everyone else has walked in, and they were in the same position as me. So thank you.
Thank you, Dominic.
Next, we have Anastasia with Catalyst.
Good evening, council members. Thank you so much for the opportunity to come talk to you about our application. One of the things I want to say is that I know you've gotten our full application, and you can see by the data included that we really do have a significant impact for survivors of intimate partner violence who reside in Butte County. I want to point out that we had over 3,000 units of service, and that's everything from counseling to housing to crisis support, to dropping in at our Oroville Center, crisis calls, et cetera. But one of the things I really wanted to focus on talking to you about is how we are able to leverage the funds that you have chosen to grant us or allow us to go through the grant process to have a complete and very robust program for the citizens of Oroville. One of the things I know you are very well aware of the nexus of domestic violence and homelessness. And the most recent PIT count certainly showed that 22% of Oroville residents identified as homeless also had domestic violence in their history. Through these funds that we have that support Oroville community members, we were able to leverage those for a rapid rehousing program and a housing first program, as well as a navigation program. We have a very specific navigation program that we were successful in applying for, and one of the service providers that we partner with, and I heard a lot about partnerships, is the Oroville Rescue Mission. We have a navigator who works with the Jesus Center Tourist Shelter and with Oroville Rescue Mission, and I asked our navigator to talk about to fill me in on how many folks we've been able to work with. And we've been able in this last year to work with 3 survivors who were living at the Oroville Rescue Mission, and then we were able to come in and support them with our services. So a great partnership there. Through our rapid rehousing and our Housing First program, we were able to house over 40 Oroville citizens in sustainable housing, right? So we're helping them out with rent and with PG&E and with support services to move them from either homelessness or near homelessness into sustainable housing. That's one of the things, how we're able to leverage the dollars that we receive from our City of Oroville grant. In addition to that, we are also able to, not through these dollars, but through other dollars, do education and outreach in the community. And one of the things I do want to talk about is our expansion services, which we are in the process of applying for sexual assault services. There is not a sexual assault service program in Butte County. There's some transition happening there. We are looking to step into the gap and to use these funds to help leverage. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from council?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
So thank you, Anastasia. How many, and you may not be able to share this because of privacy issues, but so children under 18, I'm assuming, seeing domestic violence would probably mostly be women fleeing hostile. That's an assumption. Nowadays, you have to be careful with the statistic, right?
Statistically, it is still. We actually are right there in that 85% are women. Mm-hmm.
So nowadays, you never know when you're going to step in a ditch and say something, somebody's going to come at you. But anyway, so assuming society and everything is as it is. So those women, what would be the number that have children? So I'm just thinking in terms of, because for me and my optics, and I'm looking, and this is a tough decision. Sure. We're just facing this is not an easy one. And obviously we want to invest in our youth. You know, that's a kind of the heartstring pull, right? But yet when I look at this, these are people that are, in a plight, life and death at times probably, I would assume, situation. And to think this potentially could go away, that's very significant. We're talking life and death impacts here. And of course, youth programs are life. I mean, I shared about the library made a difference in my life. Maybe I couldn't read, maybe I wouldn't, maybe I'd be on the street. Who knows? You don't know. But so of that, how many children would you say your program is, maybe ballpark, roundabout?
Oh, I'm afraid to give you a wrong number, but I would be happy to provide that number, and I can even break it down for how many are in the Oroville area, right, and Oroville residents, because we are part of. We have data as well, so I can break that down. I do want to say that our data system is, while it's not HMIS, it is HMIS comparable. So we're right there in line with the Homeless Management Information System, and we're allowed to do that because of our security. But I can get some numbers. I will tell you the majority of the adult survivors that we serve have children, but not all of them. But I certainly can get some information to you about that.
Okay, okay. And HMIS is just simply the system COC requires to document who's being helped. And because of the nature of domestic violence and people and privacy, you can't report that.
Right.
So just for the folks maybe not knowing what that means.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just trying to balance all this out in terms of, as I'm looking at your services and the youth services and trying to just weigh, I haven't made up my mind, honestly.
Sure.
I was hoping we'd have awesome presentations and just, out of the park and make it easy. So
Sure. I don't envy the situation that you all are finding yourselves in yet again. I can appreciate that. In terms of youth and how we are able to serve youth in the community, is we can't use these dollars, but because we have these dollars, we're able to use other dollars to have our education and outreach team. And our education and outreach team is absolutely engaged in the schools. They're in Oroville High School, they're at LP, they're at Nelson, they participate at Live Spot, they go to Prospect, and then there was another day school, that Heritage Day School.
At Nelson,
Sorry?
At Nelson School.
Okay, yep. And so we're in the schools talking with, age-appropriate education and outreach around these particular issues, and really wanting to expand that to ensure that really vulnerable survivors of sexual assault are also getting served.
And so, again, just for the public to understand, so you have an office here in Oroville.
Yes, we do.
Just down the street from here.
Yep.
A half a block away.
I think it's like a stone. It's like,
yeah.
I'm totally directionally challenged, but it's right by it's our line right drive.
Yeah. And so what you're saying, that if you don't receive this funding, that office will have to close up.
That's a significant risk.
The significant risk.
It's a significant risk. We have services. That's one of those things, right? We have, because of this space, we've been able to add things that you all are not funding. We're able to add and pool those dollars and leverage those dollars to have a really robust program here, but yet core service dollars just don't exist. They don't exist.
Okay. So. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Goodson.
Now, I'm just curious, this is just an aside question. In all the years that you have been here, serving our community, and the CDBG grant funding has become available, have you not ever been awarded?
I cannot recall, truthfully.
And I
think, I want to say, I think there was a time so many years ago when Pat Thank you. Yes, Pat Clark was here. I think I seem to recall there were no funds, I don't know that we sent in an application and didn't get funded, but I have this recollection of something happening back then, but I could not tell you.
Well, it just shows how vital your service is.
I was going to say we've never not been approved by council. It's whether or not there was the application availability.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Sure.
But my question was in regards to, I didn't hear anything about, and unless it went away, which I don't think so.
Right.
The victim witness protection program. Does that not fall under Catalyst?
No, victim witness.
Doesn't.
No, we partner with them, and
we partner.
Yes, victim witness is under the district attorney's office, and they have a very specific role. We do partner with them, and we are able to apply. Survivors can come to us, and we can help apply for victim witness funds.
That's what it is.
Yes, so
all
yes,
right.
we do
for the
victim comp fund
clarity.
applications.
And, and there is a huge youth component. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Councilman Thompson.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation and information. Just out of curiosity in regards to, because Catalyst is Chico, Oroville, where are all you guys?
Just Chico and Oroville. I mean, we serve all of Butte County. We have a drop-in center in Chico, and we have a drop-in center in Oroville.
Thank you. Yeah, just with that, actually, you said it, all within Butte County.
Correct.
Does to what level does the county participate in helping to fund? Because I know that, the services, Oroville's a weird shape as it is, and so I know that, You guys don't discriminate, oh, you're outside of Oroville or whatnot. It's really a county-wide program.
Correct. Although we do get addresses, then we have to report who is an actual Oroville citizen, and then county. Through the county, we receive what is called marriage license fees or Presley funds. It's roughly about $50,000, and those are not. They don't come from the county budget. So similar to this, right? These are almost pass-through dollars, right? These CDBG dollars are pass-through dollars. The Presley funds that we get from the county are when I got married 10 years ago, I paid for our marriage license, and $5 of those marriage license gets put into this fund, this trust that continues to grow, and then annually we get a disbursement from that. So those are the only real county funds that we receive. I mean, certainly the navigation person that I talked about that's working with the 3 shelters, those are again HAP funds through the COC, which can also be kind of considered county, but not really because it's COC funds. So
really kind of for the services you provide for the county, it's more provided by the city of Chico and the city of Oroville,
and
kind of like the north and the south.
Yes, and just to be clear, I mean, obviously our budget is a lot bigger than that, and so we have state funding that we get, right? So we're applying for the Rape Crisis Center funds, so we're looking at, being able to show that we have match, because we have these dollars, we can match for some state funds. So we have state funds. Our budget is 2.2, hopefully going to be 2.7 if we're successful with the Rape Crisis funds. And we use, there's match dollars, so we use part of our domestic violence assistance program, which is our core service funding, to fund services here in Oroville. So it's, as you all are very well aware, as you heard about, our partner, our lovely partner, Oroville Rescue Mission, it's a jigsaw puzzle, and we're all trying for a piece of that puzzle, right? Because we know that services is all about having that, braiding the funding and braiding the partnerships and making sure that all of our population is served.
Thank you.
Appreciate all you do.
Thank you.
Councilman Johnston.
Thank you. Yes, this is not a decision that we all take lightly. And I think Councilman Thompson had you answer my question. So if the funding that we receive, you have outside state funding and county funding that are coming in, but without this funding, you may potentially have to close.
It's what I would call a significant risk.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. Councilman Goodson.
Right, and that's a challenge, and so each of us have to ask ourselves, is that a loss that we can afford in our community? And we know all the challenging dynamics in our community. We've just talked about it on many different levels. How closely do you work with law enforcement?
I wish he was still here. Chief LeGrone was still here. We work so closely with Chief LeGrone and the police department and the sheriff's office. I mean, because I think about sphere of influence when I think about Oroville, but really, let me just speak to Oroville Police Department. I think Chief LeGrone and OPD has been one of our strongest partners. I think they would say the same thing. Oroville and Chico and North and South County are very different, right? So, I mean, just by a whole host of reasons, even geographically. In Oroville, our law enforcement partners will bring somebody to our office and then just let us work with that person, right? So they bring people to us in very kind and caring and victim-centered ways that are amazing. I want to share that OPD recently brought us a survivor, or called us, not didn't bring us, but called us to respond to Oroville Hospital for a survivor of sexual assault. And again, that's not a service we're funded to provide, but we were there. Our advocate was there, and our advocate was there because OPD called. And that's the relationship we have with them. I know that he submitted a letter of support because he understands the dynamic. And really, it is a population that is incredibly vulnerable, and so many of us, right, are vulnerable, and so many of the people that we come in contact with are vulnerable. And intimate partner violence just kind of ratchets that up pretty significantly. So.
And you also have that working relationship with the sheriff?
Yes, we do. Oh, absolutely. Sheriff Honey has been wonderful, and I'm using those two as the figureheads because it starts there, right? So these leaders in these communities support our work in amazing and strong, beautiful ways. Sheriff Honey donated his time for our last fundraiser we were able to auction a dinner. Go to Farmer's Brewery and have dinner with the sheriff, and he was great. So, yes.
And I just have one last question. So, is it the understanding of the clientele that you work with that there is in some instances you are not bound by HIPAA for their safety?
Yeah, we're not bound by HIPAA.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, that's not even part of our stuff. Yeah. But we have strong confidentiality laws that we are bound by, for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Vice Mayor Smith is up on the queue.
I actually want to make just a comment. Are we going to have any more presentations? Sarah, you're going to?
I think we haven't asked yet, but I'm sure we will.
Yeah, we have several cards here.
All right, I just wanted to, anyway, this is just so hard. So, and Sheriff Honey, of course, wrote a letter of endorsement. And he said, I lost my spot here. Please know that Catalyst is adding support services for survivors of sexual assault to their program. This is a significant gap in our community, as there are no agencies that provide these specialized services. I'm confident that they will continue to provide excellent client care to such a vulnerable population. Just wanted to add, not that I'm like swinging for you per se, but this is just so hard because again, you look at this, and this is real people with real lives on the line, and this is difficult. So, okay, I think I'm done talking. We'll hear from the rest.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Other questions? I see none. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Who do we have next?
Next speaker is Stephanie Lay.
Stephanie.
Brian, good luck.
Hello. Thank you, Mayor Pittman and all the council members here today for this opportunity. It's been quite a blessing for the YMCA and our community to be prior recipients of the CDBG grant. As a nonprofit in Oroville, 2/3 of our revenue is based on subsidized funds from grants, scholarships, and fundraising. So this is extremely important to the ongoing organization. Based on a 2020 census poll, there are about 4,300 children, youth under the age of 18 residing in Oroville, and 1/3 of those, based on the report, are below the poverty line, so are eligible to be recipients of this grant and be awarded opportunities to be involved in programs that might not be readily available to them. With this grant, in the last year, the YMCA has had 231 participants in our youth programs, which made up about between 40 to 60% of the enrollment for each program that we offered. With this grant, in the upcoming year, we expect to serve at least 300 of the youth in the community, and we do expect to be able to expand some of our resources and ability to serve more. With this grant, children have reported back to the Y that they have found a new supportive adult in their lives, that they've been able to find positive identities, that they've improved social skills and academics. Without this grant, all of our youth programs are at risk, especially as mentioned earlier, thank you, was Summer at the Y. Our Summer at the Y currently has 88 enrolled, and 68 of those are through the CDBG grant. I know that this must be incredibly difficult for all of you to have the state ask you to pick one. And so I just thank you for the service that you've been elected to and the opportunity for you to consider the YMCA to be the local recipient this year.
Any questions of council? Oh, Councilman Johnston.
Yes, thank you. Summer at the Y, that is that the child care program that you guys offer during the summer? There we go. It's
the
day
same problem. I got to push harder. I just don't want to break it. Day camp offered during the summer season, but in the last year we've expanded it to all school breaks. So we offer spring at the Y, winter at the Y. Anytime school has a break from regular in-person activities, we offer a day camp.
And the day camp children that come there, is it scholarship based, or are the parents paying for it, or?
There's several options.
Right?
Yeah, there's options. There's parent pay, but that's a very small percentage in this community. The majority is this CDBG grant. YMCA also offers what we call Y Assist, which is a sponsorship for financial assistance up to 65% based on economics and household needs. So they have those three options as far as payment opportunities go.
Okay. And do you, being that you are YMCA, right, do you have any funding coming in? What are your other funding sources, I guess, I'm asking?
Well, we are regularly applying for grants that fit the needs of each community. And then we do our campaign for scholarship for Oroville. Our annual goal is to raise $30,000. We came a bit shy last year, but we use those scholarship funds for our Y Assist program that offers to all ages for membership and programming opportunities.
Okay, but without this without this funding, all of that could go away.
Very much. Yeah, our youth programs, like I said, it averaged between 40 to 60% of our enrollment, and looking at the budget without it would crush us.
Which could potentially cause many working families that are struggling hard enough with childcare issues. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
The queue has Councilman Goodson.
So I would venture to say, like with any nonprofit, your pursuing of grants is aggressive.
Correct.
And one thing I do know about grants, it's not a matter of if it's ever going to go away, it's going to go away. And so I know that you're prepared for that. But my question is, do you give presentations with what the Y is about, and are you able to provide literature in both school districts, elementary and high school, and also disseminating that same information to, for example, the Hmong Cultural Center, to the African American Family and Cultural Center, and to the Southside Community Center?
We do have those opportunities, yes. Sorry, did I misunderstand your question?
Sarah looks like she's going to add to that.
If it's okay. All right.
Sure.
We actually do have contacts with the African American Cultural Center as well as the Beulah Maine of America. They come and do events, and they do work with us with a whole bunch of different things. So they are very aware of where the YMCA is about, and I do have their contact information, and we do all kinds of different things with them.
Thank you. Okay.
Vice
In
Mayor.
fact, I'm sorry if I could add, we also have several of the kids that are in our groups and are doing some of our sports and our programs and our camps are also from those same groups as well.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Smith.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And this question, actually, I'm going to extend this out to Anastasia as well, and I don't know if we have another presenter or not, but could you share if the Y has been impacted by COVID as far as funding resources, and what those dollar or percentage impacts might look like for your programming? And then I want to hear from it just briefly from the others.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been a significant impact in overall enrollment and activity with the YMCA through the pandemic. As far as historical data on where our grant funding was then compared to now, I do not have all that information at hand. But I do have two people that have been with the Y for a very long time, if they might want to jump into that conversation.
Okay. Because of the grant funding we received in 2020, we were able to, during COVID, to be able to provide school-age care and away from school while they were not in classroom doing the digital classrooms. We were able to do that at the YMCA in a COVID-friendly environment, and that was a big help to a lot of parents and families, and it was also because of the CDBG grant that we could even offer that at all. And that required that we had in-person tutors as well, so they had their teachers on the computers, but we had our counselors, and they could help the kids with any of the work that a lot of kids were actually missing out on those opportunities when they were stuck at home and unable to access that.
Yeah, so what I'm looking for is, so you had expenditures, excess expenditures, and then decrease revenues?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not, obviously you probably weren't prepared to answer, but what that number might look like. A percentage or a number?
So basically, because of the pandemic, the only thing we had was that child care program. We had to close down all of our group X Fitness, our pool, all of that. We weren't able to help anybody. We lost membership. We lost a lot. We barely scraped to get by, and it was because of the CDBG funding that we were able to offer that, and that's the only thing we were able to offer to be able to come back through it.
TJ might have had an answer.
Yeah. So during the pandemic, the short synopsis, Sacramento Superior was in crisis. I was on the board in Sacramento. So we went into merger with another larger YMCA. And through that, we were at about $2.6 million shy, so in the red, with emergency funds being about $2 million that was going to hemorrhage us within about 10 months. So we had to make some emergency meetings, of course, just like everybody else, via Zoom, with people that we had never met to make decisions. One of the biggest sticking points, unfortunately, during that merger was, and I don't like to bring this up too often, was they were going to have to close the Oroville YMCA. The merger was not going to happen unless Sacramento agreed to those terms. I won't go into the details of it, but Sacramento definitely did not want to see Oroville close. We had to shrink our budget in order to make that happen. Thank goodness through COVID relief funds, we were able to maneuver through the payroll PPP loans and keep the status as quo. But it was a rather rough 4.5 months of negotiation to come out to the outcome that the dividing factor for Sacramento and their funding would have went from roughly a $7-8 million budget, where the larger budget had about a $40 million surplus. So they did not want to lose Oroville. So yeah, COVID did impact us. Thank goodness through the PPP we're able to keep the employees and get the grants that way.
Great. So just Anastasia, so COVID impacts as far as real dollars, income? Yeah. I'm sorry to blend you guys up. You're going after the same money, but I'm going someplace with this.
Yell over there. So a couple of things. Yes, we also did receive, some COVID very specific funds, but to do very specific things. So you don't have the leeway to do all your services. I think for us, one of the biggest impacts COVID had was our inability to have do our fundraising. And for us, that was 3 years of fundraising because we canceled our fundraising right after our significant fundraiser because it immediately followed the campfire, and we were not fundraising then. And then COVID hit, right? So 19, 20, and 21. For that's roughly $150,000 to $175,000 immediately off the top of our budget, and that is we're still recovering from that. So that's one area. There are many other areas in which we were impacted, but that's a very specific way.
Great.
Example.
Thank you. So are we still going to have another from?
We have 9 more. We have 9 more speakers.
9 more. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Okay. So what I'm proposing, and it may probably have to be agendized, but we have the ARPA money. We had $3 million. We spent $750,000 of that $3 million tonight. I don't know whether the city we'd fully, and this is a bad habit to get into, but where I'm going with this is that COVID had significant impacts. That money was designed or given to the city to address those impacts. So obviously we're going to have folks left with nothing, and we're going to award one agency. I'm considering that we use some of that funding, whether or not we make it whole or partial, 100,000 each, something like that. I don't know if, I'm looking at Scott right now, our attorney.
And again, none of those things we can
Right.
I understand that,
but you can certainly bring that back at a future meeting.
Yes.
To have that discussion. I don't know what the I'm going to say that he's never going to answer a question you don't know or ask a question you don't know the answer to. I don't know the answer to this, but I don't know what the strings are for any of those funds. I don't know if they have been earmarked already. I don't know if they've been spent already. I have no idea. So as I sit here, I can't tell you whether or not that's a good idea or not. What I can say is I even was thinking, one of the things I was thinking was, and I asked this question and found out the answer, but what I was thinking was, could you award all of the money to one group and then have them sort of subcontracted out to others because you can't do that? Well, the program restricts that as well.
Right.
They thought of that, and so that's not a possibility.
Right, and I do know that Mr. Ring plans on bringing back suggestions for ARPA funding at a later meeting, so
Okay.
that's something that we can definitely discuss at a later meeting.
Yeah.
Because there are a number of projects that the council has requested with the funding, and ideas that the staff has for it as well.
Right. Yeah, it's only $3 million, everyone, and I get, but I think you can understand our struggle, and we love all of you. And this is just tough. So anyway, thinking outside the box. So
Appreciate
there's
it.
more to hear, more to come.
This is one of those scenarios where, unfortunately, you have very many worthy projects and just not enough dollars.
Right. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
All right. And we have more speakers, so please, let's.
Next speaker
I'll
is
shorten down the comments.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Caitlin Amber Gilbert.
Hi, my name's Caitlin Gilbert, but everyone calls me Amber. I started going to the Axiom in the summer of 2014, 9 years ago, at their first location on Montgomery Street. I was actually at the last City Oroville Chambers meeting for when they were moving into the historical bank building. So my older sister went to the Axiom and volunteered as a barista at this time, and as well as she was starting her platforms program that the Axiom offered. I also took part in the platform programs, but I'll only touch on that briefly. So you go through 5 platforms in this program where you work on skills and research a career that you want to follow. After you graduate the platforms, you're put in contact with someone in the community who works in your career field. Before I took part in the platform program in 2018, 4 years prior in 2014, when the Axiom had a group of senior volunteers move on from the cafe to some of their first real jobs, of course I applied. Obviously, I had no experience yet as a 13-year-old. My experience was limited to chores around my home and skills from school. Thankfully, the Axiom understood that. Of course, not every teen will somehow have years of experience. There was an interview process, of course, which actually became my first encounter with a real interview. I got the volunteer position. Even after I started working there, the Axiom leaders always let me touch up on my interview skills. I also became a shift lead once we moved to the new location. This taught me leadership skills as well as complex problem solving and how to manage a team. When I got a call for an interview for my first job at McDonald's the summer I turned 16, I was very nervous, but thankfully, many of the Axiom leaders helped me by doing mock interviews for the position, and well, I got it. This was the start of my first work journey. Since my first paying job at McDonald's, I've interviewed for 15 different job positions and 4 educational programs for my career, and I've been offered all 15 positions and educational programs I've ever interviewed for. I currently have my CNA license, and I'm currently employed by Oroville Hospital Emergency Department as an ER tech and as well as a unit clerk, and I start school for ultrasound technician in September. Every one of these career paths currently in my life are because of the interview skills that Axiom helped me make one of my strengths, and a valuable lesson I learned from volunteering at the Axiom as well is how employers should also treat their staff. Whether I'm the employer or the employee, I know right from wrong. If it wasn't for the Axiom, I would have never learned workplace etiquette and probably would have blindly gone into my first job and gotten let go. If it wasn't for the things volunteering at the Axiom did for me, I could be stuck in a job where management would take advantage of their employees, and the Axiom taught me how management should treat employees when I volunteered as a barista. The skills that volunteering at the Axiom teaches our youth is to help us move on and up, as well as respect ourselves and others in the workforce.
Thank you very much. Next item?
Next speaker is Annie Terry.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. I'll try to not use my whole 3 minutes because, this has been a long process. The Oroville Rescue Mission has never applied for CDBG funds before. Previously, we would get a thing saying, these funds are available, but we weren't in the city. Now we're in the city, so we put our application in. Previously, the Rescue Mission hasn't. Basically, we started out as a homeless shelter. It's going to be 60 years this October, 60 years ago, and provided food, clothing, and shelter. We had a vision for doing more than that, and so we've moved into expanding our services and trying to get those people that we were sheltering housed. So all of that was a means to an end, purchasing the property and all that stuff. And I'm not going to go into all that because I said I'd be less than 3 minutes. But rapid rehousing and any type of housing assistance that you can give people in order to move out of homelessness into a shelter and then into permanent housing always being the goal, is always a good investment. And whether you choose this organization or another organization, they're all worthy organizations. But anytime that you give a hand up and help someone to get out of homelessness and into public housing and into permanent housing, it's a good thing. We received some flexible financial assistance February 27th of this last year, and so far have been able to house 8 people using that in what we call roundabout housing. It's some units that the mission entered into a lease, and we sublet to 8 people. 2 more are going into a father and son into a permanent housing situation on August 1st. So our goal is 12 of those. Our funding source has to be spent by October 31st, so we have 2 more people still to get into permanent housing, with permanent housing always being that goal. That's the reason we applied for this, because it really showed our staff and hopefully the community that this is a system that works. Giving people that hand up that they need, helping them with that initial few months rent and stepping them down from what what they're going to eventually be paying for rent is all a good thing. And that's all I have to say. Whether you choose us or someone else, thank you for your time and this opportunity.
Thank you, Amy. Next one.
Next we have John Mitchell and then Sean Hayes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City
Council. Okay, it's on. It's on. Nope. No, it's on now. It's on. It's on. She's operating it for you.
You got it. That is my sound guy. Hey, thank you for letting me be here tonight. I really do appreciate it. First off, it's been a while since I've been here, and it's very encouraging to be here tonight. Really makes me hopeful about the future of our city, just hearing about so many wonderful things that are going on. And this is another wonderful opportunity for our city. And unfortunately, I'm glad I'm on this side and not on that side this evening. There's a lot of organizations here that do really, really wonderful things in our community. Fortunately, I'm a little bit biased. I do sit on the council for the Axiom, and that's why I'm here tonight. And I really appreciated Amber's story and her sharing with us the success that is there. And it's one of the reasons why I decided to join the board at the Axiom, is because I really believe the vital importance of reaching the youth in our community, so that hopefully one day they won't have to utilize the other services that some of these organizations provide. We have received the grant one time, and I think we've been very wise with those funds, trying to position ourselves for success going forward in the future. But we do have some huge hurdles in front of us going forward. We are having to relocate from our building, and so that is going to be a huge challenge for us, especially in the economy and the way the real estate is right now and such. And so that's a huge hurdle, trying to find a building that we can afford and get into that will accommodate us and meet our needs, and in a central location that will meet the needs of the students that we're trying to reach, staying here in the downtown area. And so we're real hopeful for that, but there are some challenges that lie ahead for that as well, financially. But we did recently hire a permanent director, which we're really excited about as well. And I believe he's going to be speaking here and sharing a little bit with you guys tonight as well. So I really just want to come forward. We have other people who could be more prepared to answer questions. I just got back from vacation, so I just wanted to come up and say thank you guys for all your hard work, and just to put my little chip in there for the Axiom tonight. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Next one.
Sean Hayes.
Good evening. Thank you so much for, again, hearing us. I'll take my a couple minutes. I am pinch hitting for the architect behind the plan, but hopefully I can shed a little bit of light.
Can we have your name first?
Yes, Sean Hayes. Thank you. Local businessman, and I've been in the community for 23 years. And I am, again, as John said, I do not envy your positions. I almost feel like we want to... I don't know what the solution is. What I can say is that these are all incredibly worthwhile programs. There is no doubt, and I'm honored to have them be among them. We have at least perhaps I'll shed a little bit of light on what Axiom's doing, or why it's worth your consideration at this particular time. As John said, we are attempting to build, in a lot of ways, the future of the community. We are working with students and trying to build into them not only the potential for opportunity or future, but to be able to instill character traits and values that will be able to serve them in the community in the days, weeks, months, years to come. And, simply put, Axiom's mission could be broken down as trying to help students reach their potential. The way we do that is by trying to care for them and equip them. So we care for them in very basic ways. They come in, if they don't have a food to put in their belly, they don't have access to clothing. If they have very basic needs, we immediately try to step in, and we have a full clothes closet. We have access to food every day, so on and so forth, that we provide to be able to care for their basic needs. And we then equip them to be able to do the very things you heard from Amber. and I believe, I don't even know who all's here to speak, but I think that there are probably others that are sharing similar stories, and that is just that we recognize that the community that we all live in is, again, community where students are at risk, where their odds are against them. And so we're trying to create a space where they want to be. I think that's probably one of the things that's very different about us, is that we're creating a space where students want to come to, where we can then interact and engage with them. Not to say that students don't want to be at the other YMCA. Again, excellent programs. But we want to be able to earn the right to be able to speak.
Time.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from council?
Do you guys got any ideas on where you might go?
You mean in terms of housing?
Yeah, where the program, the Axiom. So currently you're in downtown.
Yes, absolutely. We're sort of committed to that location just geographically because of the opportunity that it represents with sort of the greatest impact with the schools and with families that have sort of the immediate need.
That's a cool building too. It's a shame you're losing that.
Listen, again, Axiom, there's no national or regional affiliate. It's Oroville. It's an Oroville thing, right? I was fortunate enough to be on the founding team 16 years ago, and it's funded by you folks, local businessmen and women who are trying to create and advocate for this. And we will, the question you asked some of the other folks, of course, a worthy question, is, what do you do if you don't get the funding? And we don't have an answer to that question. What I can tell you is we're going to fight to the end to do everything we can to continue to keep our doors open, to continue to be able to put students and families in a better position so that we don't face some of the challenges that we all face in this community right now. And we have a long history of stories and examples of people that have now are examples of or products of that, where they're now contributing members. They're teachers, they're nurses, they're local businessmen and women that are contributing to the community as a result of their experience in Axiom's engagement and interaction with them at a pivotal time.
Thank you. Councilman Goodson.
I was just curious, you probably have already had a conversation or contemplating with the new owner in regards to leasing that same site.
We are absolutely considering any and every option, and we're if for nothing, we're creative. So we will, like I said, what the impacts are in terms of staffing or diminished impact. I think every entity could sit up here and tell you our story about how it could potentially impact each of us in terms of staffing, in terms of jobs, and in terms of ultimately. Program impact. However, yes, we will, whatever the outcome, we will continue to find ways to meet whatever needs we can with whatever resources that we can.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Johnstone.
Thank you. I appreciate your presentation. I love the Axiom. I think it's a really hard decision to make. It really is. Every single one of you all is a needed part of this community. I'm not sure what the answer is. You do a great job with the youth that you work with, and there's a lot of emphasis on early childhood education, and so sometimes our youth do get lost in the shuffle on things. So I'm not sure what the answer is. I like the fact that you said even if you don't get the funding, that you will just carry on and continue to do what you can do with whatever means available. So I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's a tough decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any others? Next item.
Next
Thank
speaker.
You,
next speaker is Marcos Gonzalez, then Levi Ness.
Yes. How's it going? My name is Marcos Gonzalez. Thank you all for this opportunity to sit here and speak with you. I am also talking on behalf of Axiom. I am the new director there at the Axiom. Today is actually day 2 for me, so I'll try to answer any questions that I could possibly can at the moment. But I really want to speak towards just the idea of why Axiom is so important. I myself was one of the at-risk youth, one that was in foster care from the age of 5 until I aged out of the system. I was in very abusive homes. I had a lot of issues that I had to understand and go through myself on almost just about every level of abuse that a child can go through. I experienced myself, and I was headed for that same trajectory of just becoming a delinquent myself. Through a lot of those issues that I faced, I didn't always take them the right way, and I was actually doing things that weren't really positive at all. And it wasn't until an organization much like the Axiom, where I lived on the East Coast, that came alongside of me and said, you know what? We have something better for you. We have something that really you can benefit from. And they really poured their all into me. And I still stay in contact with many of those counselors that I had during that time. Where I was going and where I ended up, completely different paths from what I experienced through those type of organizations, much like the Axiom. I was able to continue. I joined the military, Air Force for 8 years. I've gone and done my MBA. So I've gone through school. I've done the things that I needed to do and should have set out to do from the beginning, but due to unfortunate circumstances, weren't really headed in that direction. I see such great potential in what the Axiom has to offer, just in my limited time of being here, but I wouldn't have accepted a position had it been otherwise. This is something that I really care about, I really love, and I really want to see the support and the continued support, right, from everyone. So being here rooted in Oroville, this is a first time for me, and being in California, it's even a first time for me. But the same issue is plaguing the entire United States of America, and I will not stand for it any longer, and I am so glad to be a part of Axiom so that I can be a part of the solution and not a part of the problem. And so I very much encourage all of you. I know this is hard, like everyone has said, and there's so much to consider, so much to really deliberate with. But I stand for the youth. We will continue to do everything we possibly can for these teens, because we don't want the jails full. We don't want homelessness to continue to happen. We want to see these teens arise to the occasion and be the future that we so long for them to be. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, could we take a 5-minute break?
How many more items do we have? I was going to finish this item, hopefully.
How many more items
How
or
many more
speakers?
speakers?
1, 2, 3. I'm sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5 more?
Mhm.
It is getting late. Let's take a 10-minute break for us all. Is that good for you guys? Okay, 10 minutes. We'll be back here at, looks like 7:30. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Starting at 4, it's too early for dinner, right? 3:30.
Yeah.
It's too early for dinner.
Well,
we go until like 9.
We have more items. Right around 50 stuff in August.
When you have this schedule this big, like a couple of like sandwich stuff or whatever, so we're not hangry by it.
Well, we reach a point in time where it's like, holy shit.
I don't care, I'm hungry.
Well, Brian and I talked about, what of the ARPA we could use, because all these are really. I do that. 4 of the 5 funded their request. That would be 700,000. We got 3 million. We have some other needs for that, so we'll have to sit down and decide what. My inclination would be to come back and just fund.
Well, they may not even fully, because I think a lot of them applied for that amount because that was offered, but I don't think necessarily they need that full.
We have sort of another round of funding. We get a rule on people. You follow me? So I would really be happy to get those based upon our inability to do RRP and everything. You follow me? Because we do it with another organization. I'm not trying to limit people, but maybe something. Guided by the state HCD, that's a problem.
then I'm going to always take her into the Superior Court to force her to change. And they've always acted.
That's library. Library? Yeah. Oh, it's a great place. Yeah, excellent.
There's all kinds of options available. So.
Is the wife over there? That were better.
Hey, I have a feel like I do, and we definitely have a need, an immediate need for it, which is why I know she's really on it. However, what she turned in is not what you guys need. I would not have and I'm working on, like, I can get excited. I just feel like, is there any way to extend it to the past of my right? Yeah, that's kind of what Well, good. I'm glad. So at this point,
Sir?
Without the
Sir?
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 I'll be right there.
Not so good.
They're asking all this information about what we feel like we can and I don't think that's
That's what I'm saying. We're here at 3 o'clock, 3:30. Pizza or sandwich or something? No. Like, I'm not eating all this stuff and sharing things because I'm happy. I don't want Whatever you guys don't eat.
Oh, there you go.
Doritos?
I don't know. I found them down there.
Is there an expiration?
It doesn't matter. These don't expire.
Yeah, it's so much processed food, right?
Gene is that heaven never pass away. They just present Doritos.
You turn off the video?
I see that now.
I don't know if I'm gonna make my Wednesday morning 7:30 with boys.
That would make their day.
But I'm making it. Hadley, come get me. Where you at?
You know, my wife just on the View. She can see our computers, Janet, me, and Dave. Yeah, she said if I zoom in on with my phone, I can actually see what you guys got on your computers. She's watching online.
I do not have
What's that? I wonder if it's that camera, if I pushed it up a little bit.
Sure, press that. Are you going to be at the broker's office tomorrow? The broker's office? And I'm so surprised when you answered me back the other day. So I thought, well, I'll hear from her Monday. See? Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know if they're accepted anymore, but if they are, just like 15 on
Are you in audit too? Are you in
So as long as you're okay, so there's no way that you can go into a
First I thought I said two, and later I said, it looked like it said
You can still kind of see it.
And ours was, I mean, ours is decimated.
I guess I
I pushed it up higher.
Yeah. Well,
It's that one right there. Yeah, that's the one towards that. And I pushed it. I pushed it up. It is kind of that way. I want to try to.
perfect. Oh, see, you wanted to be in it. That's how I wanted to be in it.
You like that?
No. This way, you gotta come this way.
You want me to go back the other way a little
No,
bit?
tiny bit.
Okay.
It gets more.
It just was on our computer. She said she could see the stuff on the counter, and it was down Somebody must have messed up it. She's never, in all the years she's been watching, it's never. He went to
Right here. Between Mendocino and I'm glad that St. Joe didn't, interact with them.
We're voting right after this.
It's still okay. That's a little bit, yeah. She said it's still like it's still ceiling. I don't see it there. She just sent me a screenshot.
Well, when I talked about Susan said,
She's always somebody watching out for
which is point. Not put it out for another hour.
I just spent $700 on AG.
There's Mark project
I think the sunset is well, the two sunsets way down. So that's kind of where I'm going. And Brian already talked about that because I know it's going to come up.
Brendan Fred's for $3,500.
Well, he
only came from
Have to step it up since I had to sit here tonight.
Okay, let's get this thing. And then next day, he sent me a picture of pulling it home.
All right, folks, thank you.
That was a good break.
Thank you all for the break. We all appreciated it. We all needed it.
Can we have the next speaker, please?
Mayor.
He wants to speak.
Mayor Pittman.
Yes.
I do have an update. Michelle Huffman was here with Feather River Gymnastics, and she would like to respectfully withdraw their application in order to give them more time to properly prepare an application that meets our requirements.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Thank you very much. And you have a worthy program and a great application, so thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Next speaker is Levi Niss.
As a reminder, we do have many speakers. I want to get through to everyone, so please come up and use your time wisely.
Well, good morning. Thank you for. Oh, good afternoon. Yeah. It's been a long day. Unfortunately, we got some news today about another shooting of one of our youth in our community, so I've been a bit fragile today, and so I'm going to do my best.
Can we have your name and who you're supporting?
My name is Levi Niss. I'm the general manager of the Axiom Youth Center. I am here to support the Axiom and speak on their behalf.
Thank you.
I want to start by saying that I'm a product of Oroville. I've experienced the gaps in reaching the youth in this community. I've experienced it firsthand for over 25 years as far as those gaps are concerned. When I, in 2015, changed the direction of my life, I wanted to become the person that I needed when I was a kid. And so I began pouring into the youth in our community. Once I became a part of the Axiom in 2015, I found what I was looking for, because Axiom to me and to many in this community is an absolute unicorn. You hear about it, but you don't see them very often. And so I fell in love. I fell in love with the faces and the growth that I got to see and the impact that it had on the students. I'm not educated enough to tell you the impact on the entire community, but I can tell you that when a kid comes in the 6th grade and they don't know how to sweep a floor because their parents aren't adequate, Axiom's there. When a kid comes in and they're cutting themselves from ankle to elbow because they don't know how to deal with life's issues, Axiom's there. When a kid comes in and they don't have reading glasses and their mom spent their reading glasses money on meth, Axiom's there. Axiom is the hub for everything youth. We plug kids in with resources, we direct them in the right direction, but don't just point and hand them flyers. We walk with every student with everything that they're doing, walk through them with that stuff. So I want to say that it's so amazing to sit here with all of you. We are all co-laborers together for this city. We are not fighting each other for this funding. We are all reaching out for the same opportunity, but we'll continue to co-labor with one another because that's what we do. That's our heart. The heart of the Axiom is to prevent what we've all talked about, all these resources going to. We want to prevent that. We want to prevent the overload on the rescue mission, on the recovery houses, but we can only do that by pouring into our youth. And for that, we need funding. For that, we need staffing. And without that, Axiom's just going to be another youth center. We have a lot of youth centers, and youth centers, statistically, they come and they go. Axiom has shown and proven their staying power, and that staying power is because of the heart behind Axiom. We love our students. We love your students. We love your kids. We love our community, and we are here. But we would like the opportunity to expand and grow and care for our staff in a way that they can then transfer that to the students. Axiom has been living in
Your time has expired.
Oh, my
Sorry.
time is up.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you guys for your time, and please reach out for any questions.
Thank you, sir.
Next speaker is TJ Jensen.
TJ.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time this evening. I'm in support of the YMCA. I sat on the Sacramento Y board for several years. I'm on my break right now, as we all do, and we need to be on a break, but I'm still a strong advocate. Being in Oroville for 107 plus years, I think now, the YMCA has survived. Survived with mergers in 08 through Sacramento saying, yes, come under our umbrella. Huge impact by doing that. It took away our local control. They say, well, it didn't. They allow us to be in control. We have our own budget. Our budget is always in the negative. Sacramento funds that every year. You've seen the impact of what it's done with the pool. Our facility was terribly inadequate. We spent a couple $100,000 trying to bring it up. During the Berry Creek fire, the ash ate the bottom of the pool, being far too extensive, plus bringing the ADA up to code. Without the community block grant, as you can see the history of the YMCA receiving that, being over just the funding for the summer program being the majority, and I say majority, well above 75% of the youth that come in for that program are funded with that grant. I kind of use this jokingly. When we do our roundtables, when we're doing our breakout sessions on the board, everybody says, what was your first experience of the Y? That's what we're here to create. That's what the block grant does. It gives you that first initial, what does the Y do for you, and continues it all the way on throughout life. You always see volunteers come back that were impacted because of what the Y does. The impact is huge. It's vast. I heard the librarian director say, and I don't remember the percentage of youth living in below 2 times the poverty level. That's so impactful. I was fortunate to have parents working 2 jobs just to keep the doors going. So I was lucky, one of the lucky fews. That's my drive, to see the youth have activity and do that continuously. Of course, we'll fight. We'll never let the doors close, but it is going to be a detriment because we utilize those funds to the absolute max, and it impacts and grows the economy for the locals and also helps the youth. It's going to be tough. I'm sorry that you guys have to make a decision, but whatever you guys do, we'll support you. Thank you.
CJ. Thanks, sir.
Next speaker is Daniel Ballard.
Mr. Ballard. Thank you.
Oroville City Council. I'm here to say a few words in support of the Axiom. They've gotten me a lot of help growing up. I went to their original location on Montgomery Street, and then towards the end, their location in the center of downtown. And they've gotten me so connected. I'm kind of here like this next to some of the other applicants, because now I'm connected and know a lot of the other people in our community. And they, like other youth, I learned a lot of things that I needed as far as budgeting, paying my bills, coming up from being a homeless youth, going to Oroville High School. A lot of things that my mother, who I last saw in a parking lot, things that she should have been doing, a lot of these counselors were doing, and they weren't there as an obligation. You could feel that they genuinely do care about the people going through their organization. And now one of their counselors even called me an ambassador for downtown, and I'm an ambassador online for Oroville. For a long time, there's been a lot of Oroville pessimism, Oroville negativity that seemed to cap off after the boomers, and everyone was raised to not just be discontent, but hate this town. And I think Axiom counteracts that, because unlike a lot of people my age, I love this town. I'm proud of it. And I share that with others. I speak to I speak to our schools, and a lot of the youth in our schools get very excited about Oroville when you show it to them as it was and as it could be. And I leave the room with them saying, well, why don't people talk about Oroville more often, And we do. We just talk about the things we dislike about it. And I'm now a board member at the Butte County Historical Society, so one day very soon I'll probably be running almost half of our museums in the Oroville area. And we have the most museums per capita in the state of California. I'll probably be in charge of the Butte County Historical Society Museum, the Eamon Home Museum, the Bangor Church Museum, and the Oregon City Museum, because the Gen X generation never came to the bell. Everyone else on the board is boomers, and then the Gen Zer, so you've got organizations like that I see myself, well, looks like I'm going to be the only one here. And I mean, other than this city council meeting, I feel that sometimes here. So anyways, thank you guys.
Thank you, sir. Next one.
Next speaker is Alicia Walker.
Hi, my name's Alicia Walker, and I was sitting at home on my couch, and Oroville News Live came on, and I clicked it, and I started listening, and I said, whoa, they're talking about the Axiom. My son has been going to the Axiom for 5 years.
No, 4 years.
Well, he started the summer before his 6th grade, and he's going into 10th grade. Through the Axiom, they've got him working in the cafe. They have him with his safety certificate, food safety certificate. They have him connected in the community. They have him going to tons of churches and events and helping here and doing there. I mean, he probably knows more people in Oroville than I do because of all the connections he's made there. They help foster what his passions are. He wants to be a business owner. So they have him having a candy machine, and they talk to him about how he can do that. They helped him with his resume. I will say he got a job, so he hasn't been going to the Axiom for about a week because he started at BCOE as an after-school camp leader. So he's now getting to pay back to the other youth in our community through that. So I just wanted to say that they're a great program. I am very happy that they have been able to build a relationship with my son and make sure that he's confident and that he's willing to be a leader. And there are times that I feel like they're really good at finding what kids are good at and then fostering that. You know, he'll come home and be like, Mom, I'm planning an activity. I'm doing this, I'm doing that. And it makes him feel good, and it makes me feel good that he has a place to do that. So I just wanted to come down and say I would hope that you can continue to support the Axiom because my family benefits from it, and he does as well. Do you want to say anything? No. He's too shy. He will next year because
Mom said it all. She said it all.
As soon as I showed him that you guys were on, and he acted like, oh, okay. He went in his room and he got on and he was watching. So then when you took a 10-minute break, I said, let's run down there. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
That is the last of our speakers.
Oh, that was the last one. Wow. Thank you all. Thank you, Rodney. Thank you. All right. That's all the speakers. Council, any questions or comments? This is not an easy one, folks. Without question, we sit up here and we, in addition to this full agenda of 900 plus pages, we have a tough decision to make tonight. I can't promise you anything beyond this night, but I believe that all of your applications are worthy of other considerations. And I don't know where that's going to go, but I certainly will support other considerations wherever we go with that. So, and that's about all I can say at this point. We would have to re-agendicize another item down the line. So that's the way our process works.
So,
It's like, who's going to go first?
All right, Thompson.
Come on, Scott. Johnstone is right behind me. I mean, ladies first.
But this is 2000. We're in the 20th century. So,
oh, wow.
Yeah. You get to go.
I think it's one thing I'm encouraged by in all of the speakers, and I hope it's to show true at the end of this meeting, is that you're all in support of whatever decision we make. Mm-hmm. We'll see about that. Might take a few days before everybody's like, okay, yeah, I'll let it settle in and whatnot, but I'll just let my cards be out there. You know, I think it's clear just from hearing, you know, we can't have necessarily discussions outside of this, but just the sentiment of what I feel here is I think that if we had the ability to fund every one of these, you know, grants, it would be an easy slam dunk. Mm-hmm. So a motion or a request to choose one of them is not a no, or it is a no, but it's not necessarily like I don't like this organization. But you can only choose one by the rules, and so it is what it is. So let me be the first to just let you in my thought process. You have right now 4. There was 5. 4 applicants: the Axiom, Catalyst, Rescue Mission, and the YMCA. And one thing that rang true that I heard a couple times tonight in regards to working with the youth is that if you can work with things at a young age, then it could the payoff down the road of not having these kids go into drugs, alcohol, homelessness, domestic violence. That's where my heart goes, is seeing something along those lines. And so with that, I think that's clear as far as where my heart is on these. That leaves 2, the Axiom and the YMCA. And it's fun. I'm friends with like every one of these, the Catalyst, Axiom, Rescue Mission, YMCA. Like I'm friends with all of you, so I think this is difficult. But then when it comes down to the Axiom and the YMCA, I have to be, I try at least to be just objective and not emotional in this. And then so for me, it came down to just numbers, as in regards to 55 versus 300. And so with that, that's where if I had my say, then we would go in that direction in regards to the YMCA. But that's my cards on the table.
Is that a motion?
Sure, I make it. Well, she had something she wanted to say.
Oh, I'm
so
sorry.
I
Go
can
ahead. I'm
let-
sorry. I missed you in the queue. Apologize.
So, learning how to set your emotions aside when you're a very emotional person. Yes, sir.
Rodney, please. Time for us to deliberate up here now.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Learning how to set your emotions aside when there are so many different and worthy and totally worthy causes and community advocacy programs is something that I am definitely not accustomed to. But when it comes down to the need, and I am very much for the youth of this community. I am a youth pastor. So that would be where my calling would be, and naturally I lean towards helping the youth of this community more than anything. But I think that the youth, we need to be able to help the adults of this community learn how to parent the youth of this community, right, as part of the holistic that seems to be what we're talking about tonight, right? And so I would have to say that my going against my better judgment, not going against my better judgment, but my passion is for youth. But I believe it starts with helping the parents of this community be parents, and so I'm leaning more towards Catalyst. Which is a really, really hard decision. Not that any one is better than the other, but I think that's where I'm leaning towards. There's no other words that I can put out there. It's definitely a tough decision. So,
Okay, in the queue we have Councilman Goodson.
I work with the clientele that is client-based, it's strength-based. I work with youth offenders, and I work with their families. And so working with parents on a daily basis in multiple meetings. And when I first meet with those parents, we go through domains, and there's over 50% that, because you have to meet them where they're at. And it's housing. My kids were living in a vehicle. My child is not able to plug in an outlet because we don't have a place to stay. So that's what we address first. It's housing, and I also a lot of the DV is because of the lack of just basics, food, clothing, and shelter. And so I'm looking at Catalyst, and I'm also looking at the Oroville Rescue Mission as well. So that's the choice that I'm making right now.
Anyone else? I see the queue's open. Anyone else?
He's in there now.
Oh, Vice Mayor Smith.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I'm going to defer to those of you on the council that work with youth on this. I mean, it's your world. I was a youth pastor many, many moons ago, but it's been so long, I'm kind of disconnected from that. We're talking about Gen Zers and Xers and, you go, boomer. Yeah, I've seen that video. Anyway, and I like the idea of the preventative dynamic of before they get there committing acts of domestic violence and all of that. And Catalyst, you do it all, kind of. There's a little bits and pieces. You do housing and there's counselors, all those different elements there. And I guess for me, just thinking about someone in that predicament of life or death, I just gravitate to that concept. I mean, all of these programs, potentially prevent a story, but man, when you're in that moment, because I haven't been a victim of domestic violence myself, get a little emotional thinking about it, but when I was a child, my father was an alcoholic. And I know what it's like to be on the wrong end of that. Just processing that here for a moment. And so that's kind of where I'm leaning. Just thinking about my own life and when I was a little boy and we're on the street going to, a friend's house for survival. Been there. So that's where I'm at. Yeah.
Any other comments? Before I entertain the motion, I'll add that I spent 35 years on the streets of the community, and I have to agree with the sheriff and the police chief on what you see in the community, and those are times and efforts that are necessary to deal with a situation. There's really nobody else out there to do with that, especially in terms of emergency venues. So I'll be leaning toward Catalyst, mostly because of my past experience in the community and working the streets of this community as a firefighter for 35 years. Clearly, it's and I'll throw out my bias because that was my experience base. That's what I saw. So, Councilman Johnstone. Your mic's off.
And I turn it off. See, it's all of us.
Yeah.
Right? I know that we can't talk about future potential right now, but we need to in the future. That's all I can say.
We agree on that. Yes. Yeah. So I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we award Catalyst.
I'll second.
Call the roll, please.
Motion carries with 4 yeses and 3 recusals. I'm sorry?
2.
Could you recount that?
2 recusals.
5, I'm sorry. Motion carries with 5 yeses and 2 recusals.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Yes, thank you.
We'll bring our councilman back in. Our next item is number 16, and that item is a Sank Park Perimeter Fence Award of Amended Contract to Pizer Fence Division Incorporated. Ruth, do you have this?
I do. This is being brought back per council's instructions to see what it would cost to remove the curb. So the curb was $75,000, $918, and so it would bring the cost down to $373. And there was that grant of $177, so it would be $196 of city funds to get this project done without the curb gutters.
Without the curb.
So this is just has been talked about. I think it's been brought to you 2 or maybe 3 times. So this is just what the council requested.
All right. Any council have any questions? This item's been brought back numerous times. I was going to ask, do we have any public speakers?
No, Mr. Mayor, we do not.
All right. Does council have any questions? Councilman Thompson. Oh, okay. Councilman Thompson's in the queue.
Thank you. Yeah. Last time this came up, I was kind of a stinker on it. I'm not sure if you guys remember that or not.
Oh, yes. You were just loquacious.
Okay. I appreciate the fact that from the last time we talked about this, the price has dropped 140. I still, though, feel that it needs to go back out to RFP. So I'm just going to let that lay out there.
Okay. Any other councilman have a comment? I don't see anybody.
Yes.
Yeah. Sure, Councilman Weber.
It's kind of petty, but I said, why don't we try to get rid of that curb? And everybody shrugged and said, oh, it's not going to be that much. But it was $100,000, guys.
It wasn't just that. They
were
went
right.
from manufactured to custom.
But the curb was 97
Yeah.
of that. So, check.
Check. Well said. Councilman Weber, or are you done, Riggs?
I am.
Okay, Councilman Weber.
Yes, and Councilmember Riggs, you were right. That's a substantial savings. So I actually agree with Councilmember Thompson about sending it back out to RFP. Just that's my estimation. We should send it back out. Thank you.
Councilman Thompson, are you back?
Thank you. I just want to maybe quantify why. To go into negotiations with one, I mean, who knows if the others, because we had these people that submitted bids, and then post bids, we had negotiations with one. So I think it'd be more fair to put it back out there, and then the other two, or if there's another one that wants to add in there, can come back and see that, we're looking for a quality product, but we are not wanting to cost an arm and a leg. So, as opposed to just negotiating with one. That's why.
Okay, Councilman Goodson.
So, because we already see everybody out there in TV land knows the bid for Picer Fence Division. So I would venture to say that the whole proposal would be revised, the verbiage. I mean, what is that going to look like? I mean, we went through this a couple of years ago, and I remember it was not pleasant because everybody's bids, whether they were awarded or not, are out there. So we always want to be fair, and I'm just going to stop right there.
I wanted to let you know also that Mr. Trover from Trover Construction, he's our project manager. He's online if you had any questions.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Smith?
Councilwoman Riggs, you are right. Just revel in that for a moment, because I thought it would be a bigger savings on the metal, and I was a contractor. Man, oh man, you got me. I'll be the first to admit.
Oh, no, you didn't.
Oh.
Oh.
What? I missed it. What she said? She's just
no.
Sorry.
However, that being said, part of the problem with that is that because you have a contractor, it's a welding contractor, for them to admit to a significant savings of using all prefab paneling, a little tough. I think there's more money to be saved there. But the way that's drafted, probably they couldn't find that path because of the orientation of the contract. That's my hunch. But I yield to your wisdom on that. That being said, I'm actually kind of comfortable moving forward with this tonight. I think we could probably save some money. There's been a lot of time given to this project. Could we save a few bucks? Probably, if we put it out to RFP. However, going back over the history and all the time, and other commissions that have looked at this, and also at one point we were all okay with setting the cap that it was actually greater than this.
Absolutely.
And you weren't. Oh, you did. You never said yes. I think I did. So I should say some of us were okay.
Right.
To be, want to be precise here. But I can also go with putting out the RFP and throwing the dice out there. But the only way that you're going to achieve a significant savings of more than 28,000 on the prefab fencing, I think was the number, would be that all of it has to be has to be very specific with the RFP, all prefab except for the custom and the sections. And then I think we would see, more than 28,000. Just put it that way. Probably quite a bit more. Trust me. Yeah. Okay. But I can go either way. I could say let's just get it done, or put it out the RFP. I'm kind of on the fence. No pun intended.
Councilman Weber's on the queue.
Thank you. So as I'm listening, I'm thinking, okay, not only am I interested in if we're going back out to RFP under the new parameters of what we want, but I'm also interested in knowing how much a 4-foot fence versus a 5-foot fence would be, and just to see, okay, what would it be? Because I've actually been approached by constituents of mine that live right across the street from that park, and they're like, please don't put up a 5-foot fence, and because they don't want it to look like a fortress. And so I think that with adequate fencing, adequate ability to lock it and unlock it, lighting. And then the uplighting and the lighting of the park itself, lighting of the structure, uplighting into the trees, I think that's more of an issue than we have. Obviously, we have a fence issue. The fence is falling apart. And to our mayor's point, when he calls it a chicken wire fence, he is not lying at all. It is literally a chicken wire fence. So it's aesthetically unpleasing. It's beyond. It's outlived itself by, I would guess, several decades. And it's fallen apart. If you go and examine any of the posts, they're all rotten at the foundation of them, every single one of them. So we obviously need the fence, but I think that we can probably do a little better than this, and then give some more contractors an opportunity to come in and say, hey, here's what a 4-foot fence looks like, here's what a 5-foot fence looks like, here's the custom entry and exit points, and then also rolling into that, I would love to see the lighting rolled into it. So there's my 2 cents.
Councilman Riggs?
Thank you. One of my concerns I have is I know that this was on a grant deadline and we've already extended that grant, and that there was some issues in addition that that we may not be able to continue to extend it. I don't know if we have any staff that are able to account to that, but I know it's something we talked about during our last meeting, which also leads me back to moving forward with what we have in front of us tonight.
I'll take myself in the queue. We have discussed this item for over a year that I know of, at least, and probably longer. Year and a half. The Park Commission worked on a fence design, and then we put it out, and we got back a huge number, and then this council actually authorized $650,000 for the fence. So we're now down to a point in time when it's pretty reasonable for this fence. And the choices were made by a variety of folks before us, and it came to us as a policy. I will also tell you that most of the new apartments that are putting up fencing are pretty much around the 5-foot category, and that's what makes things. If you look at the one at River Bend or whatever at Nelson and Table Mountain, that fence is very nice, and it makes a secure environment for the folks in the inside there and also outside. So, and then we also have this fence designed for future city parks that we're going to need more fencing. Or if we decide to put a fence around one of our other parks, then we have the same fence design. It complements the whole city so that we have the same, and so we don't have to change this fence design every time. So we've gone through that process, and we've come back to this process. And I agree with Councilman Riggs. I think our time is pretty much going to be lost. We'll lose the grant. Right now, we basically stand, the city funds will be half the project, the grant funds will be half the project, and I think we can move forward and get this thing done. And we're not going to have a total agreement in the whole community about this fence, but it's our job up here as 7 people to move forward on the project. And we have gone through a long dissertation about this particular fence, and I actually agree with Councilman Riggs. She was very appropriate to say get rid of the concrete, and that was a good idea. And then we really didn't negotiate with the contractor. We just said eliminate this from the contract because they all have descriptions of costs in their contract. So we just said, please don't put the concrete in. Anybody else had the opportunity to let us know what the concrete was too. So we have to be very careful of the bidding process here to make it fair to everyone that obviously submitted bids in good, honest effort in the past to this process. So if we keep going back out to bid, we're probably going to reach a point in time where contractors won't bother to bid on us. That's a reality. I used to be a contractor. I understand it. You know, if they're not going to consider my bid, then why would I bother? So we really have to look at the credibility of the city for this process that we did, because it was a fair process. We threw it out there. We threw it out there twice, as a matter of fact. So I think it's time to move forward with this particular project, and I think it's reasonable where we're at, and compliment this body to say we'd like to see it a little cheaper. And this body made some decisions that's the process that we have for governing our local government and expenditure of funds. That's my comment. Vice Mayor Smith.
Yeah, just one more item on the concrete. I think it's important for the public's digestion. I did ask our staff about, do you think the concrete's necessary for, because I'm thinking in terms of maintenance and, the ongoing and cost and hours to service that. And they said that's not necessary. So, because that was where I was thinking in terms of serviceability. So to that end, with the grant, are we in jeopardy of, because for me, if we're not, I'd go with, let's just put it out for RFP. I think I'd fall on that side of the fence. But
this is not a grant that I
I don't
oversee.
believe we have staff here that can answer that question right now.
There's no way to know that. Well, we could bring it back in 2 weeks and.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're going to lose it.
Yeah.
We had a conversation with Dawn, and she's asked for extensions on this now.
Yeah.
So, I think we're going to lose it.
I do know that there was a concern with that because we're getting out on the outer edge.
Right.
So, clearly it would be foolish to not move this on if that happens. That would not make sense.
Right.
So with that, I motion to adopt Resolution 9144 and adopt the change order deleting the concrete.
Time out. I second.
All right, folks.
Thank you.
Any,
Your name is?
I forgot to ask for any
Amy?
public comment on this. Is there any public comment?
Person?
Thank you.
I do not have any speaker cards for this item.
Thank you for
Mr.
your
Mayor.
service.
All right.
Thank you for the service. You're the police chief? Yeah. Are you gonna drive? Yeah.
I want to drive it in.
All right, folks. We call for the vote then.
Motion carries with 4 yeses and 3 nos.
Thank you, council. And next item is number 17.
So this item is in conjunction with our treasurer, Carolyn Fairbanks, and Brian and I. We have another opportunity for more investing. Carolyn took the lead on this, and she found a couple of investment opportunities that are yielding a lot more than what we're currently getting with LAIF. There's no cash flow issues. It's the same liquidity that we have in LAIF, so it's kind of a no-brainer. But we were hoping to invest this $10 million, half to camp and half to class. The council did approve an $11 million investment with Chandler, and we just never did it because the market was so bad. So this would be taking that off the table and then putting it in these two funds.
Any questions, council? Any comment cards?
I do not have any speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
There is one thing I think Brian mentioned at the beginning, that it says one resolution, but we need two, one for each investment. So
There's
that was just a
two resolutions, right?
two resolutions.
Yeah. So are we agenda-sized to handle both resolutions, or do we have to do it separately?
I'll go get Scott.
Looks like those.
I would entertain a motion for 9166 and 9148 at the same time.
So moved.
Second.
Any questions? Call the roll, please.
Thompson.
Thompson.
We can vote for both?
We're good.
Yeah. We motioned both resolutions, 9166 and 9148, on the investment policy issue.
Number 17.
Oh, yes, on 17?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Both of them.
Okay.
Okay.
And carries.
Motion carries. Item number 19.
19 is up for discussion regarding our next council meeting. If council would like to reschedule it or
Yes.
request staff to keep it light and still have it, or anyway, it's up to you.
And I'll just offer that this has happened before in the
National.
past, and sometimes we just go a light agenda for that day and then let councilmen leave early.
For the national
Well,
night.
For the
Is that
national
what
night
it
out.
was?
Easy. You're a smart man.
Is that going to result in
Actually-
us being here all day the following meeting?
I will just say we can probably accommodate the issues and,
Yeah.
So here's another option.
what's that?
There was a time when we held the city
Little early.
council meeting at St. Park where the national night out was. So we could take it to the venue.
We could do that, but I would.
It's just an option.
It's an option, but I'd say we'd have to take staff and recordings, and it'd be a big logistical move to do that. It's not a bad idea, but we'd have to, announce it and make a lot of issues.
We could go earlier and just get it done quick.
We could have an earlier meeting, say like at 3
Okay.
for most business,
Okay.
and then get us out. Go ahead.
3 on Wednesday?
Yeah, on Tuesday.
And we don't load it up.
Tuesday.
Councilman Weber.
Yeah, the earlier one worked for me because I'm going to be actively involved in the logistics of setting up the National Night Out with the coalition, because the coalition is helping provide the services for cooking.
Gotcha.
And sound for the.
Okay. That's fair. So what's the pleasure of the council?
Are we, which item, what are we?
18.
We're on 18.
18 is to move the meeting
Yes,
to Wednesday.
move those to the next meeting.
To Wednesday, the next day.
Wednesday the 2nd.
Yeah, I can't do that.
So you have several options. You can either move it to a date that's convenient for you. You can simply cancel it and just, the items that would come up would go on to the next agenda. If there was anything urgent, they may call a special meeting, but I doubt that that's in the cards. Or you could hold it earlier in the day.
We were planning on bringing the construction for the Mission Esperanza back on the 1st.
I also have a public hearing that is dependent to get something on the tax roll, and that's due August 10th, so the meeting would have to be before August 10th.
Right.
So if you guys, if you all are agreeing to have it on the regular scheduled day, and you're not planning on attending the National Night Out, which I'm sure you would, but I could just not come to the meeting if you guys want to have regular business too,
Earlier. What would it work for?
I think the light agenda sounds like preference.
Light agenda.
Light agenda.
Light agenda, okay.
And we'll design it so we have a concluding time. How's that? Huh? A concluding time, yeah. Done by, all right?
Okay.
And if we have those critical items.
Yeah,
only,
and Mr. Mayor,
essentially.
in your consultation with the city administrator and the assistant city administrator
Right.
on the agenda, you can look at items and say, hey, this doesn't have to go. Let's move this.
Sure.
This-
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can
Right.
you can sort of strategize and push stuff off.
Mr.
as
Ring is
needed.
actually on Zoom, so he's hearing this at the same time. So I think by consensus, we'll make it a light agenda. We'll be out here by 5.
Excellent.
Okay?
Yes.
All right. So moved.
Work for you.
Number 19, we're on the annual assessments for the city consolidated landscape and lighting maintenance
That's
assessment
bumped,
districts.
right? Bumped, right? I'm sorry.
No, not 19.
Nope.
Not at
Okay.
all.
No.
Do you have to recuse yourself?
Anybody need to recluse themselves on 19?
There is a.
So we've got them all split out, so on 19, all can vote.
All can vote. All
All can
right.
vote on 19.
So I entertain a motion for number 19.
If you have a public,
Public comment on this assessment district?
We also have a consultant on the line that can answer any questions.
Okay.
I move that we adopt resolution number 9160.
I second.
Moved and seconded. Call the roll.
Motion carries with 7 yeses.
All right.
So
Next one is,
number 20, I need Pittman, Smith, and Johnstone to recuse themselves.
all right.
What happens when the mayor and vice mayor have to step away?
I
Somebody-
appoint
Rock,
a vice
scissors,
mayor.
paper?
You-
Yeah.
You've got it, Councilman Riggs.
All right.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
What,
My
she
mo-
just
it's
became
really
vice-
my night.
Since you were right on the concrete, you get the.
For item number 20, do we have any
You don't have
public
to
speakers?
Okay.
What's that?
Do we have any public speakers for item number 20?
We do not have any speaker cards.
I'd entertain a motion.
Motion.
And second. Just, you gonna get him?
I'll get it.
Okay,
Need one more.
Good.
good to go.
Motion carries.
Actually, only get Smith.
The next one is, you can
Only Smith?
bring back Smith only, yeah.
Oh, that means Smith gets to preside.
We're on 21 now.
Can I just say something with these?
Yeah.
We never not approve these.
No,
Th- These are always just
You have to.
cumbersome. Is there a way, Mr. Huber, that these could be put on something that it's just, I don't
You
know.
can't put it on the
Whatever.
consent
Well, I'm fine.
calendar.
Just every year it's the same thing.
Yeah, it is. It is, and the reason
The
why is
dance.
because you have to set the budget for the
So moved.
landscaping lighting district, and that's what triggers
Yeah,
the
we're setting the
assessments.
assessment to put on the tax roll, and this is coming back again for the public hearing, so.
And the problem is, if these affected 10% or more of the total residents of the city, no one would have to recuse themselves. The problem is, they don't.
Why can't we put them all in one district?
he needs his Wheaties.
If we put them all in one district, it would affect more than that, and then we could do that all at once.
We could try and look at that in 10 years when we do the next readjustment of the boundaries. I doubt that's going to work, but we could certainly try.
Just trying.
Every idea is a good one for at least 30 seconds.
Not necessarily, but.
Are you ready?
All right.
So we're on 21?
21.
So do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
All right.
Okay, we have the vote.
Motion carries.
All can vote on 22.
All right.
So moved.
He is out of order.
At least we had fun, right?
We're all thinking the same thing, like, can we just, like,
So how did Councilman Riggs do?
She
All
did
right.
great. It's
in fact, she
Councilman
did so
Thompson.
well. She did so well, there's, there might be
We're on 22, Mayor Pittman.
Yes, which item are we on?
22.
Boy, you guys rock and rolled.
So moved.
I already said so moved already.
All right, call the roll, please, for item number 22.
This one's special.
Motion
All right.
carries.
So moved.
23, employment
23.
contract amendment with Amy Bergstrom, Director of Business and Housing.
So moved.
Any questions?
No. You're in there. Go ahead.
Councilman Riggs.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to Amy for all of her hard work that she does for the city and supporting so many areas of our community. So thank you. I'm happy to reaffirm this.
Thank you.
Ditto. And so moved.
Wait, I already said it.
So Councilman
Second.
Johnstone, or Thompson? You already said-
Yes, I'm
All right,
next.
Johnstone?
No, I'm next.
Thompson.
I'm next.
Well,
Sorry.
you just, okay.
I just want to say, Amy is a rock star. We are blessed to have you. I know sometimes it's put out there, but she brings millions in putting together so professionally the applications for grants for our city. There are millions of dollars that affect pretty much every citizen of Oroville because of that lady sitting right there, and we're so grateful to have you.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Ditto.
Ditto. That's what I wanted to say too.
Ditto.
I want to piggyback off of
Okay.
everyone too. Amy, I know I'm newer to the council, but just your professionalism and what you do well, and you are a blessing to this community. And I just want to publicly state that, so for the record, that you do among everybody that's here you do an amazing job, and we appreciate you.
I really appreciate that. Tonight was tough, so it's nice to hear that too, because although I'm not the one making the decision, I do work with them individually throughout the year, so it's hard to see their disappointment, but also, we move forward and there will be other opportunities.
That's right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So moved. Councilman Weber.
Yeah, I mean, how do you follow that? But I mean this in the most respectful way that I can. Like you're like legitimately an animal at what you do. I mean, you're like, you get after it, and I that's like a super high compliment from me.
Thank you.
And we are blessed as a city to have you for sure. Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Councilman Goodson.
Did you say animal?
I was trying to figure out how to get to be called an animal.
Okay,
So-
well, I guess the new verbiage is, you're a goat.
Greatest of
Rah,
all
rah,
time.
you're a goat.
I like it.
And not only that, you have great taste, you drive a Lexus.
Oh, okay. All right,
So
do we have
moved.
any cards on this?
We do not have any
None.
speaker
So-
cards.
So I'm looking for a motion.
I make a motion.
Second.
Second. Been motioned and seconded for
I made the motion.
item number 23. I'll call the roll.
So may I just say something?
I'm not sure.
This is a comment that is specifically for the gentlemen that have not been in our meeting, that just came in. We've been here since 4, so you're seeing some challenging behavior.
Yeah. What's the
Did somebody press?
election results?
Motion carries.
Thank you all. All right, item number 24 is the employment contract with J. Patrick Piat.
Right.
For the position of Director of Community Development. Any questions on the council? Councilman Briggs.
I just wanted to say, if you'll still have us, we're very excited for you to join our team.
I've been
and we
wondering
look
who
forward.
he was.
Yes.
You look so familiar.
We look forward to you bringing your expertise and knowledge to our community.
This, if I can be so bold, this is his father who came into town,
Thank you.
and the riffraff that comes with him.
Gosh.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Wow.
Welcome. Thank
Are you ready to move here?
Yeah. All right.
All right.
Well, welcome. Thanks
I
for
will-
being here.
And I will tell you, Dave Ritchie from my office, who has
Yes.
been in this seat several times when I've been out, has worked with him in other jurisdictions, and gets Dave's highest recommendation.
Okay.
So I would say, to follow on Ms. Bergstrand's comments
Yes.
that she got, you have a rock star in the making for Oroville right here.
Good company
Good.
here.
What about an animal?
Animal or an animal house.
I wasn't going to go there, but
So,
All right. I'm entertaining a motion for item number 24.
I move.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt resolution number 9156. Call the roll, please.
All right. Welcome aboard.
Motion carries.
Patrick, would you come to the podium and just introduce yourself so that we have a new planning director? He's on.
there we go.
It's on now.
It's good.
Yeah.
Patrick Pyatt, I'm the new Community Development Director. Looking really forward to working with you all. I've been looking forward to this night. And they didn't all just fly in here just for me. My dad turns 90 on Friday.
All right.
And so we're all up here celebrating his birthday. So
Thank you,
I
sir.
got
Welcome.
my brother and my sister over there, my brother-in-law, my sister over here. It's
All right.
really nice they all came out.
Very good.
Suckers.
Congratulations.
I'm looking
sir.
forward to working with y'all.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right. Not all council meetings are like this.
I was sort of hoping they would be.
All right. Next item is number 25, employment contract with Frederick J. Mayo for the position of Director of Public Works. Anybody have this item?
Same as last one, it's for you to approve.
All right, Councilman Riggs?
Well, he's not here, so we won't embarrass him.
He's not
but
here.
He is also well qualified and looking
Yes.
forward to the services that he'll bring to our community.
Yes, yes.
So with that, I motion that we approve resolution number 9157.
Second.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Just before I call the roll, do we have any cards?
We do not have any speaker
Okay,
cards.
thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
All right, call the roll. See you later, thank you.
Please.
All right, Oroville has a new Public Works Director. too.
Yes, yes. All right.
Welcome aboard, Fred, if you're listening.
Yeah.
He should be.
Item number 26, that was moved to next month, wasn't it?
No.
No.
Oh, okay. 26?
No, but it can be if you'd like. So let me just, I'll have a little discussion just for a moment. For Government Code 1090 purposes,
Okay.
Mark Habib is actually the city attorney recommending this item. I can't be the city attorney and also have an interest in a contract. So I want to disclose that for the formal record. Mr. Legrone was going to put a restated agreement on several months ago, and with the press of business and hiring new individuals, it just didn't happen. And then I suddenly realized, oh, wait a minute, we need one. Now, what I will tell you is the rate has not changed in 2 years.
Right.
It isn't changing in the upcoming year. And I will tell you what you always have with the agreement. The agreement has a 60-day cancellation clause from our side, but an immediate cancellation clause from your side. If you ever want to change city attorneys, you can do that at any point in time, that you wish. Now, I know there's been some question about the legal fees that have been billed. Half of those, fully half of those, almost 25% of those were for code enforcement. A little bit more than 25% was for litigation that the city has wanted to do. About 10%, 10 to 15% of that, actually a little bit more, about 16, 17% of that was related to investigations that were, we had individuals who made claims that had to be investigated by outside counsel. We run them through our firm for the protection of the information, so you get a double layer of attorney-client privilege. So that when I receive the information, it's privileged. I can share it with you, but then it can't get out. So as it relates to city attorney services, the number that was quoted, first off, wasn't entirely accurate. Second, it is not all city attorney services. In fact, the majority of it is not.
Right.
I'm happy to delineate that. I'm happy to outline all of the numbers in each category, because we've been doing that over the last several weeks, ever since I saw the number and I said, well, that's misleading.
Right.
So I'm happy to delineate that for you in closed session if you'd like. If you'd like to postpone the vote on this, that's fine. But if you'd like to go ahead, again, you've got the ability to cancel the contract at any time. So whatever your pleasure is, I'm happy to go with whatever your pleasure is.
Okay.
Let's get it done.
Councilman Riggs is on the queue.
Thank you. I was just going to share, I appreciate you representing that, when we talk about the attorney fees, it's not going right to you. It's an entire team of experts that we are able to rely upon. And that's quite different than if we hired just one attorney who worked for us and had that one scope of knowledge and experience. So I really appreciate the work that you do for our community and for our city council, and not just you, but really your whole team.
If you'd like to pay just me $400,000, I'd be more than happy to accept it.
Yes.
You'd be overpaying, but I mean, to be honest, thank you for those comments.
Councilman Thompson's on the queue next.
Thank you, yes, and thank you for bringing up the items that you mentioned, because I get asked those questions in regards to that. And why doesn't the city just hire an in-house? So everything that you do for the city is just hourly, or is there a specific amount that's like a retainer amount?
No, so what happened was there used to be a retainer, and we got rid of the retainer because the retainer included like 105 hours of city attorney services. But that doesn't include code enforcement or litigation or other items. And so what happened was many hours we would be working under the city attorney category. We'd be working 80 hours or 85 hours. And so I amended the contract to get rid of that, because in that one category, you were overpaying. And that's actually still pretty much the case. In most months, we don't go over the 100-hour mark for city attorney services. I can't remember the last time we did. Now, many of the items, again, code enforcement is a separate item, litigation is a separate item. Altogether, total hours, yeah, those are more. But I've taken the last year of bills and broken out and pulled out the items that were not city attorney services. And again, so a retainer wouldn't necessarily benefit the city, number one. Number two, I will mention to you again that the rate hasn't changed in 2 years. It's not going to change next year. You have the lowest rate in our entire firm. Mm-hmm. And you have for about the last 7 or 8 years, even with the increases that have been there. I look at my partners and I don't apologize for that. I'm okay with that. I'm good with that. I have a soft spot in my heart for Oroville. I love this town, and that's why I do that. And so, again, I'm more than happy to break out all of the information for you in closed session as to which categories, all of the things were worked. Litigation has been expensive this last year. And there have been, I think, 3 or 4 cases that one in particular that we talked about last time. It's not cheap. But I will end with this comment. I don't organically generate work on my own. I only do work that I'm asked to do. That's it. And I'm happy when the phone doesn't ring, because when the phone doesn't ring, that means there are no problems. And so I really am happy when it doesn't ring.
Cool. Yeah, if you for just the sake of being not sounding like a goof when people ask these questions, if you could break that out for us in closed session, not that I can necessarily, disclose, but at least so that I'm not just going.
I'd be happy to do it.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thanks.
Do we have any more? I don't see anybody else in the queue. Any public content?
We do not have any speakers, Mr. Mayor.
I move that we adopt Resolution 9158.
A second.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Third.
Motion carries.
Thank you for all you do.
Thank you. I appreciate that. From the bottom of my heart, I appreciate it.
Number 27. Thank you for waiting.
Wes.
Scott, I believe I need to recuse myself from this one.
You do.
Thank you.
Oh, we could.
Do I need to state why?
Yes.
Because I live over in that district?
Yeah, you need
that
to say
area?
you've got a conflict of interest related to proximity.
I have a conflict of interest related to proximity, so I am recusing myself.
Okay.
Time out right now.
I have taken training from Ron Belzer, and so I have a few slides for you tonight.
All right. Pictures are everything. Thank you.
Third.
This will be short and sweet. But there are a number of important items that the council and the public need to be aware of before you take a vote on this project. Before you is a proposal for a single-family market rate residential subdivision currently named Feather Ranch. The application is to subdivide a 45-acre parcel zoned Airport Business Park into 172 lots averaging 7,400 square feet and zoned R1 at a density of 3.8 homes per acre. So these are large lots zoned R1, similar to the existing Caya Vista subdivision next door. Does this have a pointer on it?
Yeah, I don't believe
No.
that.
No, you can't point on these kind of screens.
Yeah. So the property location is there at the corner of Biggs and 21st, and the Kaya Vista subdivision is the one immediately to the right there. It's north of the airport, about 4,000 feet north of Highway 162. So if the project is approved, the required approvals by the council include a general plan amendment, a zone change, a tentative subdivision map, a override of the Airport Land Use Commission's inconsistency determination. I'll have more about that, and a variance. Our ordinance, our Oroville Municipal Code matches the Airport Land Use Commission's density requirements, so there would have to be a variance. An EIR was prepared since it's a greenfield project, requires a general plan amendment, and has some significant environmental effects. So the draft environmental impact report identified 3 significant and unavoidable effects. First is the inconsistency for density with the Airport Land Use Commission and the Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan. This is a safety question. Often the Airport Land Use Commission's density requirements have to do with noise and potential aircraft accidents. This project is in the B1 and B2 overflight zone. Before I get to that, this is the proposed subdivision, 172 units with a nice wide parkway going north and south with nice landscaping and wide sidewalks and such. So this is the overflight zone areas north of the airport. The red box is the proposed project, and as you can see, it is in the B1 and B2 overflight zones. The B1 overflight zone requires a density in our zoning code and in the land use plan 1 home per 10 acres. And the B2 density maximum is 1 home for 5 acres. This project is proposing 3.8 homes per acre. In September, the Airport Land Use Commission, which is an arm of the county, determined, and rightly so, that the project does violate those density limits. However, the City Council has the authority to override that determination if it determines that there are overriding considerations and makes appropriate findings. The second impact is noise, but not noise from aircraft activity, noise from ground activity. We have a significance threshold that if any project exceeds 5 decibels beyond ambient, then it's technically a significant environmental impact. Still, however, after the project is done, the rural ambient noise will still be under the 65 decibels that normally triggers significance otherwise. So this is a technical significance, so there's no health concerns involved from noise. The third impact is vehicle miles traveled, or VMT, relating to traffic. The state of California and the CEQA guidelines recommend that if a project generates more than 100 vehicle trips per day, it is a significance threshold. We are in the process of defining our own thresholds, which will give us some exemption from that, but we have not yet adopted those. There is no way to mitigate this effect in our rural area. Usually the mitigation, which is a lot easier in urban areas, has to do with transit, locations, bus stops, bike and pedestrian lanes, and such to discourage driving. None of these things are available near the project or really in Butte County. So today, the council has to weigh the relative need for market rate housing against the potential safety and environmental issues having to do with this project. So here are some factors affecting the decision that this council is asked to make today. The need for housing. We all know from the recently certified housing element that Oroville needs market rate housing to the tune of 375 units before the year 2030. This project would provide 40% of that need, and it would meet an important local need and advance our mandated statewide goal for housing. We all know that we are now awash in affordable housing. Secondly, the airport is an economically important asset to the city. Brings many jobs through our 2 industrial areas there, property taxes, rental income, fuel sales inside the fence. The staff report discusses to the extent to which this project might interfere with airport operations and or the airport's ability to expand. Aircraft taking off on runway 2 to the north. That's the long runway to the left at the bottom there, which is a 6,000-foot runway. They're already advised to veer left away from Cayo Vista, the existing subdivisions in the AirNav advice to pilots, away from the existing subdivisions, and this project would not change that. Accidents from aircraft flying overhead would be minimal. The data suggests that there are only about 2, perhaps worst case 4 flights per day that would likely fly over Cayo Vista or either subdivision. We had one pilot that made some verbal comments, and he didn't have any concerns. He said there's lots of airports with housing tracks a lot closer to their runways than this. So our overall conclusion there is that the effect on airport operations and safety will be minimal or nominal. Noise, you can see the green lines there, and the outer green line is the 55 decibel contour of noise from airport activity. This project is outside that 55 decibel noise contour from airport activities. We would also require, there's a proposed condition to require the homes to be built so that the maximum interior noise level is 45 decibels, which is a common way to harden residential structures near airports. All homeowners would also be advised that they would live near an airport and that there may be noise and safety concerns. So all of these significant effects that I've described are addressed in the attached statement of overriding consideration, which finds, if the council so determines that the council deems the risks from the significant effects to be tolerable and that they would be outweighed by the need for market rate housing and the benefit of our citizenry. Couple of other notes. There is a competing subdivision. I wish I had a pointer that I could use, but if you go down to the right from the site, there's a B2. Underneath that B2 is another subdivision, yes, right there, that was proposed nearby. That's in the county's jurisdiction. And last week, or a week or 2 ago, the County Planning Commission denied that application solely based on the fact that it is in the B2 overflight zone. So the owner has appealed that to the Board of Supervisors. So there's more to come on that. But there is another project, and another jurisdiction just denied it outright. Finally, this project will be consistent with the general plan if the general plan amendment and the zoning code and the variants are all approved. And there is a resolution in there that if this council so determines that to override, or what you would do is you would pass an intent to override the Airport Land Use Commission's decision. And then there's a 45-day comment period where this notice of intent would go to the Caltrans Aeronautics Division for comment, and to the Airport Land Use Commission for comment. After that 45 days, this would come back to council for a final determination after considering all the comments. The the Aeronautics Division of Caltrans has already commented and made the recommendation in the DAIR and made the recommendation that the densities in the airport land use compatibility plan be adhered to. So they've already made that recommendation. A still open question is regarding parkland dedication. The requirement for this project is 2.5 acres, either as dedicated parkland and or an in lieu fee. The applicant is currently working with the Feather River Park District. There is a 1 acre set aside on the northeast corner, which stormwater runoff runs into. And as you can see, they're proposing some pathways and things like that. So this 1 acre would be part of that parkland dedication. Discussions are ongoing to see who would take it on and who would maintain it. There would be, if this subdivision is approved, also a landscape lighting maintenance agreement, just like the ones you
Thompson loves.
passed it today. And it could be that the maintenance for this 1 acre could be included in that, and the property owners would be assessed in the future. So that all has to be worked out. We have received no comments on this hearing, so staff is recommending approval with all the attendant findings and determinations.
Do we need to declare this as a public hearing?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Michael Staltley, the applicant, is here, and Alan Harlan, who's the property owner. They're teaming up on this project. Okay. And also Mike Martin, the EIR consultant, is here if you have questions about the environmental effects.
So, should I open up for questions first? All right. Questions from the council? Vice Mayor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I appreciate the presentation, Wes. And, you know, always when you're faced with, you know, these issues, we need housing. You've already stated the challenge, and yet we have these impacts with the airport. I'm good with personally saying yes so that we can move to the next step and then hear back from those agencies and then to make a more informed determination. Right away, we've all heard the stories where you build houses closer and closer to airports, and then, you know, it's in my disclosures, hazard disclosures of my purchase, and then at some point, a couple of years later, the homeowners wakes up one day and says, "Oh, that airport, it's so noisy," and, you know, and then now we got problems. And so that immediately, you know, my mind goes to that scenario, because certainly this airport is an important part of, you know, Oroville. It has a lot of history. I wish it wasn't impacting the longest runway, because that one can, you know, I can land the big guys, because that was built for the military in World War II. And then, as you already noted, the county the planning department rejected the B2, that area. I'm familiar with that, in fact, happening. So if that went on appeal, hypothetically, then there would be really, and the county allowed that building there, and we allowed the building in this proposed site. At that point, there's really no place to turn to. It looks like, I mean, I'm not an aviation expert by any means, but it kind of looks like all bets are off on that. Or what do you say? Hypothetically, of course.
Hypothetically, this site is 4,000 feet off the runway. The typical flight pattern is a left flight pattern. Usually that extends between 1/2 mile and 1 mile out from the end of the runway. That potentially does overfly this parcel. The rest between the airport and this site is all vacant land. It's all zoned airport business park. The densities that would be allowed in Airport Business Park in the ALUC plan are up to 40 people per acre. This is less than that, although people do concern themselves, with residential areas a lot more in these airport considerations. Staff would not recommend any development, any residential development for sure, any closer than the airport than this. The Cayo Vista subdivision was approved, Phase 1 and Phase 2, with the detention basin at the south, which is good planning so that the houses were farther away from the airport and the vacant land was closer. Since Cayo Vista was approved, the B1 zone and the B2 zone were expanded. So they weren't actually in the B1 and B2 zone when they were approved.
So now, what agency expanded? Was that a CEQA thing, or who did that?
ALUC, Airport Land Use Commission.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, and Vice Mayor Smith, if I could for a moment. So the winds, as a pilot who's flown into Oroville several times, I can tell you the winds typically favor runway 13 and 31. Most of the landings, most of the private traffic is on that runway. Typically, runway 20 is used when the large airplanes are taking off. So when they're landing,
Went the other way.
when they're landing, coming in that direction, they would be going over those homes. Typically, you're not having incidents on landing. You usually have it on takeoff, on climb out. If you lose an engine on climb out, now you have a significant problem. If you have lost an engine in flight and you're gliding in, you don't have a problem. And so even if you don't have landing gear down or some other defect with an airplane or some other incident with an airplane, typically you're going to be okay as you're coming down. It's on climb out and takeoff where you really have a problem. That isn't to say that people don't take off on runway 2. It happens when the winds are that direction. That's not typically the prevailing winds. Right. And again, as it relates to noise and people waking up saying, "Gee, the airport is loud. We should move the airport." I did check and make sure that in this instance, there are documents signed that is called an avigation easement, which is more than just a notice and a disclosure saying you live by an airport, it might be loud. It actually is a right, a vested right to make noise, to emit airplane exhaust over the property. So someone could complain, but unless you sell them back that right, they don't have the right to say, "Hey, that airport's loud, move it."
And to that point on the noise mitigation or issues, you referenced that not just necessarily aviation, because there are other activities associated with the airport. So would that also be included? So, because there are other activities, like fly-ins and other types of activities, we actually used to have a go-kart raceway out there that there's been some discussion about maybe revitalizing at some point in time. So there may be other activities that we might want to explore utilizing that space. So with the noise issue, where are we at with that?
At almost a mile away, you would I think you'd be hard pressed to hear go-karts.
Might be bigger though. Big go-karts. Big pipes.
Councilman Thompson, or excuse me, Goodson, sorry.
Bless you. Yes, just a couple of things. So it sounds like there's no future plans for any airport expansion, right? We're not going to have any
Well, if we did,
DC-10s coming in, right? Okay, so that was one.
The airport was used for the emergency fire response.
Right.
There was a number of helicopters that CAL FIRE brought in and used and fueled and used this as a base. And then there's other airports that they used as bases for other things.
Right, I do recall that, but I was saying specifically for what we know as the Oroville Airport, there will be no expansion, and it will always be Cessnas, Pipers, small aircraft, period, right?
Not necessarily. So if you if you had larger aircraft coming in, there are a couple of directions you can go. You remember, it's all about runway length.
Right.
So you could extend the runway length of runway 20 on the opposite side away from that, if you needed to extend. But a 6,000-foot runway, you can land some significant aircraft on a 6,000-foot runway. I've not seen a fully loaded 737, but I've seen a private 737 land on a 6,000-foot runway and then take off again. Now,
right, and so that's possible, yes, but then you get into the noise. That's one of the reasons why the Concorde is no longer in existence. Yeah. The big boom,
the noise. It would be an occasional, very occasional event in our airport ever. And then the other thing is the pavement, the strength of the pavement, so that the runway would have to be if we were going to have regular flights.
We're talking about years out, but we keep building. Folks are going to come, and they're expecting big things out of Oroville. And then my next question, I might have missed this. Was there a public hearing that was dominated by Thermalito residents and with this?
Not for this project. A year or two ago, there was a public meeting that we held that the city sponsored to explore annexing Thermalito.
I recall. I was at that meeting.
That was the one that drew all of the people here.
Right. We were. Yeah, a lot of us were there, but this. So I just want to make sure this isn't trying to, for lack of a better way to say it, we're flying this under the radar.
No.
Okay.
Captain Thompson.
Thank you. Yeah, I used to live in this now B1 section on Vaquero. I'm not too concerned about noise because living out there, noise just wasn't noisy as far as the aircraft. I guess for me, it's just the safety concern of the flights, and I hear what you're saying, Mr. Huber, about actual flight paths of taking off and landing and the actual risks that go into that. I guess my question on this is because there's so much vacant land in Oroville, we desperately want market rate housing. And I'm glad that there's an investor coming to town that's looking at that. So we appreciate that very much. So I guess I'm scratching my head going, there's so much vacant land. Why a parcel that could potentially, if you're looking for somebody to buy market rate housing, right in flight, overhead of a flight, path, why can't we find another lot that's, even if you look at this map here, there's lots in Lot C that are vacant or in B2 that are vacant. So this one's like almost dead center B1 in-flight path, although it's lower risk, like you say, Mr. Huber, it's still in direct flight path for runway 2. So I guess that's my first question.
Okay, the applicant is here. He might be able to address that.
Sure. Yeah.
And the market rate value of a house, me personally, I wouldn't invest $400,000 in a house close to a runway. That's just me, though.
But you're not looking for a house right now. You're
introduce yourself, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Michael Stolte. I'm the applicant. Alan Harlan, the landowner, is behind me as well. We team up on developments kind of all across California. So the brief history on this site is unique in the sense that I feel like you have to almost roll back a little bit to 2018 to the campfires, where approximately 50,000 folks were displaced. And so we purchased this property not with the intent to put housing on the property. We purchased the site because we liked it, and it was my genius idea to put a solar farm on it. which made a lot of sense for the zoning. And fortunately and unfortunately, I actually am very familiar with Airport Land Use Commission land. We actually own one of the large industrial buildings at this airport, one of the two that are on the site. But also we're doing housing in other Airport Land Use Commission zones as well. But rolling it back, we were originally going to try to do a solar farm here. And so this was a few years ago. And we came up to town and had this bright idea of doing a solar farm, which made business sense for us. And we were kind of going through the rigmarole of that. And essentially what happened was a lot of the city folks, including Chuck, the former mayor, was here. And he said, that's really great, Michael, that you want to do a solar farm. And that sounds great. But what we really need is housing. Can you do housing? And I was like, well, we can do housing. I've done housing in Airport Land Use Commission zones before, which is actually quite a niche in the development realm. And I just, we kind of laid out to the city that there are challenges involved. Airport Land Use Commission would probably reject it, and that the city council would have to override that. In this particular case of this site, myself included, we would never want to do a development in a site that we felt like it was unsafe, right? So that's not something that I would ever want to be part of. And having done developments in Airport Land Use Commission areas before, we're pretty familiar with B1 and B2 zones, and this one is at the very edge of it. And so we started to look into it, and we kind of formed a plan with the city of what that would look like. And here we are, welcome to California 2 years later, and a lot of money later, trying to transform it to housing. One of the fortunate things about the site is that, and I'm very proud of this as a developer, a lot of developers are doing very dense housing lately. And I would argue that in Oroville, that doesn't really suit very well, right? It suits certain dynamics and demographics of folks. But, there's this missing middle of middle-class housing that generally isn't being developed in California very much. And to take the zoning on this site and still be reasonable and safe, we landed at a minimum of about 6,800 square feet lots and up to about 9,000 square feet lots, which is this wonderful kind of middle class housing that Oroville really needs from a working standpoint. And it's just underprovided. And generally, developers like to pack residential units in land. And this site, for a lot of other developments, if we bought a site outside of this zone, you'd probably see, we're seeing in California, developers do 2,500, 3,000 square foot lots. And there'd be nothing to keep them from doing that because they can make more money. But in this case, because of the zoning, it fortunately and unfortunately from a developer standpoint, but fortunately for the public standpoint, it's going to result in lots that are medium-sized lots that are just very unusual today. So we're excited about that. I'm very proud of that. We've been able to incorporate parkland in it. Something that kind of maybe is a little bit misunderstood, or maybe Scott, because you live there, the site is actually extremely quiet. And this is with incorporating the plane noise in there. When we were doing our environmental impact studies, it tripped with a 5 dB increase from the 172 lots that are planned. And just to understand how quiet you have to be with a 5 dB increase to trip a noise issue on an environmental impact report, it just basically says that the site is like cricket chirping quiet. So yes, it is near an airport, but it actually doesn't get very many flights over at all. So I'm not sure if that answers all your questions, Councilmember Thompson.
So just looking at the map here, are we also seeing that and this I guess isn't applied to you, so thank you for I don't have any further questions, although there's lots of land in Oroville that are great for developments. So if this moves forward, we need market rate housing at the same time. in my mind, I know that you say you don't want to develop in hazardous or a place that's not safe, but that's the very reason why the air land use has these designations. Is that, Mr. Huber, is that not correct? I mean, they're technically saying right here what is safe to build and what's not safe to build, and this is in what they designate as not necessarily safe to build.
Yeah, I don't know that I would say that they're saying it's not safe to build, because what they're saying is they don't, what they're saying is you can build there. They would prefer to not have the density, right? That's not to say that you can't build there and that it's not safe to build there. They would prefer you not have the density. Now, having said that, I think the Airport Land Use Commission and its regulations have not been updated in decades. And I suspect that you're going to see, and this is just a hunch, I suspect that you're going to see a revision of the ALUC guidelines coming from Sacramento to really modify these types of restrictions because of the need for housing. Because the reality is planes today are incredibly safer than they were 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago. And incidents that you have just, we're not having the incidents now that we had 40 years ago.
And the accident we had, gosh, it was
5 years ago at this airport.
Yeah,
which one?
The landing, but they landed when they landed. The aircraft stopped facing north, right.
They were on a takeoff and they forgot to take the emergency brake off.
Yep, that was a twin engine private jet.
That was pilot error.
Pilot error. They forgot to take off the emergency brake. In fact, you could see you could see a skid mark all the way down the runway.
Nice.
Ironically, if I remember correctly, they were taking off on runway 31.
Yeah, right.
The most common accidents you see at the airport are pilot error, where they forget to put their landing gear down. Over the course of my career, that's been the ones that I've been out there for, typically.
Yeah.
The most common incidents that you find now, at least in American aviation, are runway excursions, where it's raining, they land, but they didn't judge the landing right, and they either roll off the end of the runway or they hit the brakes and they skid off to the side of the runway. Those are typically what you see as runway excursions.
Then my last question regards to this is, say this council moves this item forward, overrides the suggestions, and there is a catastrophe in these neighborhoods.
Takes as one.
What, I guess the worst thing is just the loss of life. I even hate thinking about it in terms of liability, because what can replace life, but does that, because we are overriding, if this council were to override these suggestions or these designations, would that put then the city at risk of,
Future liability.
major liabilities, lawsuits, class action lawsuits, even though I'm sure anybody who buys said home will have a very clear, release of, hey, by the way, you're buying a house under a flight path.
Yeah, the answer is yes. You do transfer liability from the county, ALUC, to the city. You're not taking on, I wouldn't say additional liability. What you're doing, the liability that the ALUC would normally have would now become yours. Having said that, again, the disclosures that are going to be utilized will largely get rid of that liability.
Largely.
Well, the reason why I say largely is because, as I've mentioned before, anyone can sue anybody for anything in the United States of America. We don't have, like the British have, a loser pays system. And so Yeah, anybody can sue anybody. Having said that, if there's an aircraft incident, they usually aren't looking at the city. They're looking at the aircraft operator and the aircraft manufacturer and the pilots. That's where they're looking for liability. I'll be candid with you. I have not seen in my career an incident where they sued the public agency over the allowance of construction in an area. I just haven't seen it.
Yeah. And one last question. This is my last question, and then I'll release the mic. Is the street names, why on the ones that fall through, why is there a change of street name? Why not just stick with the street name? You know, Proctor Way turns into Wisteria Court and Onyx turns into Honeysuckle. You know, why isn't it just the same name all the way across? That's typical, isn't it?
That would be something that the applicant would have to answer.
So the city doesn't have any say on street names? I mean,
Well, we do. We make sure that street name is not taken. So we vet that to make sure.
I mean, just imagine downtown if there's different developers and you're like, you know.
So we'll ask that. We can make that a condition, certainly, that across the, Wisteria Lane, that all the street names are the same.
Yeah. I yield my microphone.
Councilman Weber.
Yes, thank you. Sir, if you could return to the pulpit, I have a couple of questions for you. Thank you very much.
I can also take the beating for street names if you want. So.
Okay. Would you be willing to change the street names?
Yes.
Okay. Great. Thank you. How many? So you're going to develop these homes, 172 homes. How many square foot on average?
For the homes?
Yeah.
We haven't done architectural design for them yet, but I would imagine they will be for average 7,400 square foot lot. You know, they'll probably average between 1,600 on the smallest and 2,400 to 2,500 on the large side.
That's exactly what I thought you were going to say. So, what is the market rate housing cost for a house like, say, a 2,400 square foot home right now? What would you guess that?
Yeah, well, construction's having a lot to say about that right now. But, you know, I think brokers are hoping that they can land kind of in the upper 300s, which they think would be a win.
I think that would be good.
I think it'd sell for more.
What features are you guys planning on putting in that park? I've seen some pathways and I've seen the collection pond, but I didn't see any, at least I couldn't see any features for like kids or.
Sure. Yeah. So we'll have the whole point of that park area is to be accessible for not only these houses, but the whole community. You know, we will have a landscape architecture firm do that full design out before the 45-day appeal is complete. Because we have to work out that arrangement with Feather River Recreation District.
Okay. And then, Wes, can you put up the first slide, please, that shows the site? Because I have some questions about it. So does the north side of this site go all the way to Grand Avenue?
No.
Not quite?
Yeah. No. Yeah, they're actually, go ahead.
We actually have an application for a 24 unit subdivision of manufactured homes. There's one space north, and then the site north of that, abutting Grand. We have a subdivision that's going to the Planning Commission next week.
Okay, so as I'm standing at the airport and I'm looking north, right? I know that there's a slight hill and then it goes back toward Grand Avenue. Because my kids ride their quads over there all the time, and I think they might ride their quads on your property there.
You're probably
and
right.
Right now, you got a bunch of trash all over the property is what's there, right? Yeah. A bunch on the edge of it, because there's a big field, and there's like, well, at least there was some boats and stuff over there before, abandoned. But I'm pretty sure my kids go over there in their quad. So as from the airport, it goes down slightly. Are you on the other side of that little?
Yeah, I can answer that. So the southwest component of the property is actually High Point, and it actually goes downhill towards the north. So none of the homes can actually see the airport, and it actually plays a pretty large role in the quietness of the site.
That's exactly what I was going to suggest, because when you were saying it was that quiet, I thought it has to be on the other side of that point.
Right.
Because it's definitely, there's a small apex.
Right.
So I'm satisfied with all the questions that you answered. I know there's more questions for you, but I would entertain a motion to just knock this thing out the park, because I think this would be excellent for our city to build this.
Mm-hmm.
So if anybody wants to second that, I'm good to go. But if anybody wants to speak, then speak. So.
Thank you. I'll take a
I
quick,
would like to speak as well.
quick discussion, and I appreciate your motion. We'll hold on to that.
Okay, thank you.
Can I have the map of the airport real quick? One of the things that, and I served on ALEC for half a dozen years, the B1, the B2, and all these safety zones were created by Farrell's ice cream accident that happened in Sacramento that left the airport, and it was a small jet, and it crashed across the road and ran into Farrell's ice cream shop.
Yes, it did. I
And
was there.
there was 26 fatalities.
Yep.
That's why this was all created, folks. And it was created on a situation where the pilot had less than 4 hours in the plane, and it was a military surplus jet that had a particular issue, the nose raised up on liftoff, and he wasn't familiar with that. As he crashed into the roadway, the gas tanks went across. So that's what created ALEC and the necessity to have these kind of zones. Based upon that, that's why these zones are there. They are prescriptive ideas from folks that came up to say these would be safety zones based upon the Farrell's ice cream accident. And this one was revised in 2017 to those B1 and B2 numbers. These are lines drawn on a map by someone taking a prospective look. And I agree with the city attorney. Sacramento will probably redo the guidelines for the need for housing, because every airport has this problem all around. Chico, we dealt with that almost every other month with issues there. One of the unique things about the Oroville Airport is runway 20 heading south. The city of Oroville owns all the property to the afterbay. So if we ever extended that runway, we will take it down toward the afterbay if we want to make it longer. I can't imagine we would. That happens to be the longest runway in Butte County. It's far longer than Chico, if you didn't realize that. So if we have the unique thing that the airport owns the property to the afterbay, so we're in pretty good shape that way. I see this as a real win-win for the highest and best use of the real estate out there. 4,000 feet from the roadway and the runway, I think, is a pretty reasonable distance for anybody's safety concerns. And in my time, the incidents we've had out there, I agree with Mr. Legrone, they've been related to pilot error or mechanical malfunction of the landing gear. I can't think of how many crop dusters have lost their wheels when they take off and lose them. And then the other incidents that were fatalities recently was a pilot error problem. They didn't read the mechanical reports on the motor, and they should not have flown that plane. So, and I can give you a lot of different ones. We've never had an incident on the north side of the airport, and that's going back 50 years. All the incidents have been to the south, and actually outside of the B1 and B2s. So I don't think the only incident we had in the B1 was the plane that forgot its parking brake.
So also to address Council Member Thompson's question about risk, the airport land use handbook put out by Caltrans does have some percentages about the number of accidents in these various zones. And in the B1 zone, 8 to 20% of all accidents occur in the B1 zone. In B2 zone, 4 to 8% of all accidents occur. In the A zone and in the sides of the runway there, over 50% of all accidents occur in those locations. And then when you multiply that risk or those percentages by the 7% of all flights that occur at this airport that would go over these subdivisions, the risk is quite low. It's in the 4% range. So
Also, I wanted to mention that one flag lot on B2 that the Planning Commission for the county turned down. That flag lot has space for homes to be built. They're just looking at the rest of because B2 cuts the flag lot, the ownership. They have the opportunity to put some commercial buildings in the other part of that's in the B2. I don't know if they're going to do that or not. We dealt with this when it was AELOC a long time ago. And I think that an override may come, but I can't predict what the county supervisors are going to do. I certainly support this as the highest and best use of this real estate, and I'm very comfortable with the safety issues that are being raised here in this particular concern. And certainly we need the housing. When you look at the loss of Paradise, a very high percentage of those folks that have bought the new housing out by the airport came from Paradise. And we certainly welcome any of those that might want to find and relocate. And it's far safer area to live than in an area where you have dense wood and vegetation. So the other factor is these folks can get fire insurance. If they go back to Paradise, getting fire insurance may not be a reality. So that's the other factor that I have to throw in here. Our fire insurance issues are driving a lot of things in this community, and a lot of homeowners have told me stories. So that's one of the things that's going to happen out there. Those are all the comments I got. Councilman Goodson, did you want to speak real quick?
Well, sure. Why not? So I'm going to play devil's advocate here, right? Now, I don't have a crystal ball, so I really can't foretell where any crash landing is going to happen. I'm glad y'all do.
Yeah.
And if it's B2, B12, we will never know until it happens.
Sure.
But I have a more futuristic perspective here from the fact that I've always advocated for manufacturing, bringing in distributorships, et cetera. And so if that was ever to happen here in the city of Oroville, I would venture to say that the density of the traffic, air traffic flow would be increased, right? So once again, I personally would not want to live where that density is going to happen, and the risk factor increases. So that's my...
Vice Mayor Smith?
Yeah, from a planning standpoint, though, we have put residential housing adjacent to. More of the industrial park dynamic is on the other side. So I think from a planning standpoint, we're being syncopatic there. Basically, I'm kind of making that as a statement, but as a question.
About
simpatico as far as so the residential, to that concern about industrial growth, we're keeping that very separate. In other words, this proposal site is adjacent to an already existing residential.
Yes.
So we're keeping that grouped up.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And it is late, so now I actually that wasn't my question.
That's okay.
Oh, so yeah. Now it comes back to me. It kind of drifted in and drifted out, just like this evening.
I think we're tired.
Market analysis. So it'd just be kind of interesting to hear, just briefly, when you think about building in this zone and overriding. What's the acronym? R.
ALUC?
Yeah, those people.
Yeah.
The airport folks. So marketability and doing that analysis, and it's because you mentioned we've developed in other areas. I'm sure you've looked at that. If I build a 7,000 square foot lot with a 2,000 square foot home on it, and I'm thinking about that demographic that's going to purchase that house, are you going to buy that house? So what's the marketability of that? I mean, is it that those are pretty easy sells? I mean, people don't seem to be too concerned with it. I mean, what's that look like? I'm sure there's been some analysis done. I'm just kind of curious. That kind of helps me kind of understand the general consensus of, the public and buying a house. If I have that kind of capital to spend on a house. How has it been from a marketability standpoint of being able to sell homes in an area like that?
Yeah. So, as we all know, housing in California is a crisis. I think the general statistics are that California needs to build about 150,000 homes per year to meet its needs. And in the height of COVID, we built 15,000. One of the biggest issues that we're finding as we're preparing this piece of dirt is that most of the home builders paused during COVID for understandable reasons, right? None of us really knew what was going to happen. And so for business reasons, most of the home builders completely turned off the spigot. And really because of interest rates and things like that, they also have continued to turn off that spigot. And only recently, within the last 4 to 5 months, have they really started to actively look around. And unfortunately, what all these home builders are finding now, the home builders are out to go build homes. The developers turned off the spigot. And we were dumb enough to want to do a solar farm during the middle of COVID. And so we didn't turn off the spigot. And so in general, what we're finding as we're talking to home builders is that they're very interested in this site. In fact, home builders that historically wouldn't enter Oroville, they're more, interested in larger project tracks in Sacramento and things like that, are actively engaged and looking for sites because there's just such a lack of them. And this is just one of those interesting situations where we owned this property, we had it, and we had the time and energy and capital to see it through. And here we are today, and home builders are ready to go, and they can't find parcels for the most part to build, especially medium family size homes.
You said something really significant, that builders are now looking at Oroville. And then you think about that area. I mean, it's adjacent to the wildlife area. You have boating. It's kind of cool, actually.
Right.
And so I would think it would appeal to a certain demographic. But I was just kind of interested. Have you done that analysis of what that looks like? And that tells me a little bit about, the overall market and what the risk every day we get in our car, there's a risk. Just being alive, there's risk. And it's that, risk-benefit analysis and that what the general public thinks in terms of, these kinds of projects. So anyway.
Okay. We had a motion. Does anybody want to second that motion?
Mr. Mayor, it would be appropriate before a vote to open up the public hearing and see if there's public comment.
Gotcha. Public comment on this item?
I don't have any speakers for.
Seeing none. Now, the public hearing,
You can now close the public hearing.
All right. We're going to close the public hearing. I have a motion.
There's still people in the queue.
I know, we're going to get to it, but we have a motion and a second for this item. Under the question, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Just a couple things. Actually, a question for you. Are you planning on getting the land already for developers or for builders to come in and build homes, or are you planning on fully developing and building the homes?
I don't have a long history of building single-family homes. Frankly, for the community's best interests, we will probably sell this. We do have the capital and the wherewithal to build the homes if we need to. It would make sense for us if I couldn't find a home builder to purchase the home within a fairly reasonable timeline, that we would go and do that ourselves.
So your plan is to purchase the land, or you already have the land, is have it this designation over and what about streets, infrastructure, that stuff, is that in your plans for sure if this passes, to at least do that footwork, or just get the general idea done and then sell it off to somebody else?
To be honest, that kind of just depends on the market. I have a lot of experience doing infrastructure and things like that, horizontal infrastructure, the roads and things like that you're mentioning. We would do that. We're just finding that home builders are so ready to go right now. That's very unique. That we probably, to be truthful and honest, we probably won't end up doing that infrastructure because we're hearing that they're interested in purchasing the site shortly after entitlements are complete.
And then, just so you know, this isn't a question. When I sold my home in that B1 section, right across the street from what you're planning on here, it was only a 1,500 square foot home, sold for over 350,000, and it would have sold for more than that. But the market and around the area, there wasn't other houses that sold for that much, so it was difficult for the banks to. So there's definitely a market for that, and that was a couple of years ago. There's definitely a market for homes. This was a person coming from the Sacramento area looking to move out of the Sacramento area. So there's definitely, Oroville has the open door for developers to come in and build market rate housing, even though some wouldn't buy them there. There are plenty of people who would, and it didn't take a long time for my house to sell.
Okay. Councilman Riggs.
Thank you. I just wanted to share that I appreciate the amount of thoroughness our staff and you have done to ensure safety for this site and the planning for this site. I think that one of the things I'm hearing time and time again from the dais is that we want our developers to be well prepared and to make sure that they have a plan in place that will allow it to be profitable. That's what we want for our community. And so I just want to say thank you for the diligence that you guys have done so far. And if this passes, I do hope that it turns out profitable and results in what we're talking about tonight, which is market rate housing for our community.
Thank you. I would just like to add that I have 4 projects of approximately this size going on, and this project, working with the city staff of Oroville, has been by far the most painless process, and every project has its challenges. I think our EIR consultant was saying that you really can't develop a property in California these days without some kind of biological issue. And I actually have another project that's taking place under an ALEC zone right now, so that's challenging in its own right for that project, but I will say that the staff has been incredible to work with. And that in turn allows us to do projects quicker, which in turn allows for builders to come in quicker to do housing in windows that are appropriate to them. If this took another year, maybe those builders turn off the spigot again, and this property sits for another year or 2 before it provides a resource to the community.
Well, then, with that in mind, we'd encourage you to continue working with our staff to develop further.
All right.
God bless.
Weber, were you on the queue?
I was just going to say, I look at this as if we build it, they will come scenario, right? These guys are doing the footwork to get this done. They pass it off to a developer or a builder. He comes in, and then as they see that happen, we got all this land, and then we'll see them come.
Yeah.
That's what we're trying to be builder friendly.
Right. Well, and the other thing, we have 3 subdivisions that are built around the airport, and none of them have a vacant house.
Yeah.
Okay? Not one vacant house in all those subdivisions. So you have a good market here, and we look forward to your project. Ready? We've been motioned. We're passing item number 27 in its entirety. Public hearing's closed. Been seconded. Call for the vote.
Motion carries.
Well done. Thank you all. Next item is future agenda items from the council. Any future agenda items? Seeing none. Any correspondence?
Actually, I think, Tracy, wasn't there a future agenda item that you wanted to put on there you were talking to Brian about?
Yes, I would like to do a proclamation for Pee Wee Curiel. No, not at all. I would like the city to recognize him. He did an amazing event out at the airport, and he does a lot for the community service. So I would like to add to a future agenda.
I second.
Proclamation. Thank you.
I second.
Give that to Brian. Any other future agenda items?
Mr. Mayor, on correspondence you asked about?
Yeah, correspondence.
I actually have one more agenda item.
Okay. Go ahead.
For tonight?
No, not for tonight.
Future,
It's a future agenda
future
items.
agenda items.
Is that there? I appreciate all of the presentations that we have. If we could put it on our agenda to have the presentations be just like everybody else's time. I think it's important for people who come with presentations that they have an allocated amount of time. As I watch, not tonight, I'm not picking on the presentation from the library, but it reminded me, listening to her, as I look across the crowd, that they only have capacity, and we only have capacity for a certain amount of time for these presentations. And you've sat in here as well, but we've sat in presentations that have gone for, 25, 30 minutes, and everybody is out. So if there's a way that we could limit our presentations to 10 minutes, I would like to put that on the agenda so we can see a clock of when this thing is going to end.
Well, and I appreciate that too. We also could have invoked the rule that we had more than 10 commenters, and I chose not to invoke that tonight. I thought it was worthy for all the other applicants to get their 3 minutes, and then we can question afterwards. So that helped out quite a bit.
Does anybody else want to second my thought?
Yeah, I second that.
Yeah, we can put that in place. I got no problem with that. We can ask for presentations, especially ones that are formed like that, to be limited to 10, 15 minutes at most, or something like that. Yeah.
And a clock so they can see. When
Clock. We have correspondence from PG&E. We also have the grand jury report.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the grand jury report was issued, and I don't know if you've all seen it or not, but if not, I can certainly email it to you. As is required, there is a response required by the council. In years past, the council has put together an ad hoc committee, and then I prepare a draft, and the ad hoc committee goes over the draft and modifies it and puts it together. Not sure if you want to do that again. If you do, now would be the time to do that. Or I can certainly put together a draft and bring it to council. But it is not a closed session agenda item. It's an open session agenda item. So whatever if you want me to just do it, then it would need to be daylighted for the first time for everybody.
I'm going to suggest we're going to have an executive committee meeting very soon, and maybe we could just agendacize that for the executive committee meeting.
That would certainly be a good option.
Okay.
What's our timeline on that? Is it 30 days?
You have 90 days,
90 days
to respond.
Yeah. And we have some executive committee items to work on, so I know there's a meeting planned soon. So
now I will tell you, and I want to highlight this for you. As they have done in years past, they have requested.
Council member.
They have asked for, or I'll use the word demanded, a response from the city treasurer. That is technically not proper and not legal. I've spoken with the city treasurer. She's willing to respond. I don't see. Normally, I would say, hey, we should deal with this issue. At this point, because she's willing to respond, I would suggest let's leave it well enough alone. We can put in the response that it's technically not proper, cite the government code or the penal code that applies. They have asked for, again, responses from the council. You've got 90 days to do that. And we can certainly incorporate the responses of any department head or any individual that they have invited a response from rather than demand a response from. But I highlight that for you because, again, the city treasurer is willing to respond and wants to respond, and I'll help her with that.
Okay.
I don't recommend doing anything different. Let's just go ahead and move forward.
All right. So Carrie, any other items? You know what? We're going to adjourn this meeting to the next meeting of August 1st, 2023. It will be held 4 p.m. with a closing deadline time. We are adjourned. Thank you, folks.
Oh.
Next Saturday, I'm doing Oroville I mean, that was also the Chamber of Commerce headquarters.
Oh,
Is that right?
Yeah.
So I'll be talking about that. But
Okay.
It's like a conference room for the linemen now.
Yeah, very good.
Cool.
Right now?
Awesome. Thank you for the invite.
What is? So don't we need 3 on this committee charter?
No, just 2.
Just 2? What if we neutralize each other out?
Well, one of the things
There's got to be a tiebreaker.